For those who dare, race against the clock. Join the CMDRA and become part of one of the fastest growing motorsports events in the country. It will be running through a host of sponsors that participate with their program as we go through the day. So I see Sportsman coming to the line, so I'm going to turn it over to Nolan to take care of the announcing for that class.
Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket rolling into the water box. Steve Baskerville bringing it up first in the 2016 Volkswagen Golf R with a 2-liter turbo engine underneath that machine. Will it stand up to the 400 cubic inch Chevelle over the Lordco lane driven by Walter Johnson?
We're going to make the final call for Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Final call. You should be in the staging lanes. And with that, we're going to call Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4.
Glenn Martin brings up the Vega. Will race Eric Bertan. Wheels up high for Glenn Martin's Vega as he'll turn on the red ball by almost a tenth of a second. Doesn't matter though when you're in qualifying. 9.902, 133 miles an hour. Eric Bertan goes 11.630 at 117 miles an hour. We'll bring up Dennis Winton in his Shaggy Bel Air. We'll be racing Rob Monroe at the SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body 69 Acadian. Both races away on green lights. Rob Monroe shoots to the #1 qualifying spot with an 0:39 reaction time. Gets to the line first, 10.768 at 123 miles an hour. Dennis Winton will go 11.506 at 114. We'll bring up John Barrichello, TCS side of the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge. Will be racing Veronica Hodgson in the 1969 Dodge Dart. Of course, champion of the Sportsman division in 2017. It was the 2019 King of the Track, looking for more success here in 2023. Attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. We're making second call for Vancouver Car Wrap's Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, we need you into lanes 3 and 4. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, you are now on standby. Grant Gordon brings up the Forest Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart. Will be racing Rich Dyes in the Transporters Logistics Chevrolet. Rich Dyes goes 36 thou red. It's the Chevy Nova. rips towards the top end, gets there first, 11.308, 117 miles an hour. Grant Gordon runs at 12.11 at 110. We'll bring up Joel Smith in the Zap Strap Racing Pontiac from 1971 out of Abbotsford. We'll be racing Jenna Dobson in the Ron's Engine Machine Chevy Malibu out of Langley. Oh, way out of shape for Joel Smith over left side of the racetrack. Gets it back into shape and now tracking towards the left side of the wall, kind of keeping it out of the groove and slowing towards the top end. Jenna Dobson goes 10.548 at 125 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Nick Ribello, the NFG Welding Regal, to race Brad Owens in the Chevy Bel Air. .040 to an .026 on the tree. Brad Owens will get there first, goes 9.62, 136 miles an hour. Nick Ribello goes 11.025 at 119. We'll bring up Ron Walsh in the Chevy Camaro out of Langley. Nothing on file just yet for this driver over here in the Lordco lane. I can tell you right now, it's a 90s Mustang Fox body. .172 to a 342, so the Fox body will be looking to get that reaction time down a bit more when we get into our second qualifying hit. 10.035, 133 miles an hour for Walsh. The Mustang goes at 10.419 at 134. We'll bring up Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center Chevrolet. We'll be racing John DeBack in the Rad Torque Systems S10. John DeBack turns on the red light by 4 thousandths of a second. And the pickup going to get there first. 10.48 with a 9, 127 miles an hour. Matt Warner goes through an 11.461 at 116. We'll bring up Dustin Hunter in the Falcon Fast Ford. We'll be racing Nick Douglas in his 1968 Dodge Dart. Two-time track champion, of course, Lordco's side down at Pacific Raceways. Making the trip up from Washington to be able to race with us up here in Canada down the Titanium Strip. Dustin Hunter, that Ford Falcon, still fast as ever, goes 9.120, 148 miles an hour. Nick Douglas puts down an 11.692 at 112. We will bring up Lorenz Schwartz and his Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo. Had a lot of success, of course. Last year was the King of the Track and Race of Champions winner in 2022. Looking to go for a repeat in the finals later on this season. Got to get to that section first before you're able to make it on down there, though. Lorenz Schwartz will go up against Ralph Ehlers in the LS Ford Mustang Fox body. Schwartz puts down a 10.048, 134 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 10.634 at 127. We'll bring up Chris Stone in the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart to be racing up against Dale Northgraves in the Nova. Stone, as of right now, still winless in 2023, looking to turn that around. It's not a bad start with no 35 reaction time. log at 10.136, 131 miles an hour. Del Northgraves goes 10.48 with a 1 at 127. Bring up Mal Patterson in this wheel-standing Albion Tireland malfunction Acadian to be racing Ross Walker in the Chevy 2. Carrying the front wheels past the 60-foot for Patterson. Goes 12 foul red on the tree. Ross Walker goes to the number 1 qualifying spot of 019 to the good. Runs through with a 10.035, 132 miles an hour Lordco side. TCS side, it was a 10.076 at 132. We'll bring up Andy Klosky in the design flooring machine. We'll be racing Richard Love in the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports Ram 1500. That's not a Ram 1500. That is a Chevrolet C10, if ever I did see one. .510, 126 miles an hour for Richard Love on the right lane. Left lane goes 13.999 at 100 miles an hour on the dot. But bringing up a driver not on file yet here. TCS side to be racing David Rastad of the 1980 Malibu out of Maple Ridge. 305 cubic inches sported underneath the machine from 1980. And that's going to turn into a single hit for David Rastad as problems set in for the driver here at TCS side. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro coming out to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is once again going to be Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you are now on standby. Gonna alter that call to lanes 1 and 2 only for Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 only. We're gonna be back in this Lucas Oil machine out here in the TCS lane as problems set in before he could stage up the car. Bring up Cassie Tippy of the Nova Wagon, racing out of Surrey. In case the driver again not on file over in that right lane. .148 to an 063 on the tree. Right lane gets there first. 9.212, 143 miles an hour. Cassie Tippy runs through a 12.049 at 112. We'll bring up Dustin Brewington of the 1999 Camaro. 408 cubic inch engine underneath that machine. Racing Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge in his Pontiac A&A Custom Brokers, Just Mechanical, TestandTune.com machine. New number 1 qualifier, Dustin Brewington, goes .131. 10.196, 130 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger in the right lane will go down to 10.457 at 125. We'll bring up Daryl Tippy now in the Chevy 2 on a single pass. So looking like this will be our last car in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket for qualifier number 1. Once again, we have made the call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Daryl Tippy missing out on the number 1 qualifier by just 0.3 of a second, 0.134 to Dustin Brewington's 131. 10.720, 124 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Final call, lanes 1 and 2. Old Car Center Hot Rod. This is your first call to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, first call to lanes 5 and 6. Junior classes, you're now on standby. So we finish up running here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket for our first qualifier of 2 on the day. We'll roll into Vancouver Car Wrap's Sportsman, where Steve Sikora will take his 1989 S10 to race Sylvia Hoekston's in the 1966 Ford Mustang. .028 red on the tree for Sikora, .048 to the good for Hoekstins. It'll be Sikora to get there first. Goes 12.189, 111 miles an hour. Sylvia Hoekstins will run at 12.735 at 105. We'll bring up Sean Langley in the 69 Mach 1 to be racing Carson Barlow in the 1970 C10. Sean Langley going to go through first. Runs at 11.862, 113 miles an hour. Carson Barlow ran at 13.507 at 98. We'll bring it up, interestingly enough, for Jim Benke going up against Randy Hermsen in the Oldsmobile. Hermsen goes right on the tree. 13.213, 105 miles an hour. Benke goes 15.027 at 91. Tyler Dobson takes the Dead Man Racing Ron's Engine Camaro up towards the top end of the racetrack. Chased down by Steve Baskerville in the Gulf. Baskerville will get around him, goes 11.726, 115 miles an hour. Tyler Dobson went 11.771 at 117 miles an hour. Krista Ludit bringing up the JS Power Sports Ludit Racing Titanium Auto Group Jim Reagan GMC Jimmy to be racing Sidney Jung at the Chevy Malibu. Cindy Jung gets away better on the tree. 200th of a second reaction time. Krista Laudet trying to chase her down. Cindy Jung runs an 11.981 at 108 miles an hour. Laudet goes 13.755 at 93. Kevin McCauley takes the old school Cutlass to an 11.813, 113 miles an hour. The TCS lane goes 12.555 at 105 miles an hour. We'll bring up Joanna Rebello in the old 88 Corvette to race Kai Jessamine in the K5 Blazer. And red lights have flicked on as appears we've got some issue up at the top end of the racetrack. A car very slow and clearing. Believe that to be Kevin McCauley's old school Cutlass. So we're just down for a moment while we get that car clear. As we will get things back underway here. To get back things underway, Joanna Rebello and Kai Jessamine separated by just 1 thou on the tree. Attention CMDRA racers. Attention all CMDRA motorcycle racers. You will have a meeting at 10 o'clock at Nate Gagnon's pits. Once again, that is a meeting at 10 o'clock at Nate Gagnon's pits. That is in 35 minutes from now. That is going out to all CMDRA racers. Eric Hansen brings up the Plymouth to race Heather Hornall in the Electrical Stone Speed Shop GMC pickup. 044 to 043 up on the tree is Heather Hornall. We'll take it up to the top end. Goes 11.720, 114 miles an hour. Eric Hansen goes 12.758 at 105 miles an hour. Rolling low and goes red by 13/10,000ths of a second. Scott Wilson, 0.140 to the good in the Charlie Brown Chevy wagon. Wilson gets there first, 12.478, 109 miles an hour. Rolling low and goes 12.847 at 102. We'll bring up Ryan Ledrette in the 71 Chevelle to race Nick Douglas in the Dart. Ryan Ledrette bit down on the treat from Nick Douglas. Douglas went 0.46 with the Dret on 11.0. Nick Douglas goes 11.701, 112 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette goes 13.674 at 73 miles an hour. That'll wrap it up for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We will roll into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Red lights come on the racetrack as track crews go out to take a quick look at the racetrack. So while it's quiet, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, sorry, I'm gonna amend that call. Lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street coming down to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, that is Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, you're on standby. You see a start line crews moseying about the racetrack, making sure that everything is nice and sticky and everything's in tip-top shape. We've got some powerful cars making their way up towards the staging beams. It's going to make sure that all the compound is still settled in and we don't need to do any sort of major track prep. Should be up and underway here within a few minutes. If you're feeling a little bit peckish right now, you can make your way on down to the half-track snack shack and get yourself some good old tater tots. I believe they're still serving breakfast there. Lunch will be starting up in about an hour and a half. I know while I won't be here for lunch today, I'll definitely be getting me some chicken strips and fries tomorrow. As well as that, for all you folks out there on the right side of the racetrack, you can obviously feel free to come on over pit side and take a look at all these cars up close and personal, as your ticket in does come with a day-long pit pass. So definitely jump on the opportunity. Not to mention, we got the Pro Shop with all their ice cream sandwiches down on this side of the racetrack. That's always something to get a bit excited about. Can make your way on over this side using the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Engines fired up in the shadows underneath the bridge as we'll roll ourselves forward. Nothing on file yet for this driver over here at TCS side, but it's Wes Voth in the Pontiac Firebird Lordco lane in his 13th year of racing out of Kamloops. Racing in the Acumen machine, Cal's Associated Tire. set in immediately for the wagon in the TCS lane. Going to bring that car to a stop before the 330-foot. Wes Voth goes through 9.475, 141 miles an hour as the red lights will tick on, and we'll get crews out there to assist a now stranded racer between the 60-foot and the 330 mark on the racetrack. As that car is shut down almost immediately off the hitch. Ted Buss going to back his Ford Roadster for straight line race cars and Shawnigan trucking out of the water box, as we might be moving this car backwards instead of forwards. John Jenkins brings up the 88 Chevy S10 in the Lordco lane for West Coast Building Reconstructions and McKenzie Racing. So we're going to be down for a few minutes here while we clear this wagon here off of the racetrack. Not an ideal start for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro for their first qualifying hit of the day. And whatever the problem is, hopefully we'll be seeing that car back up, and this time in functional order for their second qualifier later on this afternoon. I guess this morning if we get through this run order quick enough. And they're going to be pulling that car off towards the top end of the racetrack, which is partially good news. That typically means it's not leaking anything, because if a car is leaking oil, you don't want to be pulling it down the racetrack. You want to be pushing it out the way it came if it stopped that early on. It's less track to then clean up and have to re-prep afterwards. We've opened up the gate right at the quarter mile. Looks like they're going to be just taking the early turnoff. You see us making a bit of a wider arc. Make sure it's not clipping the walls. Don't want to hurt the car more than it already has been. And that's going to be track cleared. We're going to get our crews back into position, and we'll try to be underway here within the next, I hope within the next 5 minutes or so. Engines fire back up as we get set to roll back into Super Pro qualifying. As Ted Buss brings up the straight line race car Shawnigan Trucking Roadster to race John Jenkins' West Coast Building Reconstructions McKenzie Racing Chevrolet S10. 427 to a 406 cubic inch engines going up against one another here. That's more like it. John Jenkins putting down 3/1000ths of a second on the tree on the reaction time. Ted Buss goes 9.23, 241 miles an hour. Jenkins a 10.700 at 122. We'll bring up Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster to race Dustin Brewington, bringing up the 1999 Camaro, double classing here in both Pro and Super Pro. Brewington currently holds the #1 qualifier in Sportsman. Sorry, in Pro. Dan Parsons here, the throttle stop in play. He's going to be running in Super Combo, I believe, later on this afternoon as well. Racing for that 1090 index. He's on it too, 1090 with a 4. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We already made the final call. We're going to make a secondary final call for Super Pro. So if you're not in the lanes, well, we've been running them for a while now, so you should be in the lanes by now. So that's once again another call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes. We'll bring up Jan Christian in the El Gringo Chevy Nova. A lot of success for that car in the first couple races of the season. Got a race win and a runner-up position in races 4 and 5 2 weeks ago. Both cases raced against Craig Johnson. Christensen goes 8.600, 156 miles an hour. 10.107 at 133. We'll bring that up for Stefan Roberts. Made it to the champions last season for the Pitbull Mechanical Repairs Evil Bucket Chevy Roadster to race Mike Stewart in the Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chicklet Chevy 2. Stefan Robert way early on the tree. Easily gets there first, goes 8.515, 183 miles an hour. Mike Stewart goes 9.99 with a 5 at 133. We'll bring up Rick McKinney in the Chevy Camaro over here, TCS side. We're racing Glenn Kennedy in the Whistling Fish 68 Hemi. Heads up towards the center line goes Glenn Kennedy, gets out of the groove and didn't hit any of the timing boxes, but got awfully close. Rick McKinney in his super stock Camaro going to go 10.33, 228 miles an hour. Meanwhile, has Kennedy going to abort that run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. we have moved your qualifiers to a bit further up in the run order. So Super Combo, you were going to be running after the junior classes. You're now running before the junior classes. Super Combo, you are going to be up before Junior Street and after Hot Rod. Once again, Super Combo, you will be running now after Hot Rod. So at this point, since we have already made that first call for Hot Rod to the lanes, we are going to put Super Combo now on standby. And that standby call is going to be incredibly short. We're going to call into the lanes. So Super Combo, first call to the staging lanes. Super Combo, first call to the staging lanes. Brandon John Tabak and the Rad Torque Systems S10 to race Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. Once again, that is Super Combo down to lanes 1 and 2. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo, first called lanes 1 and 2. Martin Rochelle going to have to hot lap that Malibu. I believe going to be racing Super Combo as well, seeing as how running on 1090 index throttle stop in play here in Super Pro qualifying. Tobacco's 10.475, 127 miles an hour. Rochelle logs a 10.89 with a 5 at 127. We'll bring out Richard Love in the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10 to race Kelly Voss in the Ron Burgundy Hardtail Dragster. .0180 for Kelly Voss. Richard Love is 042. Voss goes a 9.169 at 131 miles an hour. Richard Love goes 10.515 at 129. We'll bring Craig Johnson, the Johnson's Customs Exhaust, Oldsmobile Cutlass. Of course, Craig Johnson took a 1 and a 2 down in his first 2 races of the season, races 4 and 5. Both against Jan Christensen. Won one to him, lost one to another. Nothing on file yet for the driver in the Lordco lane. Side as he'll go with an 8.243, 164 miles an hour. Craig Johns goes 11.595 at 113. That'll bring up Steve Thorne. 588 cubic inch Indy machine underneath his machine out of Kelowna. Going up against Rick Model, the 69 Camaro. Fishtail a little bit for Rick Model over in the Lordco lane, but keeps his foot in it and will run to the top end. Goes 8.564, 160 miles an hour. Steve Thorne goes 11.694 at 90 miles an hour. We've got another Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket Dodge. Believe that to be a Dodge Demon that's bringing it up in the Lordco lane. Missed the call for first round of qualifying. And the Challenger going to be backed up. And while it's quiet, I know we had some of our Super Combo competitors running in Super Pro, so I am going to once again reiterate, we have moved your qualifiers. You are no longer after the junior year classes. You are now going to be running after Hot Rod and before Junior Street. So Super Combo, we have again called you down to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, so this is your second call, lanes 1 and 2. We're going to make that final call for Hot Rod as well. Old Car Center Hot Rod. This is your final call to the staging lanes. As the Challenger going to be backed up and out. And we'll roll, speaking of which, into Hot Rod. Dennis Winton bringing up the Shaggy Bel Air over in that Lordco lane. The big rule in Hot Rod, cars have to be 1969 or older. With Winton getting set to take the Bel Air up, he'll be racing against Bill Halicki over here in the TCS lane, and the Ron's Engine Machine Ford. Bill Halicki gets there first, runs a 10.692, 126 miles an hour. Dennis Winton goes 11.581 at 113. We'll bring up Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova to race Brad Owens in the Chevy Bel Air, racing out of Bellingham, Washington. So about a few hours drive down the highway, or I guess the interstate if you'd be down in the States. Both cars, front wheels in the air. 228 red for Owens. Bresinger was 120 to the good. Brad Owens gets there first. 9:59 with an 8, 136 miles an hour. Mark Bresinger went 9:53 with a 6 at 139. We'll bring up Terry Charles in a straight axle Bel Air out of Langley to be racing Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. This car you see over here, driven by Terry Charles, is something you would definitely see in the Gas or Get Down at the Langley Loafers. Old-time drives coming on up towards the end of July. So swing out and take a look at that. And be more than happy to get you on with a good run there. A little wiggling around for Charles. Going to get back in it, though. Try to chase down Dustin Hunter. Lag will bring it up with Rob Monroe. And Rob Monroe easily going to get there ahead of the Chevrolet, going at a 10.767 in the SD Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body Chevy 2. No information on file for the driver TCS side, but he's racing Jerry Bramander in the Chevy 2 out of Cloverdale. TCS lane gets there first, 9.524, 139 miles an hour. Bramander goes 10.472 at 125. We'll race Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth. Local racer out of Mission to race Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center Dodge. Pair of red bulbs for that one. No 67 for Hodgson. 6th thou red for Warner. Hodgson gets there first, 10.823, 123 miles an hour. Matt Warner goes 11.511 at 115. We'll be racing Sylvia Hoogstens in the 66 Mustang to race Steve Wilson in the Chevy 2 for Vinny Speed Shop, and Fast Eddie G&L Electrical out of Delta. Steve Wilson going to be pushed back and out as the Chevy 2 ends up with problems. It'll be a single run now for Sylvia Hoogstens, double classing in both Hot Rod and Sportsman as per the norm for the Mustang. It's a real shame for the Mooch. I haven't seen that car out in some time. I was hoping to see it have a good run. Maybe it'll be back up, though, for round 2 of qualifying. Chris Stone racing in Hot Rod. Now, this is a sight you don't see every day. Usually Stone's a sportsman runner through and through. So our last pair of Hot Rod cars get set to come onto the line. I want to once again reiterate, Super Combo, your qualifying has been moved. You run after Hot Rod, so you are the next classed up. We have called Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, you should already be in the lanes. This is, again, I'm going to make this now final call for Super Combo as your class is about to start running. Brandon Hermson running the Magnet Oldsmobile over in the Lordco side. TCS lane, though, gets there first, 11.784. 113 miles an hour. Randy Hermson goes 13.243 at 104 miles an hour. That'll bring up once again. The Mooch Chevy 2 has been refired and will make a second stab at a qualifying hit here. We're racing up against the Ford Falcon over here at TCS side. Barry Patterson going to be racing it up with Steve Wilson in the Vinny Speed Shop Fast Eddie GNL electrical machine over in the Lordco lane. As the last pass of Hot Rods goes down the racetrack, we're going to make that call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Business as usual, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. That means BC Super Shifters, you are now on standby. We roll into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Class is running either the 890, 990, or 1090 index. Most cars will be racing the 1090 index, the Super Street index. Some may opt to test around with the 990 Super Gas index. So far, all the time I've been working here since 2019, I've not been seeing anybody go for that Super Comp 890 index. It's typically a class, though, dominated by dragsters, and you don't really much see dragsters running in these super combo categories. Warren Jacobson brings up the Chevy 2 to race Jerry Epp. In the Ford Mustang, of course, a Las Vegas Nationals winner and Division 6 winner. Throttle stops in play. Trying to tune it just right so they go exactly at 1090 at the top. 1090 with a 5 for Warren Jacobson. He is on it. Jerry Epp, I need a bit of work on that one. 11.38. That's a good almost 2 seconds there off of the index. So going to need to get that time down. Dean Peterson of the Peterson Family Racing Ford Mustang will be going up against this driver over here in the Dart Lordco lane. Now, Peterson's one of the only drivers that would be one to test out that 990 index. And it looks like he's going to be doing just that today. Runs a 984, 166 miles an hour. Right lane goes 1083 with a 5 at 120 miles an hour. That'll bring Glenn Ingledon in the Corvette for the Corvette Specialties machine out of 1969 to be racing Martin Jackman in the 79 Pontiac, which, by the way, is for sale. So if you happen to be wanting a super street Pontiac machine, go ahead and find Mark Jackman down in the pits. Whoa, as Glenn Ingledon gets well out of the groove on the right side. Gets back into it before the throttle stop comes into play. Still Still tags in a 1098 with a 1. Not bad at all. Martin Jackman goes 11.017, 135 miles an hour. Not so nice. We'll be needing to get that sorted a bit further on in qualifying. That'll bring him Stefan Vich. And a 72 Plymouth over in that Lordco lane, going up against the BC Racing machine over here, TCS side. Quarter mile will be the left lane first, 10.876, 149 miles an hour. The right lane goes 1091 with the 4, 129 miles an hour. That'll bring up Dan Parsons. Once again, to that quality racing duster. Glad to see both he and Martin Rochelle managed to swing around and make the call. Wow, that is the smallest of red line margins. 19 10,000ths red, right lane 4 10,000ths red. 0004 red for Dan Parsons over here in the Lordco lane. Goes 10.778, 134 miles an hour. The right lane goes 8.560 at 156. That'll bring up Rochelle once again in his Super Street Malibu to race Mark Downing in the BDL Automotive Malibu. It is a massive super combo field that we've got here so far in 2023. This is pretty much double the size this field was from last year. And it's awesome to see so many cars out to play. 3,000 to the good for Martin Rochelle. Will Hines up at the top end goes 10.875, 128 miles an hour. Mark Downing goes 10.845 at 146. Ron McCain's going to go bring up the 1974 Vega out of Ferndale, Washington, to be racing Herman Chan. Coming on out from Vancouver in the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. And as the last two Super Combo cars make their way down the racetrack, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. BC Super Shifters, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. BC Super Shifters, lanes 5 and 6. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, you are on standby for qualifier number 2.
So what a great day outside. I just wandered through the pits, Nolan, and had the opportunity to talk to all sorts of racers and all sorts of people out there, and everybody is loving the day as we're in qualifying here. I did want to mention that Canada West Doorslammers, you have a drivers meeting. It's at 10:30 at Marcy's Trailer, so all Canada West Doorslammers drivers meeting at 10:30 in about 20 minutes from now. So that's at Marcy's Trailer. So be there or be square.
We are in the midst of Peden Industries Junior Street qualifying for round number 1. Tyler Smith and Dallas Nassia just made their first hits. We're seeing Taryn Monroe and James McNeil running down the racetrack. Now, is it just me, Jerry, or does that 2000 Tahoe have a new paint job on it that it hasn't had since last year?
It is unfamiliar to me, so it could be a new paint job. Yes. Speaking of which, you know, we're in Junior Street, but I mentioned this again. I had the opportunity to walk the staging lanes and look at some of those junior dragsters and the paint jobs on the Kattanek cars and everything else. You cannot appreciate all the work and detail that has gone into those junior dragsters when you're sitting in the stands. You do need to get... Well, if you're sitting over on the spectator side, you're bought your pit pass, so feel free to walk over the bridge and head into the pits at some point and take a close-up look at some of those junior dragsters that we'll be seeing here in a minute. The detail, attention to detail is absolutely second to none, and they are every bit the racing car that the professionals run. It's quite spectacular, the family involvement.
I never get tired of looking at some of those junior dragster paints. I mean, my goodness. You mentioned before, I mean, it trumps quite a few of the full-size cars we've got on the property in many cases.
Yeah, they like I say, they spare no expense in a lot of cases. It's a family venture, and that is what they do. So the kids are learning a whole lot of other things, and they're getting hands-on with their cars, and that's quite something. We have gone from half a dozen cars in the junior program to this year we're upwards of 30 cars in the junior program, and it's all presented by Peden Industries. So we want to thank the good folks over there. One person in particular, Neil Smith. Neil is a car lover and drag racer like many of us here today, and so he is also in the excavation business, helping farmers make better use of their land. So if you own property and want to clear out some trees and make room for crops, or get some of your bushes turned into rich mulch or for your soil, well, Neil is the guy to call. And right now, if you mention drag racing, Neil will give you 5% off and match in a donation to the junior program. So Neil Smith at Peden Industries. If you're looking to develop your land and you want to help keep the kids on the track, call Neil for a free quote on your project. You can find him at pedenindustries.ca or call him. Here's the number. I know you got your pens all ready and waiting with a piece of paper to scribble maybe on your hands. 604-341-7374, and ask for Neil, and he'll help you out. So Peden Industries are sponsors for all the juniors, whether that's Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder, or Junior Street. And we certainly appreciate all of their great efforts at Peden Industries, stepping up this year as part of a $60,000 payout program that is guaranteed money for the racers in the Summit ET Racing Series. A lot of money up for grabs, and the incentive is there to go racing.
roll into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, and we'll start it off with, of course, Junior Thunder. Hunter Thompson for JBS Equipment bringing it up first alongside Emily White. In the White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts Pioneer Truck and Trailer, and Lordco Industries machine. Well, June Dragsters fully staged as our first dragster passes get underway. Hunter Thompson was 182 on the tree. White was an 055. As Emily White logs an 899 at 72 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson goes 8.918 at 74. So we'll continue to work our way through. April Bond bringing it up over here, TCS side. Of course, relative to Pro Mod racer Justin Bond, who's on quite the streak so far in his 2023 Camping World Series campaign. Racing in Epping, quite possibly as we speak. We'll be racing up against Cadence Rodrigue in the Milron Truck Body Color Compass Ken Specialty Auto Elite Belts and Creative Chassis Machine. Now, Cadence Rodrigue was up here earlier on today and was mentioning goal today, get to the semis. And considering she's often in the semis, I think that's a viable goal to reach for today.
I think she was just being humble. Make it to the semis. If you make it to the semis, you got a really good shot at getting to the final and a good shot at winning. So,
do you think victory lane today?
What's that?
You think victory lane today?
Well, you never say never, right?
Long going to get there first. 8.867, 74 miles an hour. Cadence Rodrigue, 12.125, 52 miles an hour. But of course, Junior Dragsters with, of course, the speed restrictions on many of these cars. It is all about that top end and how you are on the tree. It's about the throttle control at the 8th mile more so than before.
Yeah, you'll notice a big disparity if you're new to drag racing between some of these junior dragsters that are running in the 14-second range to the 8th mile and others that are running in the 7-second range. Well, clearly all the tuning and the setup of the car is based on the age of the driver, so we can be safe in assuming that the younger drivers are going to be the slower ones in the cars, and the Lightning category is going to be the quickest. We've got Jack Green on the track right now. Jack is in the green dragster. He is one of the youngest competitors on the property, and so you can expect that Jack's going to be hitting the 8th mile stripe at about 15 seconds or so, whereas in the other lane, Hunter Gallant, who's got a couple of years under his belt in a junior dragster, well, he's 9:15.
Now, I'm actually curious, now that you mentioned, of course, we talk about the speed restrictions in these junior dragsters. How fast can an unrestricted junior dragster run? Now I'm curious.
Well, there is no such class as unrestricted, but
fair enough.
You can run as quick as 750. 750 at 89 miles an hour. That's as quick as they want those cars to go. Any quicker, and I think that there's actually a penalty because the cars are designed through the technical side to only be a 7-second car at that point. So.
Kind of like how electrical scooters, they have to run at 32 kilometers an hour, but you have that second gear that allows you to go up to about 50 or so.
Yeah, exactly. There are certain racetracks where they have a number of more racers in the older category. They have junior comp. and they've just introduced this year a full body. So you sort of like a junior funny car.
I did see that. Yeah, I saw that on one of the NHRA's YouTube pages.
Yeah, I think it's Antron Brown is sort of behind that program because his kids.
That's a nifty idea.
So Adam Katnick and Bentley Johnson heading to the 8th mile stripe. Adam gets there with an 874 at 70 miles an hour, 889 for Bentley. Both these drivers, of course, Katnick family with 3 cars in the program, just like the Green Brothers Racing team. They've got 3 in the program now.
We bring up the next pairing here. I believe that's going to be Jackson Dew over in the Lordco lane. I believe that to be Ashton Katnick over here in the TCS lane. Of course, there's 3 Katnicks on the property. You got Ashton, Aiden, and Adam. It is Ashton Katnick. I got that one right on the first try.
And you're forgetting their dad, who's racing that absolutely spectacular sparkling Camaro with the metal flake paint job. I was reprimanded yesterday. I was reprimanded because I just assumed, and this gets back to, if you don't know, don't say. I assumed it was a wrap. And somebody in his pit crew said, how dare he say it's a wrap? They spent more money painting that Camaro. You'll see it come up a little bit later. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is one sparkly Camaro. The metal flake paint job is absolutely to die for. And their junior dragster program, again, you can see the ghost flames just barely in the sunlight. But if you go and look at the top of the cowl, there's all kinds of paint that has been applied to each car's theme. And so there's a lot of attention to detail that is missed from the stands, which is why you got to go into the pits. Adam runs an 874 at 70 miles an hour. And then Ashton, on that last run, ran 1183 at 50 miles an hour.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call, BC Super Shifters. This is your final call to the staging lanes. Pro, you are still on standby.
And Canada West Doorslammers, you've got 10 minutes until your driver's meeting at Marcy's Trailer. So Canada West Doorslammers, you need to be heading over to Marcy's Trailer for your Door Wars meeting. Yes, I had a slip there. When I said Door Wars, I meant Door Slammers. That's right, Canada West Door Slammers. Wes Armstrong in the Fountain Tire Junior Dragster on the spectator's side. Tower side, Connor Jackson goes 9:19, 71.94 miles an hour. Wes in the slower 12:43 Fountain Tire sponsored Junior Dragster, 52 miles an hour. And here comes Alex Green. Here on the Tower side, up against Isabella Marshall. Isabella's Junior Dragster sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, quality manufactured homes. Dad's got the Pit Crew t-shirt.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second and final qualifying hit.
Again, I mentioned how we have gone from just a half a dozen junior dragster racers to a program of over 30. And so the competition has become quite fierce as everybody's doing the hard work, and the families are getting behind the program in many, many different ways. Alex Green, we saw before. This is Nate. Nate is the oldest brother here, Tower side. Nate Green in the, that is a wrap. I know that for a fact. That is a wrap. And what a great looking patina that wrap provides. So Nate Green taking his junior dragster through the 8th mile stripe, 12-12 at 47 miles an hour. You can tell by the tone, you can tell by the sound, you can tell by the speed that we'll see in a short time here that we have now moved up to Junior Lightning. Lightning being the quicker of the two for drivers between the ages of 12 and 17. You can run in this category as quick as 7.50 to the 8th mile at 89 miles an hour. Now imagine yourself 90 miles an hour sitting about 4 inches off the ground. It's going to feel like you're going hundreds of miles per hour. So Ciel, the daughter of Nate Gagnon, driving the Top Fuel Harley over here, Tower side. In the other lane, McKenna Thompson. CL has certainly got designs on moving up into full-class cars. As they charge off the line when the green light comes on to the 8th mile stripe. CL gets there with a 792. McKenna Thompson, 790. So 790 at 82 miles an hour. 792 for CL, 83 miles an hour. She was a little quicker on the, faster on the speed, but it was McKenna that got there first. This is first round qualifying for all of these drivers. Colton Morin, I was looking closely at that wrapped car, and that is quite a amazing design. There's lots going on there. Colton Morin here on the Tower side. Nick Bond, son of Justin Bond, who is, as Nolan mentioned, racing in Epping, New Hampshire today, this weekend, in the Pro Mod category, and doing extremely well over the few races that we've had so far this year. Nick Bond, he's over on the spectator side, sponsored by, of course, JBS. Colton, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. You see the pit crew, a lot of times family members behind making adjustments on the Briggs & Stratton motor. The adjustments that they're making are basically to set the RPM based on the temperature of the motor at that moment. You want it set at a certain RPM so that the car leaves the line as aggressively as possible. Both cars pre-staged, and Colton goes in, as does Nick Bond. They're set. Nick turns on the red light, but for qualifying, that is not a problem. Qualifying does not count for red light. 779 for Nick Bond, so they've got that one tuned up. 83 miles an hour. 779 for Nick Bond. And Colton runs 787, 83 miles an hour. It brings up the next pair. Emma Debris Coos over here at Tower side. Her father, Paul Debris Jr., manhandling the dragster back into the water box. Paul himself a champion in the Canada West Doorslammer series of a couple of years ago, taking the year off, spending it with his daughter, still at the racetrack, not racing himself. In the other lane, Abigail White. Abigail rolling up, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Lordco Industries. Abigail on the spectator side of the racetrack. So once again, crew members doing the tune-up and setting the RPM. Both cars are getting, wait for it, staged, and we're set to go. Here comes the tree. If you are going to turn on the red light, qualifying is the time to do it. Push the tree as much as you can. 787 for Abigail, 787 for Emma. So both drivers running 787, both drivers 82 miles an hour. So evenly matched. That would have been a race won on reaction time. Now Abigail had an 0.30 reaction time, 0.30. And it was a red light for Emma. So not what you want to do during eliminations, but better get them out now. Here comes Aiden Katnick and Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln over on the spectator side. Aiden here on the tower side. Lincoln sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, of course. That would be his dad's enterprise. Brad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. They're both staged. Here comes the green light. They are off. Both of them have great reaction times, pretty much identical. Getting their first Aiden, 783 at 80 miles an hour. Lincoln, 788, 82 miles an hour. Aiden's reaction time, 0.45. Lincoln, 0.54. So reaction time on the slower car. Aiden actually had the slower car at 80 miles an hour rather than 82 miles an hour, but got there with a quicker ET, 783 as opposed to 788. Hobo Racing, Lexi Winterbottom, Otai Ventures, here on the tower side. One of the Armstrong boys, BD Powered sponsored Junior Dragster. Staging up as we get ready to close out the qualifying session number 1 for junior dragsters. Again, you can see that this is one of our younger racers, because you can be in a junior dragster as young as 5 years of age. Now, I don't know how many of you remember what your life was like at 5 years of age, but mine certainly didn't involve racing at 35 miles an hour in an eighth mile at 17 seconds. That would have been a rush.
Well, my mom's got video evidence that my life was spent mostly taking all the tissues out of, like, tissue boxes constantly.
So not quite at that racing caliber then.
No,
I think
not quite.
We're in the same boat, I think. So that's our junior dragster program presented by Peden Industries. We want to thank the good folks at Peden Industries for stepping up and sponsoring all aspects of the junior program. That's great to see. And as we talked about earlier, if you need some excavation work, Neil Smith is your guy. Give him a call at Peden Industries. And his number is 604-341-7374. Neil Smith. Thanks again, Peden Industries. So that is the first rotation done in qualifying. Second rotation is coming up. If you are missing some reading glasses or eyeglassware of some sort, we did have some eyeglasses that were turned in yesterday. They were found in the pit area in an orange case. So if you've spent the day wondering why you're not able to read those things as clearly as you used to be able to, we've got your glasses up here in the tower.
As the BC Super Shifters have rolled their way around the back of the timing tower here. Now, of course, Super Shifters using all 4 limbs. You've got 1 foot on the clutch, 1 on the throttle, 1 on the wheel, 1 on the shifter. That's one of the main rules. It has to be a manually operated shifter in the BC Super Shifters, and creates for some very exciting racing. And this is, of course, their first race of the season. We haven't been able to see them out in the first 2 races, so I'm looking forward to see if their field's going to be bigger like the combos are.
Yeah, it's always worth mentioning that they are not necessarily a track class, but they're run by an independent group, and they have a series of races where they collect the points, and then a points championship is awarded at the end of the year. And as Nolan was saying, yeah, all cars must have a clutch engaged transmission operated by the driver's foot. The pneumatics and hydraulic shifters are prohibited. In other words, it's a manually shifted category. No timers or delay boxes are allowed. That is the Super Shifter category, and it is presented by McLeod Racing. McLeod Racing is your #1 stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, trim kit transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You will find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. So check out McLeodracing.com and become McLeod equipped today. So we have the safety crew just out on the track. They are just doing a quick inspection of the track, make sure that everything is shipshape as we go from the junior dragsters into the BC Super Shifters. So that is what we're going through right now. Staging lanes are full with the Super Shifter category, and we should be having them on track momentarily. Hey, Grant Clone, you want to watch the front end of this car over here, tower side. Family Pride, 67 Ford Falcon, wheels up launch. Whoa, nice one. That car is set up to rock. So, and not only that, runs an 854. It's an amazing launch that Grant has set up, that car goes as straight as it does. The other lane, Steve Braithwaite, goes 1053. His wheels were up too, but no match for that Ford.
That thing was moving around on the back end there.
So he runs an 854 to 157 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up our next pair in Super Shifters, and I will turn it back to Nolan.
Dale Bosnick, Riff Raff Racing in the Ford. Going to be hightailed out towards the top end, chased by Jamie Roth in the Comet. Bosnick gets there first, 10.152, 133 miles an hour. Jamie Roth will go 10.25 with the 0 at 132 miles an hour. That'll bring up John DeBork in the 77 Camaro to be racing Alan Lougheed in the 1963 Falcon out of North Vancouver. 300 cubic inch, 6-cylinder machine for Lougheed over in that Lordco lane. DeBork carries the front wheels past the 60 foot as Alan Lougheed does not leave the starting line, and it'll be DeBork goes through with a 10.216, 130 miles an hour as Alan Lougheed losing power on his Ford Falcon, so might be backing out. And Lougheed will be backed out through the water box. And we will move on to the next pairing. That'll bring up Pat Byron in the 1972 Chevrolet out of Hoquiam, Washington, to be racing Rich Graves out of Puyallup, Washington. Puyallup, Washington, racing the El Camino.
You know, whenever I see Puyallup, when I was much younger, looking in the magazines at where drag strips were, and I'd see Mission, and then I'd see in Washington Pile-Up, and I'm thinking, why do they have a drag strip called Pile-Up Drag Strip? Oh, it's Puyallup. Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry.
I think Pile-Up, that'd be better for, I think, a demo derby racetrack, personally. That'd be a great name.
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Hints of Bowman Gray on that one. Both racers away on green lights. Sounds like a bit of trouble, though, with the car. The Lordco lane is the El Camino, not having a smooth run down the racetrack. Pat Byron going to go 8.49 with a 2 at 156 miles an hour. Rich Graves goes 11.594 at 118. We will bring up Will Zork in the 62 machine, going to race Terry Hoekstens in the Volkswagen. More problems settling in for Will Zork. He's going to end up posting the top end, shutting his car off as Terry Hoekstens runs through with an 11.720, 112 miles an hour. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Final call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Final call, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're also going to make first call for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lane 5 and 6. Scott Winterbottom bringing it up over here TCS side. Now, of course, Keith Winterbottom had a whale of an incident over in our first couple of races of the season after he lost the brakes. Scott Winterbottom, though, in his Chevy 2 for the Rags to Riches Top Shot machine, moves over to the right side of the groove, gets back into it, though. As both machines hightailed up towards the top end of the racetrack, right lane gets there first. 8:23 with a 962 miles an hour. Scott Winterbottom goes 9.294 at 140 miles an hour. That's going to do it then for the first round of qualifying for BC Super Shifters. That's going to do it for our first round of the Summit ET Series rotation. We'll be moving back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for our second round of qualifiers before we roll into eliminations in the afternoon. First pairing up in Pro Bracket, going to be back to Steve Baskerville in the Golf, going up against John Barrichello in the Ron's Engine Machine Dart. Baskerville, of course, has seen many great race days in the old Volkswagen, which is not something you typically see a street car being able to do so well in the Summit ET Series race, but sometimes it is down to the driver, and Baskerville's definitely one of those drivers that could absolutely find several victories, I think, throughout the course of the year.
It's all about consistency, right? Being right, doing the same thing off the line every time, and hitting your dial, and Steve is really, really good at that.
It's not always about the car. I mean, I don't think that Golf would have anything for anybody when it comes to the Outlaw class, you know, the heads-up stuff. But you talk about stuff like this, he's got it down.
If you're working on a handicap, got to dial in, you just got to stick with that number.
Chris Held and Eric Britton off and away, the 71 Nova and the 76 Datsun. Racing towards the top end of the racetrack.
It's a 76 Datsun that Eric is driving. Datsun was the name before they became Nissan. And so anyone driving a Nissan, well, that's your forebearer. That's your originator, the 76 Datsun. I think it was a 280Z.
Rob Monroe and the SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Auto Body, Acadian, and hightail towards the quarter mile with Glenn Martin and the Vega trying to stay out in front. 990 with a 0 for Glenn Martin. Bang on the super gas index on that one. Rob Monroe goes 10.758 on 123 miles an hour in the TCS lane. That'll bring up Brad Owens in the Chevy Bel Air to be racing William Wood in the Ford Mustang Fox Body over in that Lordco lane.
Brad's a bit of a sleeper in that 55 Chevy. That's a very fast car, and got the wheelie bars to prove it.
Making good use of them, too, as he launches out of the gate. Goes 9.634, 136 miles an hour. William Wood goes 10.534 at 133 miles an hour. That'll bring up Joel Smith in the Zap Strap Racing Pontiac machine to be racing Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2 from 1992, racing out of Surrey. Joel Smith running out of my hometown, down from Abbotsford, about a 20-minute drive down the 11. Tippy turns on the red balls by 0.07 of a second. Joel Smith goes at 10.490, 130 miles an hour. Dale Tippy runs a 10.760 at 123 miles an hour. Rich Dyes brings up another Chevy Nova for Transporters Logistics to be racing Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Hustler. Rich Dyes goes 11.30, 317 miles an hour, while Sean Langley puts down an 11.810 at 113. Bram once again, the Shaggy Bel Air, driven by Dennis Winton out of Abbotsford, to be racing Grant Gordon in his 4-cycle Customs Incorporated Dart. Dennis Winton goes 10 with a 7 on the tree. It was an 0.40 for Grant Gordon. Dennis Winton will go 11.527, 114 miles an hour. Grant Gordon went 12.072 at 110, which will leave Cassie Tippy in the Nova, and Chris Stone going to back out the Dodge Dart for the Willowbrook Motor Stone Cold Race Machine. That's unusual. You don't often see Chris Stone having to back a car out of the water box, but that's exactly what he's going to do, and he's going to turn that thing around. Cassie Tippy runs up towards the top end of the racetrack, puts down a 11.934, 113 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers will bring out the 1991 Ford Mustang, calls that thing the LS Stang, to be racing Richard Love in his S10 for Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports. Richard Love goes at 10.521, 126 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 10.720 at 125, which will bring up Dustin Brewington, the current #1 qualifier, with an 0.131 here in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category, racing his 99 Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington, to be racing Ross Walker out of Langley in the Chevy 2. Walker gets there first, 10.034, 131 miles an hour. Dustin Brewington goes at 10.217 at 129. We'll bring up Dale Northgraves in the 1977 Nova to be racing Lorenz Schwartz in the Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo. Jenna Dobson puts down a 10.531, 125 miles an hour in the Ron's Engine Machine Malibu. Walter Johnson in his Chevelle runs at 11.349 at 118. In the Lordco lane, that'll bring up Nick Ribello in the NFG Welding Regal out of Maple Ridge. Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Acadian. For Albion Tyerland, going to be racing it up here in his 1968 machine over on that right lane. New number 1 qualifier. Mal Patterson puts down a 007 on the tree. Nick Ribello will get their second. 12.220, 91 miles an hour for Ribello. Patterson went a 10.212 at 132. Bring up Veronica Hodgson in the Dodge Dart and Dustin Hunter in the Falcon.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have got a final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman and Super Pro. We want you to the lanes too. Super Pro to the lanes.
Matt Warner brings out the Linden Service Center Dart to be racing Andy Klosky in the design for Stripteaser Chevrolet. As Matt Warner gets there to the top end of the racetrack, goes 11.506, 115 miles an hour. Andy Klosky goes 13.469 at 99 miles an hour. That'll bring Rick McKinney, the 1969 New Magoo Super Stock Camaro for RJO Farms. Of course, a Division 6 runner fairly regularly when the Lucas Oil Drag Race Series makes their trip up here. Ray Bollinger goes red in the A&A Custom Brothers Just Mechanical Pontiac. McKinney goes at 10.373 at 128 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger at 10.502 at 124. We'll carry it up for Ron Walsh in the Camaro to be racing Craig Johnson in the Oldsmobile Cutlass for Johnson's Customs Exhaust. Get a trip out from Langley. Wheel spin for the Camaro. Had to lift out of that one as it started to make a move toward the left side wall. The aborted run for Ron Walsh. As Craig Johnson gets through it in a little 11.593, 113 miles an hour. They're ripping up a fair bit of rubber and compound from the track there for Ron Walsh with all that wheel spin out of the gate. And I think he tried to power through and it just moved towards the left.
And we want to thank the start line crew, the safety crew here on the start line for being ever vigilant on stuff like that. I mean, their goal is always to make the start line, make the whole quarter mile as safe as possible for all of our racers, and they do a great job. So big shout out going to them. I always reference the fact that when you're sitting in the stands, you don't always get the same view that they do, but they're eyes like a fly. They're looking at absolutely everything that is happening around them and making sure that the next cars that go down have the safest strip possible.
I'm sure that's something that David Rastad and Nick Douglas are both thankful for right now, as the Malibu and the Dodge Dart going to be making their runs up next as we continue through pro bracket qualifying. 5 thou red for Nick Douglas. Lights, though, not something to worry about in qualifying. 12.157, 106 miles an hour for David Rastad. Nick Douglas goes 11.753 at 112 miles an hour, which brings up John back on a single in the Rat Torque Systems 89 S10. Red light start and issues right at the hitch for John Tabak, as he will not be terribly pleased with that run, both on the tree or at the top end. And we'll kind of just let that truck coast through for a 16-second pass. Let's put it down for a few moments while we take a look at the racetrack. I have a feeling Ron Walsh's wheel spin might have a little something to do with that one, as they're taking the special attention to that left lane at the moment. It's going to be down for a few moments between our pro and sportsman qualifying hits, and we'll be hopefully back up and running shortly here.
Yeah, looking at the results of John's run, clearly off the pace, 16-18. That truck should have been running in the 11-second category, 77 miles an hour, and so he was off the gas, obviously. And so the start line crew is just out there taking a quick peek at what is there. I was talking with Otto Schulte, Canada West Doorslammers, and he was referencing the fact that last race, when they were out, he had such tire shake. He's never had such tire shake, and it was one of those teeth-shattering events. And so the track is really tight, and that was his compliment, actually, to Brian, who manages the track traction and all the compounds that are put on. But the track is tight, and so all the Canada West Doorslammers are having to adjust to that. They will be getting 3 qualifying runs to do that. They had a couple opportunities yesterday to make some passes as well, but on a tight track, the tire is going to grab, and there's always a chance, if you haven't got the car set up right, it's going to go in a severe tire shake, and boy, that can do you in when you're bouncing around. It's one thing to see it on the track, it's another thing to experience it in the car. So I want to thank Otto Schulte for passing that information on to me.
It is interesting, you know, we talk about track prep and all that, and I know a lot of people, and like myself initially, were thinking, well, just put all the compound down. I mean, more is better, right? Well, not quite, because as you mentioned before, I mean, it grabs too hard, lifts that back end up, and that's how you get the tire shake. And that actually arguably is worse than wheel spin, because it actually can fully damage the car, because it rattles everything around, all the mechanics inside.
Totally. I mean, because that's what Otto was saying, is that when he was out of the track thinking about the event, he immediately thought, well, did I do some damage to the shocks? And I'll have to check that, because and sure enough, there was a little bit of a seal leak on one of the shocks. So they had to make some adjustments. But all cars, for the most part, but especially the higher performance cars like Canada West Doorslammers, they will run the quarter mile with controlled spin the whole time. So it's a matter of setting up the car properly to accommodate for that controlled spin. If the tire grips 100%, then there's a good chance if you haven't got it set up right, it's going to go in a tire shake. So we'll be seeing the Doorslammers out here a little bit later on this morning, or maybe this afternoon. I guess it'll be this morning. They'll be doing their first run. Got a note up here also from Cycle Drag. The organization is here today covering the race all the way up from Florida. So if you see CycleDrag.com stickers around, that is who has been distributing that in the pit area. So you can subscribe to Cycle Drag on YouTube and like Cycle Drag on Facebook to see all the videos. So if you're a fan of motorcycle drag racing, Cycle Drag is the place you want to check out. Cycle Drag, if it's anything fast with two wheels, they are on it. So check them out. They've got some great stickers that they're handing out in the pits. So if you collect stickers, you want to get some, check out Cycle Drag all the way up from Florida here to cover the CMDRA race. So we sent the scrubber out to obviously pick up a little bit of residue that is on the track. That is part of the track maintenance. The scrubber will lay down some cleaning solution and then vacuum it all up. Hey, I want to thank all of you fans for joining us here this weekend, along with race number 6 and 7 in the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series that is occurring here. We are glad to welcome the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association to the property for their annual visit. The CMDRA was formed back in 1993 by a group of West Coast professional drag bike racers and motorcycle enthusiasts. And besides having a desire to match their bikes, mechanical and riding skills with others, they also saw a need for an organized point series of motorcycle drag bike races. So the CMDRA has become known throughout Canada and the United States as a strong, organized association committed to safety, development, and enhancement of all-make motorcycle drag racing. The CMDRA is a non-profit association. They're the only fully sanctioned NHRA drag bike racing association in Canada. So it is organized and operated by a volunteer-elected board of directors. And of course, I'm talking about the CMDRA. Spectators at the events are invited to visit the pits and talk with the racers and crews and participate in various activities. You can join the CMDRA if you're a bike rider and become part of one of the fastest growing motorsport events in the country. And of course, they couldn't do everything that they do without the sponsorship involvement. 2023 CMDRA Championship Series is sponsored by Turple Brothers, Crazy Eights class and Rimby event sponsors, because they do have events across Western Canada. Quality Trophies, Pro Extreme class sponsor. Pedo Productions, Super Gas class and Medicine Hat event sponsor. VP Racing Fuels, Pro Drag class. Southland Power Sports, the Street class. Lens Performance and Cycle, the Prince George event. And Woodpines RV Resort Superbike class. Then there's Honda Extreme Powerhouse, Wall Racing, Davis GMC Buick in Medicine Hat, Universal Cycle, BRT Construction, and Sinister Saints Racing. All of those good folks have lined up to become part of the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association sponsorship team, making it possible for all of those bike racers to be here and put on a show for all of you race fans today. Speaking of VP Racing Fuel, we do have VP Racing Fuel on the property. JS Power Sports Extreme Racing Fuel is available. You need to see Katz at Jay Sievertson's pit area. They take cash, credit card, and they have the X10, X12, X14, X16, methanol, and more. They also have the engine oil and 16-volt batteries on the property. So if you're a racer in need, check with Katz at JS Power Sports. You know where they are pitted. You do that.
Did someone count the Doorslammer?
So you'd seen the scrubber out a few minutes ago, and now we've got the scraper on the racetrack, and following that, we'll have the sprayer out on the course as well. So the residue has been fully scrubbed away. Now we're scraping some more rubber into the track, and we're going to overlay some traction compound over top of that. So we're going to be putting a fresh coating down, and we'll be getting this track back up in a tip-top shape. It is going to be Vancouver Car Wrap's Sportsman. That'll be next up to play. I can see them sitting around behind the timing tower here. And from there, we will continue to work our way through the program with Super Pro Hot Rod and then Super Combo. We'll, of course, have your junior class of super shifters, and then we'll have our first run of Canada West Doorslammers, hopefully around noon, which is where we'll be seeing the Doorslammers up to play for the first time. And it'll be the same situation for Top Fuel Harley. You'll also be up in about 45 minutes or so. So I'd say in about 15 minutes, you can start getting yourselves prepped up and ready for the call. We'll be calling you up probably around 10-2-ish if the program is still running fine as things stand. We continue to roll quite steadily through Sportsman qualifying. Kevin McCauley getting ahead of Kai Jessman in the Blazer. We'll bring up Randy Hermson in the Behemoth Oldsmobile. To be racing Jim Banky in the Barracuda. Not the Barracuda, as the Barracuda having some technical problems. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Stand by, hot rod. Super Pro, we need you down to the staging lanes. Sidney Jung and Steve Sikora bring it up next. It's an S10 versus a Chevy Malibu. Ryan Ledrette in the Chevelle, bringing it up with Roland Lowen in the Meteor. .078 to an .085. Ryan Ledrette and Roland Lowen. Racing up towards that quarter mile, it'll be Ledrette to get there first, 12.455. 105 miles an hour, rolling low, and a 12.797 at 102. Sean Langley and Heather Hornall racing together. The Mach 1 going up against the GMC Electrical, Brady Electrical and Stone Speed Shop machine. Steve Baskerville going up against a Ford pickup over here, TCS side, and it'll be Baskerville. That goes 300s red. We'll still get there first. 15.056, 73 miles an hour. We'll bring Kristen Loudett in the JS Power Sports Loudett Racing Titanium and Jim Reagan GMC Jimmy to be racing Sylvia Hoeksens in that ever classic Ford Mustang. Crystal Loudett going to go 13.424, 97 miles an hour. Hoekstens went 12.841 at 105, which will bring up Gary Fawcett in the Plymouth to race Gary Hansen. So a pair of Plymouths racing one another down the racetrack. Eric Hansen runs 13.108, 103 miles an hour. Gary Foss will go 13.978 at 95. Nick Douglas going to bring home the Dodge Dart for the last car in Sportsman. And then we'll have Chris Stone taking that pro bracket qualifying hit. Of course, he did not manage to make that successful pass on the second qualifying hit. Broke before he could stage the car. So he's going to get a do-over here on this one. But first, we'll get Douglas up and running. Attention to the pits, tension to the pits. Old car center hot rod, lanes 3 and 4. Hot rod, this is your first call to lane numbers 3 and 4. Super Combo, you are on standby. So it's Sportsman and officially pro bracket qualifying both in the books. We'll be down for a moment while we check out the 8th mile sensors. Right lane being a little bit on the fritz, but hopefully it's nothing too major. And once again, we'll be back underway shortly. It'll be Rad Torque Systems Super Pro for the next class up and around to the line. So we roll into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Glenn Kennedy completing his burnout in the Whistling Fish 68 machine, going up against Kevin McNichol in the Ken Specialty Auto Chevy Nova. Double 03 with a 9 for Glenn Kennedy off the hitch. Hightails it up towards the top end, and it'll be 9.408, 142 miles an hour for Kennedy. Kevin McNichol going to go at a 10.108 at 133 miles an hour. A brand rig model in the 1969 Chevy Camaro to race Ted Bus in the straight line race car Shotgun Trucking Ford Roadster. 003 with a 3 this time as Ted Buzz continues to knock down that tree. Rig model goes 8.522, 155 miles an hour. Ted Buzz goes a 922 with an 8 at 142. Graham Jan Christensen of the El Gringo Chevy Nova racing Mike Stewart in the Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chiclet. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, we are running you now. Super Pro, we are running you now. This is your final call to the staging lanes. And Super Combo, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Super Combo, Lordco Auto Parts. Super Combo, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Martin Rochelle brings up the Malibu to race Dustin Brewington's 99 Camaro. Dustin Brewington goes 15 thou red on the tree. Rochelle 5 thou though to the good. Brewington gets there first, 10.214 at 129 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle goes at 10.880 at 128. We'll bring up Richard Love in the Reflections Guest Housing SS Motorsports Chevy S10 to race a driver that is not yet on file. John Jenkins brings up the West Coast Building Restorations Mackenzie Racing Chevrolet S10 to be racing Stephen Robert in the Evil Bucket Roadster for Pitbull Mechanical Repairs. 001 with a 1 on the tree. So Stephen Robert going to go to the new #1 qualifying spot in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. 8.435, 155 miles an hour. John Jenkins goes 10.762 at 123. We'll bring up Craig Johnson, the Johnson's Customs Exhaust, and Dan Parsons at the 1970 Duster. Dan Parsons, 10.897, 134 miles an hour. Craig Johnson goes 11.598 at 113. And we're going to make that call for Top Fuel Harleys. This is your 15-minute standby call. Top Fuel Harleys, this is your 15-minute standby call. Jerry, how was your meal?
It was great. Went to the Half-Track Snack Shack, had a burger and some fries. Absolutely spectacular eating outside in the great outdoors. Hey, I was talking with Roy over here in the Chevy 2. Recently moved out, just a few weeks ago from Ontario, now living in Kelowna. So he's racing here for the second time, and he is loving it in that Chevy 2. He said the car runs better, about 0.2 than it did in Ontario. It goes 823 at 164 miles an hour. John Tabak goes 10.50 at 127 miles an hour. So we'll be seeing them next time as they come up for their elimination rounds. Kelly Voss now and Wes Vath. Voss, of course, racing this dragster last year, but he had a 300 cubic inch engine in it, and over the winter went up to a 505 big block Chevy. So the added horsepower and strain caused the transmission to go south, and so they had to replace the transmission over the last 2 weeks, and got it all buttoned up. Had to re-brace the chassis as well because it was flexing a little bit too much. He goes 820 at 158 miles an hour in that little dragster that he calls Ron Burgundy. In the other lane, the Firebird Wes Vath goes 947, had the reaction time of an 083. Kelly Voss turned the light red, and as I said earlier, if you're going to go red, do it in qualifying. You're just racing against the clock at this point. And that brings up Steve Thorne in his 1964 Dodge. Thorne goes 966 at 152 miles an hour. So Steve Thorne out of Kelowna. When you see these cars back on track, they will all have a dial-in that has been selected by the driver, and that will be the information given to our computers, and that will determine the handicap system that each of these racers will be racing under for the remainder of the day. Slower car always leaves first. The quicker car waits patiently for their own personal green light. Handicap system is based on the fact that if both cars, regardless of the handicap, one being 7, one being 12 seconds, if you leave on a perfect reaction time, both cars, and both drivers hit the top end at exactly what their dial-in was on the window, that will be a tie. That rarely happens. We have timers that go down to the 10,000ths of a second, and so it's pretty tough to do everything so perfectly in both lanes.
But in the odd chance that it does, what happens then if there is a tie? Is it a rerun then?
I don't even want to think about that. I'm sure that there was a rule for it, and I'm sure that it has happened. But I don't know, it happens so infrequently that you would have a tie. That I think that, no, there's probably other factors going to be coming into play well before that tie happens. But go ahead.
I was going to say, the laws of the universe state that probability-wise, there's got to have been at least once over the decades that it's happened, surely. Yeah,
no question about it, no question. I think that, when you've got that many cars going down that many times at that many races, well, they say in the Summit ET Racing Series, there's 80,000 competitors in Canada and the United States. 80,000 racers racing almost every weekend. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, there's got to be a time where that tie has happened.
It kind of reminds me back in the old days. There's actually a lot of stories in the Formula One World Championship back in the the old 60s, the 50s and all that, back when they just used stopwatches to time. And You get, okay, for context, you get a bonus point for the fastest lap in Formula One. You have been since its inception. But because the times only went to a second, you'd oftentimes have a lot of drivers that would have to split up the point among them. So you'd have about 5 different drivers with technically the same lap time. So you'd have 0.2 of a point given to each driver. It was horrible to keep track of.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Although car racing fanatics do love the details, and so there's lots of books that have come out. National Dragster is one of them on a semi-weekly basis, where it is loaded with stats, records, and track accomplishments, and everything like that. So. They say that baseball people like to keep stats. I think drag racers rank right up there.
There's always the nerds in every sport.
The nerds,
will
yes.
love to track everything.
There you go. So that's going to bring up Rob Monroe and Steve Wilson now. Steve in the 63 Chevy 2. And Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian. This is Rob Monroe Jr. Got a 385 cubic inch small block Chevy in the Acadian, 355 cubic inches in the Chevy 2 as they head down track for their time trial run. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. We need Junior Street to 1 and 2. Junior Street, 1 and 2. And Junior Dragsters, you are on standby.
Dustin Hunter will bring up the 1964 Ford Falcon to be racing Peden Legg in the 56 Chevy wagon. Is Hunter going to stage up the car out of Chilliwack? Just waiting now on Pete Legg to bump his way into the pre-stage bulbs as both drivers set themselves up to run down the quarter mile. .013 to the good for Dustin Hunter. Was 0.2 red though for Pete Legg, almost by a full quarter of a second. Hunter finishes that run off with a 9.097, 149 miles an hour. Pete Legg a 13.607 at 93.
Hey, we got Rob Hodgson on the start line. In the other lane, out-of-time Chevy 2. I was talking to Mark Brenzinger in the staging lanes, and I said to him, Vinny's Speed Shop and bail bonds. Is that a real going concern? Because I want to invest in that business. And he says, well, I've had the speed shop for a long time. That's my garage. And there was some alcohol involved, and it became bail bonds as well. So, and Vinny is the name of his cat. So there you go. How these things come together. Mark Brenzinger goes 960 at 139 miles an hour. And in the other lane, Rob Hodgson, he in the big Plymouth, goes 1085, 123 miles an hour.
Randy Hermsen in the winged behemoth Oldsmobile to be racing Terry Charles in his straight axle Chevrolet Bel Air.
You know, one of the things that I learned about Randy Hermsen is he lives very near the track, so he's always here. He's always cleaning up when nobody's around, so he's picking up stuff and making sure that the pit area is nice and clean. So, 3 cheers for Randy Hermsen in that big Oldsmobile. Terry Charles in the 56 Chevy goes 1030, 10:30 at 128 miles an hour, and Randy goes 13:49 at 89 miles an hour.
Mike Hollingstead bringing up the 1967 Fairlane to take it towards the quarter mile. Barry Patterson of the Dodge will go a 9.816, 137 miles an hour. Hollingstead a 12.330 at 77, which will bring up Jerry Brabander in the 1962 Chevy 2. To race Dennis Winton again in that shaggy Bel Air. You've seen that car a lot today, and that's what tends to happen when you run in two classes.
Yeah, I call it the grocery getter, because it's a station wagon. What can I say? I watched a whole documentary on some channel about the people who love station wagons. There's a whole, you talk about nerds and everything else. There's a whole crowd of people that just collect station wagons and keep them running on the road.
Kind of like the people that love the Reliant Robins.
Yep, there you go. Yeah. So Winton goes 113 miles an hour, 11:56 his time on that run, 10:53 for Jerry, 10:53 for the Chevy 2, goes 125 miles an hour. That brings up Sylvia Hoogston and Matt Warner. Warner driving a different car than he's used to.
Sylvia Hooks and Matt Warner separated by only 1,000th on the tree, 0.54 to an 0.53. Warner gets there first at 9.586. Sylvia Hookson's goes at 12.851. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top Fuel Harleys, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Top Fuel Harleys, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2 for your runs at 12 o'clock. Chris Jackson's Plymouth going to lose power down the quarter mile, and it is definitely slowing up towards the top of the racetrack. Chris Stone went a 10.046, 130 miles an hour. That car is coasting, though, slower at the quarter than it was at the 8th. We'll see if he'll be able to get the car turned off the racetrack. And as we're rolling into our final hot rod car, Jerry, as fun as it is being able to sit here and talk about cars and drag with you all day long, I've got a race elsewhere that I have to cover.
Tell me it's not so. You're leaving us. You're leaving us, Nolan.
I have a virtual race at Las Vegas that I have to call, believe it or not.
And didn't you say you have something in the middle of the night as well?
Unfortunately.
Oh,
2 to 5 a.m. I work for some Australians now, so that's...
The man eats, sleeps, and breathes... Well, he doesn't sleep, but he breathes racing.
So if I sound a little less lifeful tomorrow, you'll know why.
All righty. Well, you have a good other races then. And we shall see you next time. So, yes, we are just doing a little bit of touch-up on the start line here as Chris Jackson clears the top end. And we'll be back into racing here momentarily with the Super Combo category, it looks like. Martin Jackman, Glenn Eagleton in the Corvette. Jackman in the 79 Pontiac here on the tower side. Super Combo is the category, and they are racing on an index, 1090. So the object of this type of racing, all these cars can actually run quicker than 1090 or 990, whatever the index is. The trick is to slow the car down so that you run on that number, 1090. So you'll see cars launch hard, and then throttle stops will come into play, and it will pull power out of the car, and that's why you get that fast launch, and then the car seems to just bog on the start line and not go anywhere. Well, that's the throttle stop, pulling power out, and if the timing is right, they will hit the quarter mile on that 1090 index. That is the goal. This is their second hit at the track, and Stefan Veach goes 1093 at 129 miles an hour. In the other lane, 1085. So too quick for the 1090, 120 miles an hour. As Herman Chan and Robert Love are the next two that will make the attempt. Herman Chan out of Vancouver in the white Camaro, here tower side, sponsored by Lordco. Robert Love off the gas and just slowly getting back as Herman Chan goes 1083, again quicker than the 1090, and Robert just coasting through with a 1392. Again, everybody's trying to get to that 1090. You see it on the windows of each of the cars, and you'll also see it on the scoreboard at the top end, 1090. So Jerry Epp and Ron McKenzie, next pair here. Jerry Epp in the Ford Mustang tower side, McKenzie in the 74 Vega on the spectator side. Jerry Epp was the Las Vegas Nationals winner and also the Division 6 winner. You hear all the power come away and then come back in as both drivers throttle up to the top end. 1096 for the Mustang, 1096, 1111 for the Vega. Here's Dan Powell now in Quality Racing Duster. Dan Parsons from Powell River and Brad Vinci in the Camaro. Brad out of Langley, sponsored by B&C Racing. Dan for Powell River. Quality Racing is on the side of the car. Both cars launch, and then power comes away and comes back in. The more power you have, the longer that delay is going to be. So you want to end up with a 1090. It's a 1088 for Brad and a 1094 for Dan Parsons. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. We need Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Dragsters, Peden Industries, Junior Dragsters, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Super Shifters, you are on standby. Now in 10 minutes, you're going to hear me say something about Canada West Doorslammers. You can set your timers on that. Martin Rochelle and Mark Downing making their way down the quarter mile. Lordco side, Mark Downing goes 1086, 146 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle, who's a veteran of the 1090 class, in that 78 Malibu of his, Martin Rochelle goes 1086. So do some fine tuning on that. And they come up for eliminations next time. This is their second hit at the track. Dean Peterson, normally a car that would run in the Super Gas class. 990 is an index for them. Warren Jacobson in the other lane, 67 Chevy 2. Peterson goes through with a 988. Everybody got a lot more power and a lot more ammunition under the hood today. They'll have to slow the cars down just a tick. Goes 165 miles an hour, Dean Peterson does. Warren Jacobson goes 137 miles an hour at 1085. And that will do it for the Super Combo category. Once again, Junior Street. We have called Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street, Thunder. We're calling you to 1 and Lightning to 2. Peden Industries junior categories. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Super Shifters, you are on standby. While I was on my walk, I did see that the good folks from the Badass Garage are on the property. They have set up just beside the concession stand, our half-track snack shack. The garage is your one-stop shop for signs and all sorts of vintage memorabilia. Pretty much everything and anything that you would need to decorate your favorite space. I'd encourage you to go down there and check out the tents. Check out what they've got. Everything from neon signs. How cool would that be to get yourself a neon sign for your room and plug it in? Make it flashing so that anybody has second thoughts about invading your space, right? But besides the neon signs, they've got custom neon, they've got tin signs, they got wood signs and decals, die cast, new and vintage arcade machines at their store and also at the store. And we got gas pumps and all sorts of antiques, even some taxidermy. So for the best in garage decor, check out the Badass Garage. They're located on Shuk Road in Mission and are on the property here today, as they are almost every race weekend. Also, if you're in need of any racing fuel is available by JS Power Sports, and that is located in Jay Sievertson's pit area. You can head over there. They have some X10, X12, X14, X16, and methanol and more. Engine oil is available as well, along with 16-volt batteries. So all sorts of liquid libation for your race vehicle available in Jay Sievertson's pit area. You see all the golf carts assembling here at the start line as part of the racing operations for the junior dragsters. Our juniors program, like in so many places around the world, it has ballooned. It has exploded from about a half a dozen racers on a regular basis to over 25, 30 racers now on most race weekends. And that is absolutely spectacular to see. Lots of great junior dragster racing that we can see here on a regular basis. If you're new to drag racing and you see what's happening on the start line, what the start line crew is doing is scraping the front of the drag strip. What happens, of course, throughout race day is that more runs apply more rubber to the track, and too much rubber is as bad as not enough rubber. So there is an effort made by the start line crew to make sure that it is the same consistency throughout the day. So we do have to take a few minutes every so often, depending on the cars on the property, and do a physical scrape to get all that excess rubber off of that racing area, and then in some cases reapply using the tractors that have used slicks on the back and apply an equal layer of brand new rubber to the racing surface. And then in some cases after that, we'll spray it and then drag the spray so that the track is, again, consistently sticky. The track that we have been setting up this year has been a very tight track. And so Canada West Doorslammers that work their magic with controlled spin throughout the quarter mile, they have had to make adjustments to their setups to take advantage of the fact that the track is so tight and to avoid going into tire shake. I was talking to Otto Schulte in the pit area, and that was his experience last race, was that the track was just really, really tight, which was a good thing, but they weren't anticipating it to be that tight. So this weekend, we should see everybody have adapted to that tightness, and the runs will be much stronger and more consistent, and avoiding that tire shake, which, trust me, sitting inside the roll cage so close to the chassis, it is downright tooth-rattling. Hopefully you've had a chance to head over to the Half-Track Snack Shack, which is located not quite halfway down the quarter mile, but near enough. All sorts of great food. I saw lots of people taking advantage of the concession stand there, and that's great to see. Hamburgers, hot dogs, mini corn dogs, all sorts of things like that, French fries, you name it. They've got a great selection of food that's available at the Half-Track Snack Shack. So make sure on a day like this, going up to about 23, 24 degrees today, I hear, that you stay hydrated. Make sure that you've got some water with you on a consistent basis. And if you're needing some sunscreen, well, I think that if you go into the pro shop, which is right across the patio from the Half-Track Snack Shack, go into the pro shop. They should have small packets or some sort of sunscreen that's available for you there. I hate to see you get a burn while you're enjoying your day here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We should be back in action momentarily, just a few more minutes here, and we will have cars heading down the track as we are almost finished the second rotation, and we will get set for eliminations to start shortly. Canada West Doorslammers, we should make the call for you now. Canada West Doorslammers, you have a 20-minute standby, all right? So let's say it's a 20-minute standby. We've got the juniors program to get through, and then we will get the first qualifying session for Canada West Doorslammers. But first, it'll be the Peden Industries Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning. When I talked about the scraping of the track, there is a whole art and science that is applied now to the racing surfaces at drag strips across North America. I say art and science because it's not simply a matter of just going through the steps A through B. It's always a matter of what is the air temperature, what is the altitude of the track, what is the consistency of the concrete or asphalt. All those factors play into exactly how much traction compound and how much cleaning and scraping or rubbing is applied to the track. So there is an art and a science in that you have to know what the stuff is going to do and what it's supposed to be like. But then the art is in applying the correct percentage of traction compound at the right places in the track in terms of thickness and so forth. So that is all of the factors that are taken into account by the safety crew. They do a lot of that before the weekend starts and then maintain it to keep it consistent as the race progresses. Here we go then. Peden Industries Junior Dragster, and the program is divided into two categories. So once again, I do make the call for a 20-minute standby for you Canada West Doorslammer folks. We are going to be working our way through the Junior Dragster program here, and then we will be getting you up for your first qualifying session. Emily White sitting in the water box, just like their full-size counterparts. They do the burnouts and will proceed to stage and go through their performance. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League is an operation that offers kids the age of 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment, and we do have some 5-year-olds that are racing here today. So on track right now, Emily White, White Lightning Racing, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. Emily on the spectator side. We start with the Thunder category. Thunder for ages 5 to 12 years of age. They will race to the 8th mile. This is qualifying, but time trials, they will run it to the 8th mile, 8:98, 72 miles an hour for Emily. And that brings up Connor Jackson. Connor in the white dragster over on the spectator side, and Cadence Rodrigue over here on the tower side. Cadence in a newly painted junior dragster, painted by her father. Sponsors include Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Kin Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Creative Chassis. Connor in the other lane, sponsors include TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Labs. So always great to see the juniors working with their families to get those sponsorships on the side of the junior dragsters to offset the cost. It is not an inexpensive sport, certainly less expensive than it would be if it was a full-size car, but by all means, any sponsorship money that you can bring to the party, the better it is. Again, like their full-size counterparts, they get 2 qualifying hits, and then we'll use a dial-in on the car for a handicap system come elimination time later this afternoon. Both dragsters staged. Here comes the tree. So Connor, having the quicker junior dragster, will get there first with a 9:04. 9:04 at 71 miles an hour. 11:95 is the time for Cadence. So we're continuing through the program of junior dragsters qualifying. 2 hits at the track. They did have some test and tune options yesterday, and so a good number of the racers were on the track making some runs. It's all about seat time. It's all about getting used to the car, how it responds, and everything else. And there's a tremendous amount of activity that the drivers are put through when they have to come up and stage. They will roll forward, break the first beam, and that will open the pre-stage light. And then they will roll forward another 7 inches to break the stage beam. And at that point, courtesy staging, so everybody waits, everybody gets pre-staged, and then everybody gets staged, and then the starter will hit the button for the tree to come down, and away we go. On the track right now, Hunter Thompson and Ashton Kapnick. Ashton over on the spectator side, Hunter over here, tower side, sponsored by JBS. And I'm guessing that Ashton, TK Performance, family business, both drivers staged. You see Ashton turning on the red light, 029 red, and that is okay for qualifying as Hunter goes 892, 73 miles an hour. Remember, in qualifying, you're not racing the competitor in the other lane, you are racing the clock. So the timer starts from the time you break the beam and at the start, and break the beam at the 8th mile stripe, it stops. So you're just racing the clock to get a time, and then you'll use a dial-in. If it were eliminations, of course, that red light would put you out of competition and send you packing. Isabella Marshall over here, tower side. And in the other lane, Alex Green, part of the Green Brothers Racing team. This is a new car for Alex. His old car being driven by his brother Jack. Isabella will hit there first, 880 at 75 miles an hour, 880. Alex goes 1203 at 53 miles an hour. Adam Katnick now and April Bond. Adam, tower side, in the what looks like just a plain black dragster. But if you're in the pits, the flames on that junior dragster are all ghosted in burgundy. So you have a wonderful looking dragster, but you got to get up a little bit closer to take a look at the details. Also some nice work on the cowl with the airbrush. In the other lane, April Bond, of course, daughter of Justin Bond, who is right now racing in Pro Mod in Epping, New Hampshire, I believe. See the starter backing off both cars as he wanted them to restage. Adam having just a little bit of a trouble staging the car solidly in the stage beam, and you could tell the stage light was flickering away and basically signaling that it was a very shallow stage, and the starter just wanted to make sure that everybody was staged up properly. So drivers will look at the Christmas tree, and there is a blue light facing them, and as long as it is flashing, they are not going to stage. When it comes on solid, that means that the times are in the computer for elimination. So both of them are staged now. Adam Keener turns on the red light. Goes 892. In the other lane, April Bond goes 895, 73 miles an hour, and her reaction time 107. Perfect reaction time is Trip Zip 000. So over in the other lane, the green dragster, that is driven by Nate Green, the third brother in that team. Nate's the oldest, and he is driving Lincoln Shirk's car that was purchased from Garrett Shirk's race team. So they rewrapped it with a great-looking rusted patina. Towerside gets there first with a 9:23. 9:23 at 68 miles an hour. 47 miles an hour in the other lane for Nate Green. 12:44. So we're just completing the Peden Industries Junior Thunder category. Owen Armstrong heading down track now. Owen, one of the younger racers, and you can tell as the cars are tuned and set up according to the age of the racer. 17:17 is his time, 35 miles an hour for Owen Armstrong. The younger racers will oftentimes be on the track by themselves. You can tell the sound is a little bit crisper, a little bit more poppy as the category bumps up into the quicker of the two. This is Peden Industries Junior Lightning. And our first pair is going to be CL Gagnon here on Towerside. Her dad, dressed in leathers, we'll be seeing him shortly on a Top Fuel Harley. Nate going to do his best to reset one end of the track record, if not both. That's CL Gagnon. The other lane, Abigail White. So CL Gagnon sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group here on the Towerside. Abigail White on the spectator side. You can tell they are much quicker. 7:89 for CL. 7:89 with a great reaction time of 0:22. Abigail goes 7:88, 82 miles an hour. And again, so many races are won on the start line. Even though Abigail ran quicker, she didn't leave the start line as quickly as CL. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are calling Canada West Doorslammers. Bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your call for your first qualifying session. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to 5 and 6. Your overflow lanes 3 and 4. So 5 and 6 first, and overflow into 3 and 4. Nick Bond now on the start line, Towerside. Nick Bond goes 788 at 82 miles an hour. The junior dragster in the other lane, 865 at 74. Again, we're in the lightning category, the quicker of the two. as McKenna Thompson is over here on the tower side, and in the other lane, that is Emma Debris-Coos. Emma's father, Paul, making the adjustments at the back on the motor. You'll see that very often, well, virtually every time, as they roll to the start line. One of the crew members, usually a parent, will be making an adjustment on the motor, and they're keeping track of the heat of the little motor, and they're setting the RPM. They want to let the car launch on a consistent RPM on an ongoing basis, because that is going to be reflected on their reaction times. So it's a pretty stout RPM as well. So McKenna Thompson over here, tower side, in the JBS-sponsored junior dragster, and Emma Debris-Coos from the island over in the pink and black dragster. At the stripe, 792. 81 miles an hour for Emma. McKenna goes 82 miles an hour at 786. Here comes Lincoln Shirk. In the other lane, Colton Morin in the water box, having made his burnout. Colton moving forward. Lincoln making a dry hop. Lincoln Shirk here, newly wrapped, brand new car. Titanium Auto Group sponsorship, of course, because that's Dad's company. Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports on board as well. The other lane, Colton Morin. Sponsors include TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. Lincoln Shirk goes 796. Colton Morin goes 789. 789, the quicker of the two runs, but reaction time 046 for Lincoln, 063 for Colton. So Lincoln did a better job on the start line, but it was the quicker car of Colton that ran 789. So it depends on what the dial-in will be as to whether he would survive that pairing and go into the next round. Once again, we've called Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, we've called you up to lanes 5 and 6. Overflow 3 and 4, please. Aiden Kattanek goes 789. 789 at 77 miles an hour. 74 miles per hour in the other lane. 863 the time. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom. Lexi driving the yellow and blue junior dragster on the spectator side. So Lexi runs 789 at 82 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up the Junior Street category. Peden Industries Junior Street. Now, this is the only category where you have two people in the race vehicle. And the category is one of the newer categories that the NHRA has started, Junior Street. It's a few years old now, but it's one of the more recent ones. And it was started for young racers under the age of being able to get a driver's license, who still wanted to race but couldn't necessarily afford or want to get into a junior dragster. And so this is a category where, as long as you have somebody sitting beside you that has a insurance license for the vehicle, you have your competition license and you can race that vehicle. We see a lot of pickups and all kinds of vans and home-style grocery getters in this category. These are street drivers. So Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe heading down to the 8th mile, because like the junior dragsters, they race to the 8th mile as well. Taryn from Surrey runs 11:57 at 60 miles an hour, and Tyler goes 11:03 at 64 miles per hour. And that brings up Sophia Getz and James McNeil. Sophia in the ragtop Mustang, tower side. And it's a 2010 Nissan SUV. Over on the spectator side, that James McNeil is behind the wheel of. $10 flat for James McNeil in the Nissan. Sophia goes 10:34. So 4 cars, 4 vehicles down. 2 more to go. Isaac over here, tower side, and Dallas on the spectator side. Dallas driving the Honda, and Isaac in the Pontiac. So 12:05 is the time for the spectator side. That's Dallas, goes 60 miles an hour. And Isaac goes 11:11 at 62 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for the Peden Industries Junior Street portion of the program. Qualifying for them is done. The next time you see them on the track, it will be eliminations. And we have got the staging lanes jam-packed with Canada West Doorslammers, and we will be calling the Top Fuel Harleys for their run after Canada West Doorslammers. So stay tuned for that. If you're anxious to get a whiff of nitro, well, they'll be up for some qualifying, and the intention is to break a nearly 10-year-old track record. Track record here at Mission Raceway is 6:24 in Top Fuel Harley. So 6:24 on, I was going to say 2 wheels, but you're going to spend about 300, maybe 400 feet on one giant slick. So 1 wheel, and you're going to run 6:24. That record is held by Damian Cowden. The mile per hour record on a similar ET is 234 miles per hour on most of the time that rear slick alone. So we're going to watch some very serious body language as they try to make sure that their Top Fuel Harleys stay in the groove. The steering spread is not that much on a motorcycle, so it's a lot of English that they're going to apply, a lot of leaning, a lot of pushing, a lot of shoving that is going to try to keep that motorcycle in the center groove. But I know that everybody is kind of anxious. I believe we have 4 Top Fuel Harleys on the property. They are very anxious to reset what to them is an ancient record set back in 2014. So it should be a whole lot of fun as we get them qualifying after the Canada West Doorslammers. The Doorslammers have a long series of association sponsors. Might be a good time to talk about the good folks that help make the Canada West Doorslammer Series a reality. Here's the 2023 association sponsors. Their title sponsor, of course, Winter Harbor Marina and RV in Winter Harbor, BC. And then Total Dairy Solutions in Abbotsford, BC. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field in Mission. Paradise Homes out of Victoria. Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing out of Campbell River. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtenay, BC. TCS Performance Products in Langley. And Travelland RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. Those are the association sponsors, and I'm guessing that the weekend sponsor is around as well. So Canada West Doorslammers will be on the track very, very shortly. This is a test pass for this car, and we are between categories, and so see the nitrous being purged, building up pressure in the tubes, clearing out air, getting that bottle pressure at exactly where they want it to be. Not much humidity in the air. You'll see that. The more humidity in the air, the bigger that plume will be. So it's a pretty dry day for a lot of these guys. So that is going to factor into how they set up the car. So a launch off the line that will give them some information, but not necessarily everything. So they will wait for the top end to clear. The driver will take the short chute. Mark Thompson rolls into the water box. Mark Thompson is getting set for his first qualifying hit of the day, just waiting for the car at the top end to clear. So like so many race categories, the burnout done to accomplish a couple of things. One, to heat up the tire just a little bit, mostly to clean the tire of any debris that was picked up, and also to lay just a little bit more rubber on the track if you're doing an over-the-line burnout. Wheelie bars are usually set on these cars not to necessarily prevent wheelies, but to determine how hard the rear tire is going to plant. So Mark Thompson takes the Studebaker down to a 7:59. 7:59 at 181 miles an hour. Marvel Racing, 1954 Studebaker. You've got to run 870 or better to be in the Canada West Doorslammer program. So running 7:59 at 181 miles an hour is definitely going to do it. He'll be quite happy with that pass, I'm sure. As I mentioned earlier, the track is tight. That means it has a tremendous amount of grip. And so a lot of the racers were not expecting that last race. And it did cause some of them to go into some tire shake, but all of them have adapted to that. They all have computer readouts for the most part that allow them to tune the chassis and set it up in such a way that they can avoid that tire shake. Just rolling into the water box now, Adam DeYoung. Adam, part of the Artex Barn Solution racing team, son of John DeYoung. It's great racing last year when the two of them wound up in the final, and Adam, at the ripe old age of 18, beat Dad in his super quick 6-second Camaro, and so Adam was pleased as punch. Made his way up through the junior dragster program and is now racing in that white Camaro. So Adam DeYoung doing a burnout that keeps him behind the lines in the other lane. The Blue Max loves to burn out over the line. That is Dave Warren in the Blue Max. So both drivers roll up forward, and as I was talking about earlier, courtesy staging means that you allow one driver to pre-stage and wait for the other driver to pre-stage before going into the stage beam. So they're both pre-staged now. First bulb's on, and they roll forward carefully in 7 inches, and they are off and running. Adam in the white Camaro, spectator side. Dave Warren on the Blue Max goes 784 at 172 miles an hour. He throws the laundry out to slow him down. Adam running 867 at 155 miles an hour. Hang on, here we go. Greg Feel in that 69 Opel GT, a hot running 6-second runner, over 200 miles per hour. In that homemade Opel GT, twin turbo, active care Auto sponsored car that is amazing to watch when it's on a pass. In the other lane, that's not exactly how my PT Cruiser looks. Well, except for the wing. No, I don't have a wing on my PT Cruiser. What am I? I have a small wing, a little tiny wing, but nothing like that. Come on. And I don't have a parachute either. So you don't see many PT Cruisers racing. There is a great wheel stander that's a Canadian guy who's working the NHRA circuit. And then you have this car running in Doorslammer. Big wing to keep that backside planted. One parachute if you can run 150 miles an hour. If you can run 200, you need 2 parachutes. So Greg Field, twin chutes. Will he crack the 6-second barrier like he has all day yesterday? He bumps in, we go. Greg Field is on a pass. That car hooked up, runs 6:52. Both chutes come out 6:52 at 218 miles an hour. Greg Field got that car running. 6:52, 218 miles an hour. Problems getting off the line for PT Cruiser. So he'll motor down. To make a pass. He'll have 2 more opportunities later today to get that car sorted out. Just rolling forward now is Brian Ritchie out of Port Coquitlam. 68 Chevelle. Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales sponsorship. And he goes down to 792. 792. Good pass for Brian Ritchie at 170 miles per hour. Here comes Brody Shirk and Peter Lucanis. Brody in the 67 Chevy 2 here Towers side, and Peter in the 63 Vet. Peter out of Coquitlam and Brody out of Langley. Brody, of course, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and JS Power Sports. He's in that milky pearl gray, shall we say, Chevy 2. And in the other lane, Peter Lucanis, sponsored by Transporters Logistics. Both drivers getting a good handle on the Christmas tree. Brody gets there with an 8:32 at 161 miles an hour. 8:59 for the Corvette. 8:59 at 155. You look at their reaction times on the tree. There's an 0:33 for Brody and 0:29 for Peter. So it would have been pretty much a toss-up. 4 thousandths of a second difference between their reaction times. Sometimes it takes even less than that to be the winning car at the other end of the strip. Lane Woolley now, 1970 Duster on the spectator side, racing on behalf of the Marcus family. Over here, Tower side, Jason Field in the gray 71 Chevelle. Got 632 cubic inch big block Chevy power in that Chevelle, up against a 678 cubic inch Hemi in the other lane. So having to get out of the gas as Jason worked his way towards the wall and wisely took his foot off the gas, whereas Lane sat quietly, left late, ran 789, 170 miles an hour. So Jason Field just coasting through 1432, 54 miles an hour. So he had to get out of the gas as he started drifting towards the wall. Dale Jansen and Blake Miller motoring down. Jansen goes 784 at 173 miles an hour, 844 is the time for Blake Miller. Schulte runs 760 at 182 miles an hour, 856 for Devin Jansen. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have got Canada West Doorslammers on track right now. We'll have Top Fuel Harleys after that. And then there will be a licensing test and 30-minute test for the CMDRA. 30 minutes to hot lap on the track as much as possible, following the Doorslammers, and then license and test before we go into first round of elimination. So CMDRA, you will have 30 minutes to hot lap on the track. Here's Paul Stretch now on the tower side here from Duncan in the 2002 Cavalier. Again, you see the crew member setting the wheelie bars just there to determine how much the rear tires are going to squat down, and that is going to give them the setting that they need to take advantage of a tight track like we have here and not go into tire shake. If you've done all the math right, you've done all the mechanical right, that's where we're at. All Stretch in this lane. No information at this time on the computer for the driver in the other lane. Should know who it is. So Paul Stretch will get there first with a 723. 723 at 191 miles an hour. 178. The driver in the other lane at 764. We saw Adam DeYoung earlier. Here is his father, John DeYoung, in the white swoopy Camaro. And over here, Grant Howell in his somewhat less swoopy, but still pretty good. Still somewhat swoopy. Nice big wing in the back of that 37 Chevy. He's got 632 cubic inches under the hood. John DeYoung has 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. And if you've ever had a chance to take a peek in the pits at what under the hood of John DeYoung's car is like, it is a plumbing marvel. They are in the process of rewrapping those cars, and that's why John and Adam's cars are both restored to their white version, but they will have new bits coming on as the season progresses. Grant Howell, of course, past champion in the Canada Doorslammer Series. John manages to keep it in the groove, and he will get there with a 665, 210 miles an hour, 665, 210 miles an hour for John DeYoung in that Camaro, 176 miles per hour for Grant Howell as he ran 764. Here comes Scott Grant now and Terry Langdon Davies. Langdon Davies in 41 Willys that still manages to preserve a good portion of its shape. Extremely popular car in the gasser category because of its abundance. After World War II, there were so many of them that in the early 60s, it was common for there to be dozens of 41 Willys at national events. Now they are, of course, a little bit rarer, but still a popular style that harkens back to the early days of drag racing. Scott Grant in the other lane, totally modern, 2001 Camaro with 565 cubic inches under the hood. Sponsored by, well, he's given a big shout out to Bubba Speed Shop. They're in. Here comes the tree. Langdon Davies gets there with a 164 miles an hour, 812 and 815 for Scott. Pay attention in the pits. Super shifters. We need you in the lanes for your final qualifiers. Super shifters. We need you to the lanes for your final qualifying session. Super shifters. Bring them out. Mark Schopener on the spectator side in the 95 black Lumina. Here, Poe Freeborn, tower side in that 67 Mustang. 632 cubic inch Ford power plant under the hood. Big block Chevy over on the other side. Mustang gets there with a 751. 858 for Schopener. 858 and 158. And the Mustang goes 183 miles an hour. Here's Kathy Freeborn now. In the other lane, Roy Rossiani. Roy making the career move, has come to British Columbia, driving the orange-yellow Chevy 2, now makes home not in Ontario anymore, but in Kelowna. And so he said one of his first stops when they came out here was the race last weekend. And they didn't waste any time. Says the car runs nice and quick in the air here in BC, and he's really happy with the move. Closer to family. Not getting a good launch that time around. He gets off the gas and pulls over as a wise thing to do. Kathy Freeborn, 856, 159 miles an hour. It's a good time to remind all racers If you sense that something is not right on the run, we would ask that you pull over to the side out of the groove as soon as safely possible so as not to do or leave anything on the track. So, Super Shifters, we were a little hasty, and we need you on standby, Super Shifters, and not to the lanes. But if you're rolling up, well, that's my bad. So, Super Shifters. So we're just obviously you see the safety crew on the start line, attending to Roy Rossiani's car. Fire extinguisher to put out any potential fire that's there. I mentioned that Roy made the move out from Ontario to British Columbia to be a little closer to family, and so he's very happy with that. This is the second weekend out for his race car, and these things happen, he said. I was talking in the pits about other things that have taken place, and it's just one of the casualties of racing. This weekend's Canada West Doorslammer event sponsor is TDS, committed to the future of dairy. They say that one of dairy farmers' biggest challenges can be gaining access to cutting-edge expertise. The expertise that they need to keep their business cost efficient despite increasing costs and regulatory restrictions. TDS provides that critical access. It's what they do. And we have all sorts of information available to us, and TDS will be available to you to help with all of your dairy needs. Also, a huge thank you to John DeYoung and his team at Artex Racing for their continued support. So, Artex Racing, supported by Total Dairy Solutions. So that's your weekend sponsor in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. So you see the safety crew on the track. They are taking care of Roy's car, and they will take it off at the top end. Yeah, it's Ray's car, not Ray Rusiano. And they'll take a look at the track, make sure that it's all safe to run on, and we will get back into first qualifying here for Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, presented by TDS, Total Dairy Solutions. So we get the go-ahead that the track is clear and we are good to go. We have 2 vehicles left in the Doorslammer category. Jay Sievertson will be up first as he completes the burnout in that Chevy 2. Turbo power getting a little out of the groove as he, gets pretty close to the center line at the top end. Throws out the laundry, both chutes come out, and so he'll bring that to a stop at the top end. But, he was traveling ever closer to that center line, but managed to stay in his lane. Now, check this out. Check this out. I was completely amazed when I saw the metal flake paint job on Tom Katnick's Camaro. That is wild. That car is a picture to take from any angle that you want. I made the mistake yesterday of saying, it's a wrap, and I was reprimanded, told that I had misgendered his car color, and so I stood corrected. It is not wrapped. That is a 100% paint job, and boy, we love our metal flake, don't we? So Tom Katnick's 1968 Camaro. Tom out of Maple Ridge. TK Performance. Love the way you can still see the makes badges on the metal flake. That is really, really first class. Tom, of course, has three children in the junior dragster program. So the whole family racing. Managed to stay nicely in the groove. Heads down 757. 757 at 180 miles per hour. So that is Tom Katnick's qualifying run number 1, 757. And if you're looking under the bridge behind the water box, you're looking at Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley on the property, and they are keen to set a new track record, a track record that has been in existence since 2014. So almost 10 years that they have been living and looking at these numbers that say we need to set a new record. Now's the time to do it, and this is the weekend that they want to do it, setting a new record. What are the old records set in 2014? Well, Damian Cowden ran 6:24, and Tommy Grimes ran 234 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Super Shifter, this is your last call. Super Shifter, we need you in the staging lanes. Super Shifter, last call. Please come to the staging lanes. I'm guessing that is Nate Gagnon. Big Kids Racing. They're running on nitro, 1,000 pounds and 1,000 horsepower approximately. Check the front wheel. Watch the front wheel, how long it rides off the ground. And that will determine how strong the run is. Working his way right over the center line and takes out a block. Managed to use some body English to keep it off the wall, but definitely it was sailing over to the center line. Took out one of the blocks. We'll have to send out a crew to put that back into place, but wow. There is no way on God's green earth that you would get me sitting on a Top Fuel Harley. I admire what these guys do, but boy, I would not want to be one of them. It's absolutely amazing. Like I was saying, I mean, the bike itself weighs about 1,000 pounds, right? And then you've You tack on all the horsepower that's there and add some nitromethane into the fuel, and you're looking at 1,000 horsepower that is just on the edge of control. That is Top Fuel Harley. It's craziness, but I love watching it. So the blocks that they are replacing, those are the blocks that give us the incremental timing here up in the towers. So it is important that we have those in place, and also you'll find them picking up bits of confetti along the way. They are foam blocks that are glued to the center of the track. They give us our incremental time at the 60-foot, 330-foot, and then the eighth mile per hour and ET, then 1,000 mile per hour and ET, and quarter mile. We don't use the 1,000, of course, here, but we do use the eighth mile and quarter mile per hour and ET. So the orange blocks will need to be repositioned and then set up so that we do have that information. All that information shows up on the ET slips for the racers, and they will use that for their tuning purposes. So it is critical that they have that information. So as we work our way through this category, we will have Top Fuel Harley, and then we're going to go into Pro Fuel as part of the CMDRA and Pro Extreme. And then following that, we'll have the 30 minutes of hot lapping available for all of the CMDRA contestants. So we can certainly call up the CMDRA testing to the lanes, please. CMDRA testing to the lanes. This is your call as we work our way through the program here. If you have been walking the pits, you may have seen some gentlemen wearing the Cycle Drag shirts and handing out stickers. Well, race fans, Cycle Drag is here today, covering the race all the way up from the state of Florida. So be sure to subscribe to Cycle Drag on YouTube and like Cycle Drag on Facebook to see all the videos that they are taking. And they're certainly anxious and keen to get as much of the action on video as they possibly can. Cycle Drag here on the property from Florida. So welcome to Mission. And we certainly appreciate you, your attendance and you showing up here. It's a great thing. Cycle Drag, if it's anything fast with two wheels, we're in. That's what their slogan is. So thanks very much to the good folks at Cycle Drag for being here today. So the safety crew just taking the last few minutes to set the timing blocks. We sent the brush out there to get rid of some of the confetti, because whenever one of those blocks is hit, they always tend to disassemble themselves and scatter bits of orange foam everywhere. So send the tractor out there to clean that up. So, see, the tractor went out once more just to make another pass, and hopefully you've had a chance to head over to the concession stand to pick up some beverages or some snacks. Yeah, I forgot to mention that in the pro shop, they do have chocolate bars and chips, and they have some ice cream goodies as well. So if you're just looking for something quick, not necessarily hot food, they have got some of that in the pro shop. And while you're there, make sure that you grab yourself some of the NHRA souvenirs and Mission Raceway gear. You can do all of your Christmas shopping in one spot for the race member in your family. So head over to the pro shop before you leave here today and check out all the things that they have waiting for you. Also, if you've been keeping track of all the race events here at Mission Raceway, we've got lots more coming up. Of course, the next Summit ET race is the middle of June, June 17th and 18th, and that will also be accompanied by the Diesel Hot Rod Association. And then at the end of June into July, Door Wars 11, if you want to see the Pro Mods and Outlaw classes, and once again, the Top Fuel Nitro bikes, they will be here for Door Wars, June 29th to July 11th. We have our West Coast Classic, sponsored by TNT. That is taking place at the end of July. And then at the beginning of August, the Langley Loafers, old-time drags. Then, of course, we have one of the bigger, well-attended events, Lordco's Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. That is at the end of April, or end of August, rather, August 24th to 27th. And then we go into September with the Summit ET races again and the Doorslammers. And September 23rd and 24th for the finals in the Summit ET race series. And then one final event at the end of September, October 1st. That's the West Coast Outlaws Shootout. So lots of great racing. Make sure that you check the Mission Raceway Facebook page for all the details. That will tell you which events are upcoming, which ones are happening. The missionraceway.com website is also there with information on parking and admissions. So we're all online. Safety crew is returning to the start line, and that's a good sign. You should be heading back to the bleachers if you're wanting to see the next pass on the Top Fuel Harleys. All these racers wear what really amounts to a Kevlar vest. And you'll see that they start the motorcycles with the rider off to the side. And that is simply a safety precaution. They need to be wary of laying across the manifold. Starting the motorcycle on nitro is, like any car on nitro, is a volatile process. Nitro activates itself under pressure. So when you start it and you start compressing that nitro, that's when it can do some pretty nasty things. So they start standing on the side and let the bike get up to the temperature and pressure that they want before they hop on. Next up, it's going to be Pete Waugh. Pete is no stranger to Mission Raceway. He has raced here on many an occasion. So this will be the first time I have seen him this year. And we can all get ready for the burnout. So again, the steering has very limited travel, so a lot of their maneuvering down the quarter mile is all resting on body English and throwing their weight around to keep the bike in the groove as much as possible. This is Pete Waugh making his first pass down the titanium strip. Under power, but then again getting close to the center and getting off of it about 1,000 feet. He goes 713 at 152 miles per hour. So at 1,000, he was already off the throttle. He was 442 at the 8th and then 575 at 1,000. So 152 as he managed to bring it back into the center. So it has been a while since Fast Lane Racing legend Ron Hunet has been at the track, and we're glad to see him back here now. Brand new bike. Ron hailing out of Mission. As I say, it's been a while since he's been here, and we're glad to see him back on a bike at the racetrack. Center, he motors it over to the center, and he gets through 716 at 187 miles an hour. So good clean pass, first time down the track. 716, 187. Did make a couple of hits yesterday testing, but that's Ron's first full pass. And so we're going to go into some of the other categories of the CMDRA, and that includes Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme, before we have a 30-minute open track for the CMDRA. So 2 more categories to run through here. Tower side, 810, 810, 138 miles per hour in the TCS lane. Lordco lane off the throttle early, not able to get a good launch. So Eagle Eye spotters at the top end have seen the safety crew out there, and they are attending to a situation. As soon as I get any further updates, I will pass that on to you. So we're in just a couple of minutes holding pattern here while we attend to matters at the top end. Always need to clear the top end before we send more racers down there. That's a standard safety precaution. So in a classic situation of where one thing leads to another thing, while they were attending to the motorcycle at the top end, they noticed that there was some oil on the motorcycle. So we're just checking the racetrack to make sure that it stayed on the motorcycle and didn't leave any oily patches or any issues of liquid anywhere along the racetrack. You see the scrubber going out there, so usually that does mean that they found something. And if you're sending a motorcycle or a car down track at upwards of 150, 200 miles an hour, the last thing you want to encounter is something slippery. So we'll attend to this and deal with it as promptly as possible. While we were attending to matters on the start line, I was given some information on the part of the CMDRA. They did want to pay a bit of a tribute to William Bill Slater. He passed away back in February of this year, February 15th, 2023. Bill was a master bike builder who dedicated his life to the motorcycle industry and the motorcycle world. He purchased his first Harley at age 16 and later worked for Western Canada Steel until their closure in the late 80s. Now, he had a passion for motorcycles, and that led the way to an awarding career and brought many strong friendships throughout his life. Bill worked as a mechanic for Trev Dealey Motorcycles before owning and operating his own shop, Future Cycle House of Speed. He did that for 30 years. His achievements in the Harley industry were numerous, including a world record for the quarter mile with the Panic Race team as their lead mechanic. His creation of the breathtaking double-decker Harley was featured in Canadian Biker, and several of his builds were customers were featured in events, magazines, and top bike shows. So we certainly want to pay tribute to the life and celebration of William Bill Slater. So he passed away February 15th, and a lot of people here at the CMDRA have him on their minds as they have this race weekend here. So just a few thoughts for William Bill Slater, master bike builder, a man who dedicated his life to the motorcycle industry. Race fans, we certainly appreciate your patience as we attend to matters on the racetrack. little bit of oil from the motorcycle. Not a whole lot, but obviously some that needs attention, and it is that kind of thing that the safety crew is ever vigilant of. So there's still going to be a few minutes of downtime while we take care of that, and we have a few more bikes to run. So if you are so inclined, might be a good time to wander into the pits. We can certainly give you a heads up when we're going to get closer to racing. Head into the pits, go to the pro shop, grab a snack at the half-track snack shack, whatever you like. I noticed that a lot of the racers on the property do have their own merch that is for sale, and always good to support the local teams. So we're getting ever closer to getting the track ship shape. You saw both the tractor scrapers heading out there, and what they're doing now is, since they did have to use the scrubber, they are just laying down some fresh rubber and putting a little bit of a coating, rub it in with the slicks that are located on the back of the tractor just to level out the racetrack. And where the scrubber was, they've laid down a little bit of fresh rubber for everyone heading out at the top end. We should be getting back to action just as soon as they head back to the start line. And so I would certainly suggest, if you're wandering around, and now might be a good time to head back to the bleachers, grab a seat, as we're going to get we got super shifters in the staging lanes. They will be coming up after the motorcycles, and then that will complete their rotation for qualifying. Eliminations coming up in all of the ET bracket series. So I see the starter's hand is raised, saying we're set to go. Get back on the bikes, and we are ready to go. We'll see the red flashing lights come off the Christmas tree. Those are always the sign that the strip is closed, the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway. Rob Ashton bringing the Pro Modified bike into the water box again. Lots of different categories here with the CMDRA. The Pro Modified category is one of the more popular ones.
Where is it ringing? Where is it ringing?
I just got word here that somebody is not able to phone home. you need to be able to phone home, and if you need to do that, your phone is in the pro shop. Yeah, you can't phone home without it. So if you look at your purse and look at your pocket, or look wherever you keep your phone, not sure who lost it, but if you can't find it, you should head over to the pro shop, and they'll have a surprise for you there. So Rob Ashton, 2018 Suzuki, sponsored by Zen Custom Homes and Fuel Tech Canada. Over on the spectator side. Here, tower side, 710 at 165 miles an hour, 710. In the other lane, 798, 193 miles an hour. We move into the program now, and this is the BC Super Shifters, sponsored by McLeod Racing, your number one stop in drivetrain components. This will be the last and final qualifying session opportunity for BC Super Shifters, and keep in mind, these folks are using a manual shifter. So Jamie Roth over here on the spectator side, driving the 64 Comet, 347 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood. Dale Posnick also driving a Ford with 390 cubic inches. Posnick's in a Mustang, Roth in the Comet. So this is qualifying, so their second hit at the track. They will come back with the dial-in for eliminations like everybody else. Both cars pre-staged and roll forward into the stage beams. Here comes the tree. So Dale Posnick goes a whole bunch red, but picks up a time of 10:20 at 132 miles an hour. And Roth goes 9:97, 134 miles an hour as Rich Graves and Scott Winterbottom bring him up. Graves in the 67 El Camino here, tower side. Scott driving the 63 Chevy 2. Both Chevy-powered vehicles. Rich Graves, under the sponsorship, has wisely put his wife. There's a smart man. Spinning the tires on the El Camino, but shifting it in gears. Scott Winterbottom gets there first and a little off the pace too. Goes 11.96. 11.96 at 74 miles an hour. So Jerry Hoogston now brings his VW Carmen Ghia to the line, 1971 Carmen Ghia. In the other lane, a car that we've not seen very often. Mustang on the Lordco lane goes 820 at 163 miles an hour. Pops the chute. Carmen Gia 1181, 111 miles an hour. And that brings up John DePork and Will Zorick. John's driving the 77 Chevy Camaro here tower side. Will in the 62 Bel Air on the spectator side. Goes through with a 1024 at 129 miles an hour, and Will Zorick, well, 1117 at 120 miles an hour. Up for Grant Clone, as is his usual exit from the start line. 8:59 to an 8:57. 8:59 for Grant Clone in that 67 Ford. Wow, always pulling the wheels hard on the launch. Beautiful to watch. Car still goes very straight, and that's exactly what you want. Pat Byron, 857, 154 miles per hour, and that will take care of the Super Shifter category presented by McLeod's. We now have approximately 30 minutes of open run time for the CMDRA to hot lap and get a few runs in before we will go right back into the ET brackets elimination. That is Daryl Storzik heading down track. His sponsor, wow, he's on the center line as well. So managed to get off the throttle. Storzik sponsored by Leak Pro, the world's leader in automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind noise repair. I had mentioned earlier that with the CMDRA here, all the motorcycle racers are doing their qualifying runs for eliminations tomorrow. So this is a 30-minute window for them to get in a number of, well, as many runs as they possibly can. There's a number of racers who arrived a little bit late, have not had a chance, were not here for the test and tune yesterday, so they have an opportunity to get their bikes down the track in conditions of what it's going to be like for eliminations tomorrow. A lot of the motorcycles will be just putting on laps, getting some seat time, and that will all obviously assist them when it comes time to setting up the bikes for eliminations tomorrow. Following this session of hot laps with the CMDRA, we will start into the elimination categories for the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, and that will commence. And I say this for the mention in the pits. We'll start the ET eliminations with Super Pro, and then go Pro Bracket, and then Sportsman. So that is going to be the sequence. Obviously a little bit different than what we had originally posted, but we're accommodating everybody's schedule here. So we'll go with Super Pro, and then Pro Bracket, and then Sportsman. So that'll be coming up after this 30 minutes of hot laps. So we continue through the hot lapping for the CMDRA bikes. Bailey Quinn over on the spectator side. Lordco Lane goes 11:85 at 116 miles an hour. And 10:44, Tower Side, 104 miles an hour. So the spectator side, 1270 at 103 miles an hour, 103 miles per hour as well on the tower side, 1332. Motorcycle runs 10:02 at 126 miles an hour. 10:02 at 126. Tower side 875, 152 miles an hour, and Scott Richardson over on the spectator side goes 10:01, 134 miles an hour. So 12:55 is the time on the tower side, 104 miles per hour for that Harley, 105 miles per hour in the other lane at 12:45. Now up on the tower side, Darren Bauman. Pay attention in the pits. So while the CMDRA is hot lapping here, we're going to put Super Pro, that's Rad Torque Super Pro, on standby. You're on standby, but we'll be calling you up momentarily as we are about halfway through this 30-minute hot lap session. Super Pro, Rad Torque Super Pro, you are on standby. Tiffany Main on the start line here on the tower side, sponsored by Odin Manufacturing. Tiffany will stop the clocks at 12:07, 115 miles an hour in the other lane with a very tardy reaction time. 1982 at 94 miles an hour. So everybody just getting the opportunity to hot lap here, get some comfort running down the track for qualifying. Rob Ford on his 1998 Harley, getting the greatest of launches, having to get off the throttle and get back on it. In the other lane, tower side, or the spectator side, 1376 at 99 miles an hour against a 1417 for Rob. Lordco lane, 102 miles an hour, 1272. TCS side goes 1922. Problems on the start line once again. 102 miles an hour. We're going to get those bugs all worked out. Hot laps and qualifying, certainly. You want those runs to be neat, clean, and straight through for eliminations. .73, 166 miles an hour on the Lordco side. 873, 1020 actually, 129 miles an hour here on the tower side on that pass. Bailey Quinn goes 1171, 115 miles an hour. Saw the GoPro camera on his helmet, so collecting some footage that I'm sure we're going to see somewhere else. Lordco side goes 12:45 at 104 miles an hour, and on the TCS lane, 12:98, 103.
Yeah, so they're on there, and then they are also after Peden and before Super Gas. That's why I did that. What are you asking? Show his name, but it showed up on here this time. Yep.
Pro and Super Pro? No. No, we want to put them after Sportsman. So we want to do Super Pro and then Sportsman. All right, so we are going to make the call in the staging lanes. We need Super Pro. Rad Torque Super Pro to the lanes, please. We have about 5 minutes left in the hot lapping, but Rad Torque Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. We're going to put Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman on standby, and then Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket will be after Sportsman, so that is the run order. But we need Super Pro to the lanes, please. So attention to the pits, BC Super Shifters, your ladder has been corrected, so it will be posted at the base of the tower. Your ladder has been corrected, so BC Super Shifters, that is now ready for viewing. BC Super Shifters, as I say, we have about roughly 5 minutes left in the hot lapping, and we have called Rad Torque Super Pro to the lanes, please. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are on standby. So I'm looking in the staging lanes, and we seem to be have completed the hot lapping for the CMDRA, and everybody got a chance to go a few times up and down the track in different sides, and so that's exactly what we wanted. We have called Radtorque Super Pro to the lanes, so I see them in the staging process, and we will be getting them underway, and that will be first round of eliminations for the categories. Matter of fact, most of the racing that we'll see from this point forward will be eliminations. They're still qualifying for CMDRA and Canada West Doorslammers, so that will still be inserted into the race order. But by and large, it is going to be elimination time. And you know what that means. One racer goes down the track and goes into the next round, and one racer goes down the track and on the trailer for tomorrow. So, as brutal as it sounds, all the marbles are on the line for getting a great reaction time. Everybody will have a dial-in on their window. You'll be able to read that dial-in. It will be posted on the top-end reader boards as well for you to see. You will be able to tell who gets the handicap start. Always the slower car or truck gets the handicap start in the computerized system that we have here, the AccuTime system. And so the trick is get a good reaction time, as close to trip zip as possible, 0, 0, 0, and be as close to your dial-in as you possibly can. I see a lot of people heading through the pits. I would recommend that if you are on the property, by all means, do go through the pits and take a look at some of the merch that's available at various vendors. Some of the racers have their own merch available. Always good to support the racers here at the track. I mentioned earlier that the BC Super Shifters corrected ladder has been posted at the base of the tower. It is the BC Shifters corrected ladder. You can see that at the base of the tower if you have not already done so. Category that we're going to see is the Radtorque sponsored Super Pro. This category has vehicles, dragsters, trucks, cars, you name it, a wide range of vehicles, all running between 7 seconds and 11.99. There are electronics accepted in this category. Not all racers will use them. This is presented by Radtorque Systems. Attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. We need Sportsman. 2 lanes 5 and 6, please. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. This is your call. Bring them up. Bring them up. First pair coming into the water box. And Martin Rochelle. Everybody leaves on a clean green light. As they head down, you see their dial-in times. Martin Rochelle always picking that 10:90. Didn't work for him today. 10:27, good for Dustin to win. Kennewick Washington Camaro ran 126 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round of Super Pro. Steve Thorne now. Steve Thorne over here in the Dodge. In the other lane, John Jenkins in the pickup. I was talking to John earlier this morning, saying how he has raced all kinds of vehicles. He's really happy with this truck. He's gone from motorcycles to door cars, had a front-engine dragster for a couple of years. Now is running this truck. It's his own truck. Second run out last year, blew up the motor, took some time off, got it all back together again, and has been relatively successful at getting down the track in that yellow pickup. John Jenkins hails out of Delta, sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and McKinsey Racing. He's in the stage beams. Here comes Steve Thorne. They're both ready to go, and the tree comes down. Handicap in favor of John Jenkins, who gets to lead first, but they're both green. And so Steve getting a little squirrely there and collecting it, but off the gas, and John picks up the win. Goes 10:98, 103 miles an hour. Steve 10:70. So clearly not a good run for Steve Thorne, but John Jenkins loving every minute of it. Going on into the next round of Super Pro. Craig Johnson now on the spectator side. Richard Love rolls up now in the Chevy S10, and Craig Johnson is driving the Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass on the spectator side. Craig Johnson dialed in at 1164 against the 1050 for the pickup, so you'll see that Oldsmobile leave the line first. Everybody Stays clean and green. So this one will be decided at the top end as Craig Johnson looks to get there first without breaking out. 1171 on an 1164 dial. And Mike Stewart. Handicap went to the orange car. It's the white car that gets there first, though. 10.05 on a 10 flat dial. So 10.05 at 131 miles an hour. 10.17. So Mike Stewart, 500ths off his dial. Had a slightly better reaction time by 100th as well. So that's what allowed him, because Kevin McNichol was 5 over as well, but had a slightly slower reaction time. Problems for Glenn Kennedy, not able to hold it on the line. So it turns out that staging error on the part of the white Ford on the spectator side hands the win over to Glenn Kennedy out of Nanaimo. So Dan Parsons, Quality Racing Duster out of Powell River, and John Tabak out of Maple Ridge. John driving the Rad Torque sponsored Chevy S10, dialed in at 10.54. Parsons 10.90. Both of them pre-staged, and Parsons bumps in right away. Here comes John. Tree comes down in favor of Parsons. No red lights to contend with here. Race out to the top end without breaking out. 10.93 is good for Dan Parsons to win. The man lives in the 10.90s. 10.93 at 131 miles per hour for Dan Parsons to advance into the next round as John Tabak goes 10.58, and he's not good enough. Here's Jan Christensen now. Has been racing his dragster, got licensed, and is running in a couple of categories. Here today, he's running in the Super Pro category. The El Gringo, he calls it. 67 Chevy 2. Jan from Langley, and Wes Vath is driving the white Pontiac Firebird. 9:47 is the dial-in time for Vath, so the quicker car, Jan Christensen, will have to sit on the start line patiently waiting for his green light. And then we'll have to work to catch Wes Vath on the quarter mile before the top end, and neither of them want to break out. They're both staged, and here comes the tree. Jan expressed to me in the pits how much he enjoys racing that car, and it's a good one. 8.65 for the win, 150 miles an hour. 8.65 puts Jan Christensen in the win side of the combo, and so he advances to round number 2. Stefan Robert and Kelly Voss now. Robert driving the 34 Chevy, and Kelly Voss in the dragster. Bumped up the power plant in the dragster to over 500 cubic inches. Had to brace the chassis a little bit more because it was flexing a little bit too much. Dialed in at 821, so 0.2 of a handicap start will be going to the Chevy Roadster. Wheels up, and he's up and at him, but he turned on the red light, and so the win light will go to Kelly Voss. Voss runs 824 at 157 miles an hour. And That looks to be the end of the Super Pro category. Actually, there's one more. Odd number of cars, so looks to be a bye run for Ted Buss. Buss is out of Shawnigan Lake, and he's riding that 34 Ford with Chevy power. Now, to Ford fans, that's almost sacrilegious. You got a Chevy and a Ford. Runs the car like a super gas car. Goes through with a 930 at 140 miles an hour. So that's first round of Rad Torque System Super Pro complete. Coming up under the bridge is Vancouver Car Wrap's Sportsman. Want to welcome to the microphone, Joey. You're on the microphone here, and it's what, your second, third time behind the mic at Mission?
This would actually be my fourth time behind the mic.
Fourth time. So you've done some street legals, have you? And
I've done a little bit of street legals. I've done a little bit of Super Pro. I've been all over the board.
So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make a call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We know there's a lot of you out there, so Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them up, please. So, Joey, yeah, we're going to go into the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category, and we're going to try and get you some on mic time here, informing everybody what's going on, right?
Radio. Sounds like it's going to be fun, as it is a beautiful Saturday afternoon, sitting at a nice 23 degrees. But up here in the tower, I will admit it's a little chilly. I came in here with a t-shirt and shorts, and now I'm in a cardigan of all things.
Hey, on the start line, Steve Sikora. I was talking to Steve in the staging lanes earlier today, and he is loving that truck. I said, Steve, how long has it been since you last raced? He said, I've never raced. This is my first racing, and so he drives that truck to the track and drives it on the track. So he's loving it, every minute of it. So can he catch the big pickup at the top end without breaking out? No, he doesn't. The big pickup goes 1635 on a 1635 dial. So managed to stay dead on the dial at 86 miles per hour.
Next up to the starting line, we have Sean Langley driving a 69 Mach 1 and Tyler Dobson driving the 78 Camaro, sponsored by Deadman Racing and Ron's Engines. Both racers seem on the ready to go. Now, as the tree turns green, racers are off.
Handicap start, you see 1184 for Tyler, 1178 for Sean, and that meant that Tyler got the handicap start, and he got there first, 1194 at 111 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up the next pair.
We have Sylvia
Hoogstens. Sylvia Hoogstens and Krista Loudit.
Sponsored by JS Power Sports, Loudit Racing, the Titanium, and Jim Regan.
Yeah, the Titanium Auto Group obviously investing in a host of racers, as well as major involvement with Mission Raceway, the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway. Sylvia, track champion in the hot rod category, goes 1277 for the win. at 105 miles an hour. And Krista ran a 1383 on a 1355 dial. So always comparing what they run against what the dial is. Here comes Carson Barlow, track champion from previous years in that orange C10, up against another pickup here on the tower side. So the handicap start is going to go to Carson. But what does he do? Leaves too soon. Turns on the red light. So his competitor, looking at the scoreboard, sees the green light on the scoreboard and says, I got the win.
Carson going on red at 1/10,000th of a second, just nearly making it, but getting a little too greedy there.
That's just almost embarrassing that it was that tiny of a red light.
I have never seen something so close, but still an amazing race between the two racers. Next up, we have Roland Lowen driving the 55 Meteor going up against Scott Wilson in the 81 Chevy Child, the Charlie Brown. As the racers go off, Scott gets the handicap time and makes it at a 12.53 at 107 miles an hour. Well, Rowland is at a 12.88 at 99 miles an hour.
So Kevin McCauley brings the old school Cutlass to the line. I said, what happened to the station wagon? He says, I'm running that tomorrow. So you can see Kevin racing the station wagon that he put together. Little Malibu wagon. That's going to be tomorrow. But Kevin's over here tower side up against perennial stalwart Randy Hermsen in that 4,000-pound Oldsmobile. 13-second runner. He's dialed in at 13:35. And will he be able to stay out in front of Kevin? No, he does not. Kevin gets around him at the top end, 1190 on an 1188 dial. So Kevin McCauley, old school Cutlass, going rounds, going into round number 2.
Next up, we have Ryan Ledered driving the 71 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive, and Eric Hansen driving the 68 Plymouth. Ryan with a dial in of 1251 and Eric with a dial in of 1280 as the tree lights up. Racers at the ready. Handicap time goes to Eric at a .05. The question is, will Ryan be able to make it ahead of Eric? No, he does not. Eric at a 12.87, going 104 miles an hour, and Ryan at a 12.51 at 105.
So Eric picks up the win in that particular case. He's dialed in at 1280, goes 700ths over, but closer to the dial, and had a better reaction time to Ryan's 147. Jim Benke doing some work on the trusted Barracuda. Not sure what's wrong with it, but he's driving the Scamp today against Kai Jesseman and comes up with a win light against Kai. Goes 15:25 at 88 miles an hour, so about 3 seconds off of his 5 seconds off of his usual pace, Jim Benke. But like I say, there is something wrong with the Barracuda, and he said, I'm not sure what it is, and I'm not going to run the car and risk doing some more damage to it. Steve Baskerville now heading downtown with the Golf, and Joanna Rebello going red. So Steve picks up the win, and 1398. 1398. Joanna went actually 7/10,000ths of a second red. So again, not red by much, but just enough to turn that bulb on.
Cindy Jung driving the 81 Chevy Malibu going up against Heather Hornall in the 94 GMC. Thanks to Mike at Bradley Electrical and Stone Speed Shop. As the tree lights up, racers are at the ready. Heather with a dial in of 1167 and Sydney at a dial in of 1204.
Yeah, Sydney doing really well, making the move up all the way from junior dragsters, now driving one of Dad's cars out of the garage, the Chevy Malibu, and doing really well. Managed to pick up a win here, 12-10, 98 miles an hour for Sidney Jung to advance into the next round. Proud Papa, really happy with that run. I'm sure of it. Nick Douglas and Gary Fawcett now. Fawcett over on the spectator side in the 66 Silver Plymouth. Nick Douglas here on the tower side in the 68 Dart. Dial-in handicap start was going to go to Fawcett, who's dialed in at 14:07, a number that you can see on the scoreboard at the top end. So Fawcett leaves ahead of Douglas. There you see the start. And everybody's green on the tree. So we wait to see whether Douglas can get around Fawcett. And he does, too. Goes 11:79 at 105 miles an hour. So Nick Douglas picking up the win to go into round number 2.
That'll be the end of our Sportsman category, and then we're moving on to the Pro bracket as the racers get ready in their starting lanes. Apologies, I mean staging lanes. My vocabulary seems to be a little here and there today.
See the lanes getting full with the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category. And that is going to be next up. This is first round of eliminations. See the head of staging giving the heads up for Sportsman. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket in the water box now as we get set to go a little bit quicker here with Pro Bracket 9 seconds to 13.99. No electronics except for trans brake and two-step rev control, so it still is straightforward racing with Chris Stone on the spectator side, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler. Chris Stone, part of Stone Cold Racing, as he calls his team. Ralph Ehlers over here in the fox-bodied Mustang, 1991 vintage. Handicap going to the Mustang. But losing traction on the start line, spinning the tires a lot. Chris Stone hanging on for the win. Goes 10:35 on a 10:09. 104 miles an hour, so Chris Stone picking up that win.
Next up, we have Chris Heldy and Dustin Brewington. Brewington driving the 99 Camaro and Helge driving the 71 Nova Chevy, sponsored. Oh, he was actually the 2008 Pro champion. His reaction time in the red, though, so this one will have to go to Dustin. Dustin making it at a 12:26, going at 129 miles an hour, and Chris at a 9:29 at 142 miles an hour. Just coming out of the burnout box is Jenna Dobson and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe is sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson's Racing, Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. Driving the 69 Acadian, and Jenna's driving the 1979 Chevy Malibu, sponsored by Ron's Engine Machines. Wheels are up. Jenna in the red, though. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Superbikes in the lanes. It's time for you to get ready, Superbikes.
Yeah, so just to the staging lanes.
Superbikes, this is your call to the staging lanes. I repeat, Superbikes to the staging lanes. And up next we have Del Northgrove and John Barrichello, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine. John is driving the 67 Dodge, and Del is driving the 77 Nova. And John, unfortunately, in the red.
So John Barrichello goes red, and that puts the wind light on for Dell. Dell runs 10.50 at 126 miles an hour, and will advance into the next round as we are in Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. Matt Warner and Joel Smith are next two. Joel Smith on the spectator side from Abbotsford. Matt Warner, Sumas, Washington. Handicap start going to Matt over here, Tower side. And Joel is going to have to be in pursuit. Matt picks up the win, goes 11.85 at 93 miles an hour. 11.85. Once again, we have called Superbike to the staging lanes, please. Superbike to the staging lanes. On the line now, Cassie Tippy, Andy Klosky. Andy not driving his usual 65 Chevy strip teaser. He's in that Camaro. Andy Klosky has gone red too, so wind light comes on for Cassie Tippy in the 65 Nova wagon. Runs it out to an 11.96 at 112 miles an hour. As Ray Bollinger and Dustin Hunter now bring their cars forward. Dustin Hunter, of course, 64 Ford Falcon Fast, he calls it here, Tower side. Ray Bollinger from Maple Ridge. TestandTune.com Pontiac. Handicap was in his lane, but he pushed the light just a little bit too much, went red. So Dustin Hunter picks up the win, goes 912 on a 909 dial. 912 at 148 miles an hour. Here comes Rick McKinney and Grant Gordon. Rick McKinney in the Camaro on the spectator side. He calls it the new Magoo, sponsored by RJL Farms. Grant Gordon, 4-cycle custom sponsorship. 69 Dodge, wheels up for McKinney. Races in the Superstock category at some national events. And the win light comes on for Rick McKinney at 10:41. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we're putting you on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby. So Eric Britton and John Tabak heading down track now. John in the pickup, Eric in the Datsun. Win light comes on for John. John goes 1061 on a 1056 dial. Reaction time 001. So he goes on the money there. 1061 for the win for John. Eric goes 1166, 116 miles an hour. As Nick Ribello and Loren Schwartz get set to do battle now in this round of competition. 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo on the spectator side, dialed in at 1015, 1104 for Nick Ribello. Regal from Maple Ridge. Everybody's clean and green. It is going to be decided at the stripe. Goes to Loren Schwartz, 1024 on a 1015 dial, 120 miles an hour as we continue in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket.
Next up to the lane, we have David Rasted and Glenn Martin. David driving the 80 Malibu and Glenn driving a 72 Vega. Unfortunately, Glenn makes it in the red, giving the win here to David at a 12:05, going at 107 miles an hour, while Glenn is at a 10:12 at 113. Then we got Mal Patterson and Sean Langley to the tree. Mal is from Maple Ridge, driving the 1968 Pontiac, and Sean driving the 69 Mach 1.
That is right. Mal Patterson's car, he calls it malfunction. Emblazoned on the side as the wheels come up on that pass. 10-11 is the dial for Mal, and is he going to be able to get around that Mach 1? Yes, he does. Goes 10-15. 10-15 at 131 miles an hour. So Terry Kramer now and Veronica Hodgson. Veronica in the 69 Dodge Dart. On the spectator side, Terry Kramer from Kelowna here on the tower side in that new Challenger. Got a Hemi inside there, former Division 6 champion. Terry is dialed in at 10-10, so the quicker of the two cars. Veronica goes first, and Terry goes red. So Terry not able to take advantage of all that horsepower over Veronica, just leaving too quick, and Veronica goes 12:34. 12:34 to 108 miles an hour. The Dodge Hemi, 9:34, 136 miles an hour. So Once again, it's all about consistency, making sure that you leave the line on the green and keep it to your dial. Not as easy as it looks. Rich Dyes and Brad Owens now. Owens in the 55 Chevy. Got 448 cubic inches of small block Chevy under the hood, but it's a fast 55. Against Rich Dyes in the other lane. 73 Nova getting the handicap start. He's dialed in at 11:31. Brad Owens 9:62. But Rich Dyes able to stay out in front using that handicap to full advantage. Goes dead on the dial. Goes 11:31 on an 11:31 dial and has a reaction time of 0:52. So he's a little better on the reaction time for Brad, and also closer to his dial-in. So the margin of victory, 0.05 of a second. Rich Dyes will be advancing into round number 2 of Pro Bracket. Ron Walsh and Steve Baskerville now. The Golf, Steve Baskerville on the spectator side, 2-liter turbo. West Vancouver native. Steve's dialed in at 13.99. And Ron Walsh from Langley in his 1981 Chevy dialed in at 10.04. Chevy Camaro waiting patiently on the line. Wait. And, well, it's all clean and green, but there's going to be a whole lot of catching up to do well, Steve's on the brakes already, but he does get around him. 10.09 on a 10.04 dial. So that's great. Ron Walsh is going to be going to the next round.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's time for Hot Rods. Get to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's Hot Rods to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next racers up are Ross Walker and Dennis Winton. Dennis hailing in from Abbotsford, and Ross coming in from Langley, driving a 66 Chevy. Dennis's name for his car is the Shaggy.
So Dennis Winton off and away in his Chevy wagon. He calls that wagon, like Joey said, Shaggy. Wasn't doing any favors for him today, though. 10.07 is the win for Ross Walker, Chevy 2. So the Camaro over here, tower side. No information in the computer yet for that racer. Richard Love is in the other lane, driving the pickup. The Camaro's closing in fast. Richard's on the brakes and gets the win light. 10.71 on a 58 dial, 1071. And that brings up Daryl Tippy and William Wood. Daryl out of Surrey, driving the copper-colored 92. I don't think so. 62, maybe. Chevy 2. 383 cubic inches under the hood. Mustang in the other lane. So red light start for the Mustang. That's William Wood. Mustang, he's out of here as Daryl Tippy picks up a red light win to go into the next round, and that brings up Craig Johnson in the Olds Cutlass and Nick Douglas in the other lane in the Dodge Dart. So Craig Johnson, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, and Nick Douglas, Sportsman track champion 2 times at Pacific Raceways in Seattle. He's sponsored by SBB Racing. So he took my call to heart about that left side dial-in. I mean, you could not make that any. I'm wondering, was that like a passive-aggressive move on his part? 1166. Craig Johnson gets the win. Nick Douglas, I want to say thank you for making that number so large and legible. Nick, hey, up here in the tower, we really appreciate it. And Walter Johnson sitting now in the water box. Safety crew goes out to check the track. So, odd number of cars in the category, and so this will be a bye run for Walter Johnson. It's a 71 Chevelle down track. Green light on the scoreboard indicates that win light's on his side. So there we go. Walter Johnson advancing into the next round, and that will do it for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Superbike is going to be next on the category. So, Universal Cycle Superbike category. This is an ET class for production-based drag bikes with multiple engine and power adder combinations. The 2022 champion, Dana Corkle. And so, Universal Cycle Superbike category is what is up now.
spectator side cyclists taking the lead here against the tower side at an 8:68, going at 144 miles an hour, as the other cyclist goes at a 9:96 at a 134 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to put street bikes on standby. This is street bikes on standby.
Tower side left before the tree was activated, and that puts the win light on the spectator side. 68 miles an hour, 11:76 for the win in that pair. As we move through this category of superbike. Tower side then has the Black Label Racing 1989 Suzuki of Chris Crawford. If you've been through the pits, you saw the Black Label Racing pit area. They have got all kinds of merch available. Some great looking apparel and stuff that you can hang in your den. So a problem on the start line as so Kawasaki over here, tower side. Sounding quite a bit different from a lot of the Harleys that we're hearing. Every motorcycle seems to have its own unique audible signature. And that's obviously one of the things that a lot of these riders appreciate about their bike. So as we watch these motorcycles, keep in mind that this is qualifying for their race day tomorrow. So they'll have a couple of opportunities here today to get in some qualifying runs and probably tomorrow morning. But their actual race day is tomorrow. Spectators side, 867, 157 miles an hour. That's the Lordco lane. TCS lane, 121 miles an hour at 899. Sorry, at 1080. I was looking at the 1,000-foot measurement there. 1080 at 121 for the spectator side. Saw this bike earlier, had problems at the end. A little bit better, was able to keep the front wheel down this time. And we'll run it through the top end at 1289, 101 miles an hour.
That'll be the end of our hot rod category. We're going to do a quick patch on the streets, and then we're headed straight into street bikes. Sorry, my apologies. This is hot rod coming up. So this is the end of Superbikes and the start of Hot Rod. Apologies. One more time. This was the end of Superbike and the start of Hot Rods, but we're just going to do a quick road patch-up before we get started here.
So the safety crew will take the scraper out, and they notice these things. They're always watching the start line to make sure that it is equal on both sides of the racetrack. So we'll do a little bit of a scrape. That is one of the necessities here, just to make sure that everybody has the right traction on both sides of the strip, clearing off too much rubber. As I mentioned some time ago, having too much on the track is just as troublesome as not enough. We have got Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod category coming up, and that will be first round of eliminations for them. So as you're wandering around the pits, I have always mentioned how the CMDRA trailer is got some merchandise that you might be interested in if you're here watching the motorcycles. It's a great way to support all of the activities here. So head over to the CMDRA trailer. I told you that Cycle Drag is up from Florida. There is a donation booth that is down there that you can contribute to the charity that they're supporting. Head over to the trailer of CMDRA and drop a few dollars in the donation bucket, and you'll be making somebody really happy.
I'd just like to say a huge thank you for all of you coming out here this fine afternoon, and an even bigger thank you for those people watching on the Lordco live stream, and those of you listening in on 92.7 FM. Yet again, one more time, thank you all so much for being here, and we hope you're enjoying the races as much as we are.
Yeah, it's a good point, Joey. We haven't talked about it. How I want to thank all the Valley Tech people for everything that they've done to help set up the live stream. And if you are watching us on the YouTubes, well, hey, we thank you very much. We know that not everybody can make it out to the drags for every event, but it is a great opportunity that we have had created here, that you do get to watch all the activity all weekend long. It'll be available on YouTube. So thank you very much for Lordco and for Valley Tech for the technical assistance and putting that together. We really do appreciate it. And for all of you race fans who join us here live and in person, well, that is even more special because you get to not only see it, but you get to hear it, you get to smell it, you get to do the whole thing. And we certainly love seeing you out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a special shout out to our Motorclass sponsors, Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. These two dealerships are the go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sport bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. Thanks for your support, and let's get ready to race. You can find Mountain View Harley Davidson. You can find Mountain View Harley Davidson in Chilliwack, and Mountain View Motorsports is also in Chilliwack. They got a website, so you guys can check them out there. And yet again, thank you both so much for sponsoring our motorcycle classes here at Mission Raceway Park. As our start line crew finishes up here, we're jumping straight into hot rods. We got Dustin Hunter doing a single pass here, hailing in from Chilliwack, driving the 1964 Ford, claiming it's Falcon fast. With an amazing reaction time, he's speeding down the track, making it at the end at a 9.15, going 148 miles an hour.
Next up, Pete Legg, Rob Monroe. Pete Legg driving the 56 Chevy wagon here on the tower side. 1360 is the dial-in. Handicap start will be going to the Chevy wagon as Rob Monroe Jr. sits patiently in the Acadian waiting for his green light. And he was not patient enough, goes 003 red, and so wind light comes on for Pete Legg. Legg Legg runs 1389 on a 1360. So 89 miles an hour. Pete Legg advances to the next round of Hot Rod as Randy Hermsen and Sylvia Hoogston roll up. Randy Hermsen in the 58 Oldsmobile, Sylvia in the 66 Ford. Randy gets the handicap start here, 1336, 1277. Randy Hermsen and Sylvia getting set. They are about to hit that top end. Win light comes on for Randy Hermsen, 1339 on a 1336. Winner, 96 miles an hour, Randy Hermsen. Oldsmobile going into the next round. Chris Stone in the 68 Dart and Bill Halicki in the 65 Ford Ranchero. Roll up. One of the rules in the hot rod category, you have to be 69 vintage, body style that is, or older. So 1969 or older is Chris Stone and Bill Halicki. Move on down the track. Win light comes on at Chris Stone, 1039 at 101 miles an hour. Bill ran a 11:18 at 125. Matt Warner now and Terry Charles. Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington, and Terry Charles from Langley. 56 Chevy. Big block Chevy in that. Was the dial-in. Win light comes on for Matt Warner, 1166, 109 miles an hour.
We got Rob Hodgson and Mike Hollingstead. Mike driving his 1967 Fairlane Ford, and Rob's driving the 76 Plymouth. Rob sailing in from Mission, Mike hailing in from New West. Racers hail down that track. It's pretty damn close as they reach the finish line, and it goes to Rob at an 11:04 at exactly 104 miles an hour. While Mike's just behind at a 10:10 at 131. Got Mark Brenzinger and Jerry Brabander. Mark's driving his 67 Nova named At a Time, and he's the 2021 and 2022 Hot Rod champion, and Jerry is the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion champ. Lights go up. The At a Time bounces up. An amazing reaction of 007, just like the agent himself. And it'll go to Mark at a 9:58, going 132 miles an hour, and Jerry at a 10:60, going 124.
Dennis Winton next. Dennis in the station wagon on the spectator side, Abbotsford home base. From Delta, Steve Wilson in the 63 Chevy to the Mooch, he calls it. 10:30 is the dial-in for Steve. Dennis 11:65. So Dennis will get the handicap start here.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is another call for street bikes to lanes 1, 2, and 3. I repeat, this is a call for street bikes to lanes 1, 2, and 3 as Barry Patterson and Brad Owens go down, but Brad just getting it in the red. The winning light goes to Barry at a 9.87, going at 136, while Brad got a 9.70 on 135. Our next racers are Chris Jackson and Sean Langley. Unfortunately, this will be a competition single, as Mr. Jackson didn't make the call, but Sean's still here, and he's making waves. With an 11.89 at 113 miles an hour at a dial-in of 11.82. And that will be the end of the hot rod category. We are now moving into street bikes.
Hey, attention in the pits, Crazy Eights. We need Crazy Eights to lane 3. Crazy Eights to lane 3 and Hot Twin, you are on standby. So Crazy 8, need to bring them up to lane 3 and Hot Twin on standby. So we're getting into the motorcycle portion of today's running, the CMDRA run order. Crazy 8s and then Hot Twin are on standby. On track right now, street bike. Southland Power Sports Street is the ET class for all street motorcycles. 2021 and 2022 champion is Adam Hetler.
Our anonymous biker friend in the tower lane makes it at an 8.73 at 165 miles an hour, while Mike Rose with an 11.78 at 118. Next up, we got Ken Morrison driving the 2008 Kawasaki, making an amazing reaction time, sponsored by Madman Racing and Trestle Millwork, giving him the win at a 10.39 at 137 miles an hour, as our anonymous biker friend in the Lordco lane makes it at a 20.57 at 49 miles an hour.
Tower side. Again, this is qualifying for street motorcycles in the CMDRA program. It is one of the largest fields of motorcycles. Attention in the pits. Hot Twin, lane 4, please. Hot Twin, we need you in lane 4, and that means we're going to call or put Pro Bracket, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket on standby, all right? Pro Bracket, you are on standby, but we have got Hot Twin in lane 4, Crazy 8s in lane 3.
All right, we just had Phil Regular, sponsored by Black Label Apparel, make it in at the 1283 at exactly 103 miles an hour, and our anonymous biker at a 1327 at 101 miles an hour. Meaning now we got Neil Churchill in the 2008 ZX-OR. Sponsored by Wood Pines RV and Black Label Apparel. Both bikers closing in with amazing reaction times. Pardon me. And this one will go to Neil at a 9:36 at 146 miles an hour. And our other anonymous biker at a 9:94 at 135. Next racers here are JMs coming in from Stonewall, driving the 2010 Harley Nightster, sponsored by Prime Movers and Industrial Rigging, and Tiffany Main, driving the 2020 HD Lowrider. Oh, but Jay makes it in the red. Fortunately, this one will have to go to Tiffany. Well done to both racers, though. My congratulations to both of you, as Tiffany makes it in at an 1178 at 114, and Jay at a 1271 at a 96 miles an hour. Fortunately, though, this still was qualifying, so no one is fully out yet. Steve Brownlee's coming up here from Calgary in the 1983 Yamaha, and Bruce Romack in the 2016 Victory, named the Noisy Box. Bruce is sponsored by Evil Town Racing, and Steve is sponsored by Universal Cycle.
Attention, in the pits, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes, please. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them up to the lanes, please.
Apologies, but in the Lordco lane, it was not Bruce, but instead this one will go to Steve Brownlee at a 1244 at 105 miles an hour.
So as we continue through the street bike portion of the CMDRA qualifying, Darren Bauman over on the spectator side. This is qualifying. Their race, as I mentioned, is tomorrow. And they will have a number of hits today, and we slide into the Crazy Eights category. Turple Brothers Crazy Eights. Index is 888 for the quarter mile. And it's open to any motorcycle manufacturer and style. The 2022 champion is Carl Mills. But everybody here racing for that index, 888. That's the number they want to hit. Wow. Getting close to the center line is the rider on the spectator side. Managed to muscle it over and goes through with an 891. 869 for Brad. And Brad is not close to that 888. That's the number they want, right? 888. So one biker goes 869 and the other one 891, working their way around it, but it's only the first time that they are down the track in a qualifying session, so lots of opportunity to fix it up. So rolling up to the start line, Tom Durand, local racer who manages to be at as many motorcycle races as possible. The highlight for him is certainly this CMDRA event. Tom goes through with an 890 at 118 miles an hour. 890, 118 miles per hour. That is going to do it for Crazy Eights. We have called Pro Bracket to the lanes. Pro Bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spectator side goes 1255 at 106 miles an hour. 1269 on the tower side, as we are in the Hot Twin category. Hot Twin. ET class for street legal American and metric twin cylinder production motorcycles. Hot Twin. Champion for 2022 is Jeremy Lott. Logan Boys, one of the two heading down track on the tower side. Spectator side runs 11:49 at 116 miles an hour. 12:63 is the time for Logan Boys at 104 miles an hour. One of the things that you'll notice of the racers that are qualifying right now is you're going to ask yourself, didn't I just see them in some other class? And that is absolutely correct. They are allowed to run in multiple classes, and so that's what causes that to happen. That's what you're seeing. As we continue in the Hot Twin category. .73 for the motorcycle on the spectator side, 105 miles an hour. So here we go with the second round of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We are down to about 18 cars. Had one of the larger fields, over 30 cars in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. These are the survivors of the first round, Lorenz Schwartz and Dustin Brewington. Lorenz, he's driving that Chevy Monte Carlo. He sponsors long list, Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop. He's also a Race of Champions and King of the Track winner 2022 last year. Dustin Brewington making the trek up from Kennewick, Washington in his 99 Camaro. He's dialed in at 10:25. It's the handicap start over Lorenz. Will he be able to keep that nose of the Camaro out in front of the Monte Carlo? He does. 10:25 at 129 miles an hour. So we'll see Dustin Brewington in round number 3 as Cassie Tippie and Walter Johnson roll up here for their pairing. Cassie driving the 65 Nova wagon, dials in at 11:95. Walter Johnson in the 71 orange Chevelle, 11:32. So not much of a handicap difference here. All we're talking about is about 0.6 of a second. Going to Cassie, and Walter goes red in his effort to get around Cassie. So red light start for Walter Johnson. That's going to take him out of competition. Cassie moving on, runs 11:99 at 112 miles per hour. That brings up Richard Love and Chris Stone. Chris Stone sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler. You see that on the side of the black Dodge Dart. 511 cubic inches under the hood of that Dodge Dart. Richard Love driving the Ram 1500. Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports sponsors on Richard Love's pickup out of the Soyuz, the interior of BC. It's Chris Stone that got out in front and stayed out in front. 10:10. 127 miles per hour for Chris Stone. Moving on into the next round as Dustin Hunter and Veronica Hodgson get set to do battle here on the second round of eliminations. Veronica from Mission and Dustin from Chilliwack. Dustin driving that 64 Ford Falcon, dialed in at 9:11, so it's the faster of the two. Veronica 12:40. Veronica gets the big handicap start of about 3 seconds. Dustin having to play catch up, and will be working the magic to get there, and does not do it. Had a rather tardy 2:35 reaction time to Veronica's 0:11. So Veronica advances 12:55. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas CMDRA. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas CMDRA to the lanes. This is your call. And that means juniors, you are all on standby. We'll be calling you shortly. Juniors, you're all on standby. Craig Johnson and John to back. 10:55 dial in for John, 11:69 for Craig. He leaves first. Craig Johnson going to try to stay out in front of John to back as John motors on down the quarter. It's John. He picks up the win, 10:53 against an 11:66. Reaction time was better for Craig Johnson, but John was closer to the dial. As a matter of fact, it was a breakout for Craig. He goes 11:66 on an 11:69 dial. So 200ths under his dial. Ross Walker here now and Ron Walsh. Wheels up for both cars. Ron Walsh on the spectator side went red And so Ross Walker will be picking up the win here, and his Chevy 2 goes 10:08. 10:08 at 131 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe Jr. driving the 69 Acadian here. He's staged up, waiting for Daryl. Daryl's in. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Gas, CMDRA Super Gas motorcycles. We need you to lane 4, please. Super Gas motorcycles, we need you to lane 4. So Rob Monroe picks up the win in that last pairing, 10:79, 123 miles an hour, and that brings up Mal Patterson and Rich Dyes. Rich driving the 73 Chevy Nova, the black Nova on the spectator side, got 11:31 on the window. 10:11 on the side of Patterson's malfunctioned Pontiac Acadian. Wheels are up, making full use of those wheelie bars for Mal Patterson. At the stripe, 11:36, good for the win, 116 miles an hour. Rich Dyes advances to the next round. Round number 3 of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Here comes Rick McKinney and Matt Warner. Check out the launch on Rick McKinney's Camaro on the spectator side. The wheels are going to be up on that Super Stocker. 96 Camaro. 1036 is the dial. 1161 over here tower side. Everybody's clean and green. Who hits the dial? 1037, Rick McKinney with, oh no, he let out the smoke. Matt Warner, lots of smoke on the top end, so we'll have to do a quick check to make sure that that was contained smoke. Rick McKinney runs 1037 at 126 miles an hour for the win. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, we've called you to the lanes. Junior Street, we need you to the lanes. And Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. So following a brief touch-up of the start line, we continue in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket with just a few cars left in the category before we move on into the Super Gas category of motorcycle. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Combo. We need Super Combo on standby, all right? Super Combo, you are on standby. So David Rastad, Tower side. Dale Northgraves over on the spectator side. Green light comes on for Dell. Goes 10:52, 125 miles an hour. Dale Northgraves from Pitt Meadows takes his 77 Nova into round number 3 of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And that is done. So the category now in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association is Peden Productions Super Gas. That is the 970 second quarter mile category. Index class, Harley-Davidson production motorcycles built specifically for drag racing. The 2021 and 2022 champion, Garrett Price. So Peden Productions Super Gas is what we have on the track right now. This is qualifying for the Super Gas category. Super Gas is the category here as the first two bikes get down the quarter mile. It is a 969 for rider on the tower side, spectator side 1065 at 122 miles an hour. Tower side 1027, 124 miles an hour. Lordco lane, 1255 at 104 miles an hour.
Is telling me my friend's beat. All right, that's it, buddy. Oh, you made me go Aussie.
This is a checkout pass for Kim Jonkind. So we had the dragster out a couple of times yesterday, and on both occasions, similar. Having trouble keeping the dragster under power. So this is yet another checkout run for Kim. And again, just not able to keep the engine lit. So they'll take it back and do another checkout. We've got all the juniors in the staging lanes, and they are certainly set for their first round. Junior dragsters then. Here we go. Junior dragster program designed for kids from 5 to 17. Alex Green, tower side. Emily White over on the spectator side. Alex Green dialed in at 11:99. 9:97 is the dial-in time for Emily. So Alex gets the handicap start. Emily sponsored by White Lightning Racing. That's Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Lordco Industries. Alex, there's the handicap start, but it's a red light for Alex. So at the 8th mile stripe, Emily gets the win, 9:07 at 71 miles an hour. So they take the short chute. Connor Jackson and Nate Green. Now, Nate's the oldest of the 3 Green brothers in the racing team, and that is Lincoln Shirk's old car from last year that they have rewrapped with a similar style patina, only this one is green. So Connor Jackson in the white and black. Here on the tower side, TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, the sponsors, and Connor has a 9-second handicap, or dial-in, I should say, and Nate Green 12:60. So Connor Jackson will be sitting patiently on the start line as Nate gets the handicap start. We are in Junior Thunder. Racers aged between 5 and 12 years of age. Wind light comes on for Connor Jackson. So Connor goes 8:97 at 69 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Hunter Thompson and Adam Katnick. Sure.
Next to the line, Hunter Thompson and Adam Katnick. Hunter is sponsored by JBS. Adam is sponsored by TK Performance.
So almost a heads-up race. 891 dial in against an 890. So Hunter and Adam just about heads-up racing, and it's a win light on Adam's side. 892 at 73 miles an hour. 892. So Adam picks up that round win over Hunter Thompson, who actually ran quicker but was slower on the start. So Adam had a better reaction time. That takes him into the next round of Junior Thunder. Here comes Ashton Katnick now and Bentley Johnson. Bentley dialed in at 892. Ashton 1190. Ashton over on the spectator side. That's the Lordco lane. Bentley here on the tower side, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. So handicap will be going to Ashton. Ashton will leave first on the spectator side.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is Super Combo to lanes 5 and 6. Super Combo to lanes 5 and 6, which means Super Shifters. You guys are on standby. And again, this is Super Combo to lanes 5 and 6. And Shifters, you are on standby. We got Bentley Johnson. Oh, sorry, that was last race. We have Wes Armstrong and Hunter Gallant. Gallant has quite the arsenal of sponsors. Sponsored by BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paints by Rodriguez. Now I'm just going to do a quick reading of last race. Bentley made it to the 8th mile at an 8.93 at 72 miles an hour, and Ashton Katnick at 11.96 at 50 miles an hour. Both racers making it up to the green. We are in Junior Thunder. Drivers range from age 5 to 12 as the tree lights up. West with the handicap time with a dial-in of 12:52. Hunter at a dial-in of 9:13. Unfortunately, Wes goes red as the racers still head down to the 8th mile. It goes to Hunter at a 9.24 at 67 miles an hour, and Wes at a 12.39 at 50 miles an hour.
Cadence Rodriguez over on the spectator side. 1194. 922 is the dial in here. Jackson on the tower side. Cadence giving a shout out to all the first sponsors: Milrod Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Creative Chassis. So Cadence Rodriguez will be leaving the start line first. The dial in 1194. Cadence is off. And here comes Jackson. Wind light comes on for the tower side. 928, 68 miles an hour. That brings up April Bond, who's rolling into the water box right now. And Isabella Marshall. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. We're going to give you a 30-minute standby, all right? 30-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers. 30-minute standby. April Bond then dialed in at 891, and Isabella Marshall 892. So 1/100th of a second handicap start going to Isabella. Both of these are 890 cars, and they will be short of no red lights. Start line with a green light. The wind light comes on for April Bond, 890 on an 891 dial. So 890 on an 891 against an 891 on an 892 dial. So better reaction time for April Bond to advance into the next round.
This next race here is going to be a solo pass. It's Jack Green, one of the 3 Green brothers here at the Mission Raceway Park. The Green brothers are Nate, Jack, and Alex Green. Jack is the youngest of the Green trio, and he's going to dial in a 1420. As the tree lights up, Jack goes off. Unfortunately, he makes it red, going a little too early there. Fortunately, though, it's a solo, so he wins anyway. Going at the 8th mile at 14:19 at 44 miles an hour. Now here we have one of my favorite Junior Thunder drivers. This is Owen Armstrong. Owen is one of the youngest drivers here, and honestly, he has won my heart. I've heard nothing but great things about this guy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the call for Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. Owen makes it at an 18:39 at 33 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It was not Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. It was Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. I repeat, not Combo, but Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. We're now moving into Junior Lightning. It's Abigail White going up against Lexi Winterbottle. Apologies, Winterbottle. Lexi's a part of Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures, and Abigail, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, Lordco Industries. Both got dials in of 790. Trees lighting up, racers dead even. Racers are off. Lexi makes it at the 8th mile at 7.93 at 79 miles an hour, with Abigail just behind at 7.936 at 81 miles an hour. Both racers were off by just thousandths of a second, maybe even 10 thousandths. Next racers here, we have McKenna Thompson and CL Gagnon. CL is sponsored by Rad and Titanium. McKenna sponsored by JBS. Yet again, apologies for my vocabulary. I'm not French, as you can tell. Unfortunately, McKenna goes in the red, giving this one to CL at 7.87 at 82 miles an hour, with McKenna at 7.92 at 80. We have Josh Koloski in the spectator lane and Lincoln Shirk in the tower lane. Races are off. This one goes to Lincoln at 790 at 81 miles an hour, with Josh at 859 at 71. Next up, we have Emma Debris Cruz going up against Nick Bond. Nick is sponsored by JBS. Apologies, it's not Cruz, it's Coos. It's Emma Debris Cruz up against Nick Bond.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Summit Racers, license and test. This is a call for you, license and test. Cassidy Smith over on the spectator side up against Aiden Katnick here on the tower side. 861 for Cassidy. Aiden goes 790 on the dial-in. So that means that there is going to be a handicap start for the blue dragster over on the spectator side. Looks like Fountain Tire got some sponsorship on Cassidy's dragster. Aiden will have to be patient. As we are in Junior Lightning now. Quicker of the two. Green light comes on for Aiden Katnick. 808 at 77 miles an hour on a 790 dial. And here comes Colton Morin on the spectator side. And it looks like it's going to be a bye run for Colton. Sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. 791 is the dial-in, and as a solo bye run, you may very well do quicker than that, but win light is on for him. So Colton getting the attention on the engine. Dad is adjusting the RPM. RPM is based on the heat of the engine. We want to leave with just the right RPM on a consistent basis, as that plays into the reaction time. Attention in the pits, license and test. Summit Racing, license and test. We're going to call you to 3 and 4, please. Summit Racers, license and test. Lanes 3 and 4. Colton goes 792 at 83 miles an hour. So Colton Morin on the bye run. Odd number of cars in the category of Lightning. So he will advance into round number 2. So that is it for that category, and Junior Street looks to be next on tap. Junior Street, Peden Industries, of course, sponsoring all of the junior categories. 2022 track champion Taryn Monroe in Junior Street. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, you're now on a 15-minute standby. 15-minute standby call. We'll be bringing you up to the staging lanes, Canada West Doorslammers. Here comes Junior Street. So Taryn Monroe over on the spectator side in the Tahoe, your track champion from 2022. And Isaac over here in the Pontiac. Dial-ins for these two, 1107 for Isaac, Taryn 1160. Handicap will go to Taryn. We can see that there. Junior Street race to the 8th mile as their dragster counterparts. Win light comes on for Isaac. 1106 on an 1107 dial, so closer to the dial. Taryn goes 1156 on an 1160 dial, so she was 300ths under, whereas Isaac was only 39 ten thousandths under. And that brings up Tyler Smith and Dallas Nassie. Dallas in the Honda and Tyler in the Chevy pickup. $11.05 is the dial for Tyler. $11.99 for Dallas. And so Dallas will get the handicap start, but falters on the start line. So the pickup will motor on through and on the brakes just to make sure. 1178. 1178 for the win at 41 miles an hour. Tyler Smith advancing in Junior Street. Next pair. Mustang over on the spectator side, ragtop as a matter of fact. 94 Mustang, Sophia Getz. And James McNeil over here on the tower side. 10.07 and a 10 flat. So somebody, and that's going to be Sophia in the Mustang, getting a 7/100ths of a second handicap start here over James in the Nissan.
Did we call any bikes?
So with Junior Street complete, we're going to do just a quick spray on the track for some of the classes that are coming up. Next will be the Super Combo class. And it's the Index class, Index Racing. Otherwise known as Throttle Stop Racing. This is a heads-up Index Racing with 3 classes involved. There's Super Comp on an 890. We don't have any of those. Super Gas with a 990. I think we have 1 or 2 of those. And Super Street, which is a 1090 class. Most of the class of Super Combo consists of the 1090s. Now, if you run one of those classes, you need to have enough power to be able to run under your index. And as I said, all of these cars can run quicker than 1090. That's not the problem, but you just need to know how to slow it down to reach your index with the use of throttle stops and timers. So that is something that you see that is often confusing to the spectator. The cars launch hard and then all of a sudden slow down. That's because they're using throttle stops and timers, and this type of racing produces some of the closest races of any given event. They stand at the finish line and watch, and it's just amazing to see how the two cars can sort of see each other and maneuver their way into the finish line. Over the years, people have gone to bigger and bigger engines, and because of that, they are on the throttle stop for even longer periods of time. And sometimes, you'll know how powerful a car is from when they launch to how long the throttle stop takes the power out, and then they gain the power back as they start motoring on down the quarter mile. Being on the throttle stop for longer, the reason they do that is so that the entire race is in front of them. There are some racers who use a throttle stop in reverse and launch and run hard, and then the throttle stop comes in at the top end, but they're rare. That doesn't happen very often. So it's easier to make decisions on what to do at the finish line if you have everything in front of you instead of looking over your shoulder to see the other car and then losing sight of the finish line. So it's also good to know that you can run dragsters and door cars in Super Comp, but you can't run dragsters in the other 2 classes. So the whole Super Combo category is a completely different type of racing, but one that is technical in so many ways and on so many levels. So just doing a quick spray of the track here as we get set to go into the Super Combo. That's going to be followed by Super Shifter. And then there will be Summit Racing License and Test. Mike Hawkins on the start line now with a test pass on the 81 Malibu. It's been purging the nitrous, building the bottle pressure on the nitrous, and clearing out the lines to make sure that that nitrous is there when he hits the gas. .487 to the 8th mile, 149 miles an hour. 487. Here we go at the Super Combo category. 1090 is what you see on the scoreboard. 1090 is what you see on the side window of both of these cars. It's Martin Jackman and John Lackey. Martin's car is for sale if you're looking at getting into some pretty swift racing. Want to check out that 79 Pontiac here on the tower side. Head into the pits. Talk a deal. Martin Jackman looking to negotiate. Cars for sale. Throttle stop comes in, and it's a red light for John Lackey. So Martin Jackman picks up the win. It was 1095 at 135 miles an hour. As Jerry Epp and Martin Rochelle roll up into the stage beams. Again, 1090 is the index that they're shooting for. Martin Rochelle and Jerry Epp. Martin from Surrey, Jerry from Abbotsford. Jerry's driving the Mustang. 1966 Ford Mustang over on the spectator side. 78 Malibu over here. Tower Sard. Martin, long-time runner in the category. Eats, sleeps, and breathes 1090. And goes 1089. Too quick. Jerry Epp goes 1093 for the win. 149 miles per hour. So Jerry Epp will advance into round number 2. Glenn Eagleton and Mark Downing. Glenn Eagleton in the Corvette, 1090 again. Mark Downing, 1090. It's the index of choice. Mark Downing in the Malibu. Both drivers having pretty solid reaction times. At the stripe, it's a win light for Mark. Goes 1092 at 144 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you to 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers will bring you up 4-5. That's, odd choice, I know. 4-5. That's where we're going to put you just to keep you awake and active. 4-5. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up. Overflow 2-3. Overflow 2-3 for Canada West Doorslammers. So Dean Peterson hangs on for the win. 994 on a 990 index. 165 miles an hour takes that Roadster Mustang into the next round. Stefan Veach and Robert Love will be the next pair. 67 Nova and 72 Plymouth. Robert Love from Maple Ridge dialed in at 890 on that little Chevy Nova. Sponsored by Lordco and BDL Auto. Red light for Robert. Chan goes red on this pass, 005 red, and Brad Vinci picks up the win, goes 1087 at 149 miles an hour. Two more is Warren Jacobson and Ron McKenzie. Next up, Mission, of course, in the 67 Chevy here, tower side. Little Vega from Ferndale, Washington. Great to see all of our U.S. racers making a comeback to Mission. And Ron McKenzie is able to stave off Warren and go into the next round of Super Combo. 1091 he runs at 141 miles an hour. Warren going under at 1088. So that takes us into the next category, which is the BC Super Shifters, sponsored by McLeod Racing. McLeod Racing is your #1 stop for drivetrain components. From single and twin disc clutch kits, trim tech, transmission, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more, you'll find what your hot rod wants. From street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become McLeod equipped today. Super Shifters, Steve Braithwaite, Dale Posnick, first pair on the line. Posnick in the Riff Raff Racing Ford Mustang, dialed in at 1020. Handicap start, though, will be going to the Camaro here on the tower side. Tire spin on the part of the Camaro. Will the Mustang be able to get around that handicap? He's certainly going to give it his best. He's going to try, and he does not do it. Camaro manages to charge out front at the top end. Goes 1068, 128 miles an hour, and it's good for the win. So Steve Braithwaite advances. Rich Graves now in the El Camino from Puyallup, Washington, and Will Zorick in the 62 Bel Air from Langley. 11:16 is the dial-in time for Will Zorick. 11:16, 11:63 is the dial-in time for Rich Graves. Red light start for Rich. He's out of here. And Will Zorick just coasting, because he can see that green light on the scoreboard and says, oh, okay, I won that one. Not going to necessarily drive the life out of the car. Goes 15:49, coasting through the top end at 89 miles an hour. Here comes former champion Jamie Roth in the Super Shifter category, and John DePort. Jamie from Langley, John from Langley. One's a Ford, one's a Chevy. One's dialed in at 10 flat. One's dialed in at 1023. So the Camaro leaves first. They are off. Reaction time's relatively consistent and close, but it's the Camaro that gets the win light. 1025 on a 1023 dial, 129 miles per hour. Here. Pay attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you're on standby. Sportsman, you're on standby. Mustang over on the spectator side. Not good enough to get around Pat Bryan. Byron goes 858, 152 miles an hour. Takes the Chevy to the next round as Grant Clone and Terry Hoogston get set to shift their way down the quarter mile. Grant from Victoria in that 67 Ford. And Terry Hoogston from Maple Ridge in the 1971 Carmen Ghia. Full use of the wheelie bars. Grant Clone is in hot pursuit of that Carmen Ghia and does not get around Terry Hoogston. Terry goes 1185 at 110 miles an hour. Grant gave it everything he had, ran 854 under his dial, and did not get around that little VW. And that brings up Scott Winterbottom. Scott on a bye run here. Heads over to the guard wall, but then brings it back into the groove and takes it down to the center. Goes 924 on a 929 dial, but a bye run. He's allowed to do that, and that will take care of this round action for BC Super Shifters, presented by McLeod Clutches. So Kim Jonkind back on the start line, having problems last time they were out. The car not able to keep fire. And so obviously took it back into the pits and did some tune-up on it, make some changes. This is a test pass. We have a few of them. Some checkout runs here. Sponsorship from Titanium Auto Group, JS Performance, Rad Torque. When the car hooks up, runs nice, strong, straight, goes 816, 816. Nice run, 166 miles an hour. Should be happy with that pass. That is a nice extended burnout. Test passes here. Just a few moments to make some test runs for some of these racers. To 88 miles an hour. That was Rob Jonkind in that 33 Ford. Rob following Kim in the dragster. .1033, 129 miles an hour for the Mooch. Indicates a licensing pass for this Anthony Katnick is behind the wheel. Small tire Mustang. Anthony runs it out to the 8th mile, under power, 5:76. You know, we do love the fact that when you visit Mission Raceway, your admission price includes a pit pass, and you get to walk over the bridge, and you can join us in the pits. But you know what? Technically, by law, we're not supposed to have anybody standing and spectating on the bridge. So if you find yourself for some reason stalled on the bridge, we would ask you to keep moving. From a safety standpoint, we are not allowed to have people spectating as they cross the bridge. So cross over, wonderful. Standing on the bridge, not so wonderful. So I want to thank all of you race fans for staying with us as we've had a jam-packed day, and lots of you still in the stands for this Saturday night racing. Well, it's turned into Saturday night. Wasn't supposed to be, but we've got a lot of racing yet for you to see, and Canada West Doorslammers are going to be some of the next things up on the racetrack. So fast 200-mile-per-hour door cars. If you wanted to watch that, well, you're in the right place at the right time. So Canada West Doorslammers will be heading onto the track, and then we're going to be into some Top Fuel Harley action and all sorts of other things as we continue to go through the rotation here at Mission Raceway CMDRA event and race number 6 and 7 of the Summit ET Racing Series. Race number 6 as they collect points for the Summit Series. That's today's race. And then we get to do it all again tomorrow for race number 7 in the Summit Series. And all of the CMDRA competitors are qualifying today and will continue in the morning tomorrow to qualify for their eliminations that will happen through the race day tomorrow. So Canada West Doorslammers will be coming up momentarily. Good time to talk about their association sponsors, because it does take a whole lot of sponsorship to make this event or make a race series happen. 2023 association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers include the Winter Harbor Marina and RV. They're the title sponsors out of Winter Harbor, BC. Total Dairy Solutions, that's your event sponsor this weekend, out of Abbotsford, along with Artex Barn Solutions. And then Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field. Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance, and Travelland RV. Those are the association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers. And we're going to kick things off with their second round of qualifying. Here comes Adam DeYoung and Bo Freeborn. A little bit of Ford versus Chevy action here as Bo Freeborn driving that 67 swoopy Mustang. 632 cubic inches under the hood of that Shelby. And the 67 Mustang belongs to Adam DeYoung. Adam from Abbotsford. racing alongside his dad in the category. Dad has a sleeker 68 Camaro, but Adam at 18 doing an absolutely spectacular job, having moved up from junior dragsters into Junior Street and now into the door car here in Canada West Doorslammers. Both cars staying pretty much in the groove as they head down track. Adam off the gas goes 10.67, but Poe goes 7.51, 183 miles an hour for the Mustang. So Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating sponsoring Poe Freeborn goes 7.51, 183 miles an hour. Here comes Scott Robinson and Dave Warren now. Scott Robinson driving the 94 Beretta out of Chilliwack, and Dave Warren got the big old blue Max, 62 Bel Air. Both drivers hitting the gas green and on their way, making a pass of 7.63 for the Beretta. Scott Robinson in the other lane. Dave Warren goes 7.81, 175 miles an hour. So 0.2 of a second difference in the lapse time, and just a few miles per hour difference between those two. Pretty evenly matched, come to think of it. They were separated by about 1/100 of a second in reaction time. So that brings up Terry Langdon Davies and Jason Field. Jason over on the spectator side in the 71 Chevelle. Big block Chevy under the hood there. Terry Langdon Davies driving the purple and black 1941 Willys. Both drivers managing to adhere to the center groove quite nicely. It's a 781 for Jason Field, 146 miles an hour, and 810 for Terry Langdon Davies at 165 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, Sportsman. We need Sportsman to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Bring him up, Sportsman. Looks like ball stretch. Waiting for the PT Cruiser to come back after a pretty long over-the-line burnout. Cruiser not able to hook up on the first pass, and so this will be his first real shot at the racetrack. PT Cruiser hooked up a little better this time. Paul Stretch is going to get there first, though. 722, 191 miles an hour. Off the gas is the Cruiser. It goes 940. 940. Remember, you got to run 870 or better to be on the Doorslammer program. That's right, 870 or better to race on Sunday. So 940, not going to cut it at 93 miles an hour, but Paul Stretch is 722. Well, that's certainly okay. Here's Lane Woolley now. Lane Woolley and Otto Schulte. Top Fuel Harley, we're calling you to lane number 1. Top Fuel Harley, lane number 1. And Pro Fuel, we need you in lane number 2 and 3. Lane Woolley ran a 783, while Otto Schulte goes 758. And Mark Schuppener, Mark Thompson. Battle of the Marks now. Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker out of Coldstream, BC. And Mark Schuppener out of West Kelowna in the Black Lumina. Backing up from the burnout is Brian Ritchie and Kathy Freeborn. Kathy from Courtney in the 1970 Camaro. Sponsors include Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. And then Brian Ritchie out of Port Coquitlam. Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, getting a shout out from them. 68 Black Chevelle. Mike Kenworthy and Darren Buick. Darren in the 67 Nova over on the spectator side out of Mission. Evans Excavating sponsored 67 Nova. Mike Kenworthy over here, Tower side in the 92 Pontiac. Everybody trying to get to run that 870 or better. So far, things are looking good. Mike Kenworthy in the 92 Pontiac. Once again, we've obviously had some changes to the run schedule. And I know that the new run schedule for the rest of the evening is now being posted on the board down at the base of the tower. There's actually a few extra copies. If you need one to go back to your pits, there's a few extra copies there. But the official run schedule for the rest of the evening is posted at the base of the tower. We have called, of course, Top Fuel Harley to the lanes, but we're also have called Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme. So Pro Fuel, lane 2, Pro Extreme, lane 3. Dale Jansen and Grant Howell. Howell in the 37 Chevy goes 770. 783 is the time for Dale Jansen from Armstrong in the Canso. We're going to put Pro Bracket on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby for your round 3 of eliminations. So Scott Grant sitting in the water box right now, and Blake Miller. Blake in the 67 Camaro, sponsored by Searles Auto Repair. .621 cubic inch of big block Chevy power underneath the hood of that Camaro. Scott Grant with the much newer 2001 Camaro has 565 cubic inches under the hood. Special thanks going out to Bubba Speed Shop. Top end, 8:12 is the time for Scott in the 2001 Camaro. 8:12 on the TCS lane. Lordco lane, Blake runs 8:40. 8:40. Both cars good for that 8:70 cutoff. So we'll be certainly seeing them in action, Canada West Doorslammers, tomorrow. Here comes Peter Lucanis and Brody Shirk. Brody's in the gray 67 Chevy, and Peter in the 63 Vet. So Brody Shirk goes 831, 162 miles an hour, while Peter Lucanis goes 155 at 859. Jansen, 853. 853 at 154 miles an hour. Good field of cars in Canada West Doorslammers, upwards of 28. Vying for that 870 spot to be able to race. They'll have one more qualifying opportunity. Attention in the pits. We're going to call Pro Bracket to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes, please. Bring them up, Pro Bracket. What a wonderful thing. Dueling burnouts. Jay Sievertson, John DeYoung, 8th mile. Wow, Jay stops at the 8th mile, and now he's got to back up. John not quite at the 8th mile, but that was a pretty healthy burnout, no question about it. John in the white Camaro. Artex Racing, Total Dairy Solutions, and Jay Sievertson, JS Power Sports. And there they are, matched up, just like it was intended. Sometimes I have trouble backing up into my parking stall, let alone backing up an 1/8 of a mile on a drag strip. So Jay Sievertson out of Mission, John DeYoung, white Camaro out of Abbotsford. Both cars pre-staged, and they'll bump forward now just 7 inches to break the staged beams and get set for their pass. So John was ready. He started to cruise over to the center line, but straightened it out. Manages a 665 at 210 miles an hour. 665, 210 miles an hour, while Jay Sievertson goes 734 at 191. Next up, Ray Rusiani, who I was talking to in the pits, recently moved here from Ontario. Home is now Kelowna for him. Came out to their first race a couple of weeks ago, and it was actually their first stop before they even settled in to their home, if I understood him correctly. Sold the business out there. He used to race St. Thomas and Cayuga and a host of other Ontario tracks. He's out here now with the race car, retired, and looking to get more heavily involved with the time that he has on his hands to spend it here at the racetrack. That's Ray Rusiani. In the other lane, Tom Katnick in the 68 sparkly metal flake paint job. That Camaro is one sweet-looking ride. 68 Camaro with 632 cubes under the hood. They are both off and running. Camaro gets there first, 757 at 179 miles an hour. Ray goes 164 at 824. So all good, all in the program. And hey, I see Top Fuel Harley over, behind, and under the bridge. And in the tower, I see Greg Field. So let me get this straight. You're looking for something, Greg? What exactly is it?
An MSD Pro CDI box, Pro 600.
Would this explain why you weren't in this qualifying session? Yeah, he's nodding his head yes. So once again, if you're in the pits and you have this,
come see me, please.
There you go. Go see Greg Field if you have that part that he's looking for, MSD. So anyway, make sure you check and see if you've got that part. Racer in distress. Greg Field needs that part to finish the racing day. Always amazing how everybody is so cooperative. Even though you're competitors on the track, nobody wants to win without having a good run in the opposite lane. So if you can help Greg out, that would be going to be making some passes. This is their second qualifying session. Top Fuel Harleys. It's some of the wildest racing that you can imagine. Track record here at Mission 624, held by Damian Cowden. And the mile per hour record in Top Fuel Harley, 234 by Tommy Grimes. Now, here's the thing. Everybody knows those records were set way back in 2014, so almost 10 years ago. So everybody here this weekend is itching to make a change in Mission Raceway's Top Fuel Harley records. And here comes the first opportunity to do exactly that. Hang on. Heading over to the wall, but manages to stay on it all the way. 664 at 207 miles an hour. 664 at 207 miles an hour. So I'd say they're getting things together pretty good in the Top Fuel Harley pits. That's a great run. 664. So we're about, 4/10 off the record. The air is there, though, and Pete Waugh is next. That's not a good sound. I guess they detected something and decided that discretion being the better part of valor, they might want to hold off on that run. So they pushed Pete Waugh's Harley back into the bridge. In the meantime, firing up, I believe that is the return of fast lane racing legend Ron Hunet. So Ron has, he's based out of Mission, but he hasn't been at the track for a long, long time. So he's on a 2021 Harley. And so he is back here, fast lane racing legend. fact that there wasn't a whole lot of smoke on that burnout, not necessarily a bad thing. What you want, as we talked about earlier, is basically to clean off the tire with the burnout, and they certainly were able to do that with a few rotations. So it'll be interesting to see whether the tire is warm enough. A good run, and that front wheel is going to be off the track for about 300 feet. So let's see what happens here as Ron breaks the stage and gets set to go. Bike sounded like it was laboring, and he shut it off. 764, 142 miles an hour. So they will have another opportunity.
So approximately.
Fired up Jim Schellenberger in his Top Fuel Harley. So 792 at 155 miles an hour on the second qualifying session.
You're here tomorrow, Kevin?
So unable to make that pass before. Going to give it another go. Pete Waugh. Smooth, looking clean, down the center. Goes 678 at 203 miles per hour. So in the sixes, over 200 miles per hour on two wheels. And for a good portion of that, probably on one tire. So, So don't go away. We've got more. We've got the Pro Fuel now and Pro Extreme.
What's his name? Jack. That suits him. He looks like very normal looking. He looks like a Jack.
As far as the Pro Fuels, our purpose-built nitromethane-burning 45-degree V-twin, carbureted single-speed with a maximum 122 cubic inch. The 2022 champion is Al Miles. The quarter-mile-per-hour record for this category is 729, set here by Al in 2019. And the mile per hour, 178. So that is the Pro Fuel that we're going to see here now in their first qualifying session. VP sponsored Pro Fuel. Clearly not sounding as healthy as they wanted to make the pass, so they'll have to do a little bit of looking into things before they make a pass on. That was Wayne Lyons, by the way.
Who did it right after I moved it?
So I had mentioned this earlier that the nature of the beast is that you start a nitro motorcycle while standing off to the side. It is a safety precaution. Racers do wear what is essentially a Kevlar vest to protect them as they are laying flat on the motorcycle's manifold. So if anything's going to go, that's where it's going to go very likely, and so they are protected by that Kevlar vest, but at the same time they need to be able to have the flexibility to do the body English to steer the motorcycle. And so that's where they're at. Aaron Barches over here, Tower Side. Dynamic Deals from Medicine Hat, Alberta. No information on the rider in the other lane, but the category is Pro Dragster on nitromethane. Small cubic inch. Off to the center line. Boy, just managed to stay off. One time 8:24, 145 miles an hour on the spectator side. It was close to the center the whole time for Aaron. He left before the tree was activated, so unfortunately, he'll have no time on the ET slip, no incrementals, but they'll certainly have something that they can gather from that run. First qualifying pass for that pair. Hey, so while it's quiet, the More and Motorsports people have become very friendly with a little brown, curly-haired dog that was running loose in the pits. If that happens to be your small, curly-haired dog, brown in color, you might want to head over to the More and Motorsports pit area to retrieve him. He was running around, feeling pretty free and easy, but obviously this is not the place to be doing that. So here we go with the next pair in Pro Dragster. Again, the time that they are looking to beat here, 7:29. The thing that separates the Pro Dragster category from the other Top Fuel Harleys that we saw earlier is cubic inches, more than anything else. These are a maximum of 122 cubic inches, and what we saw earlier was clearly larger. So Dave Stickle, spectator side, tower side, Evan Barnes. Wheels up for Evan and drifting over to the center line, but just managing to stay off the groove, but straight down to a 8:17, 158 miles an hour. Dave Stickle off the throttle goes 16 seconds and 44 miles an hour. But Evan managing to stay under power for the most part, 8:17. 158 miles per hour. So we move into the Pro Extreme category now. These also are purpose-built turbocharged, nitrous, supercharged, or big cubic inch non-aspirated engines on gas or methanol. Quarter-mile records here. As quick as 6:59. That was the time set in Medicine Hat, and 206 in Medicine Hat. So that's what kind of performance we can expect from the Pro Extreme motorcycles. Going up in smoke here, tower side, but spectator side 672 at 202 miles an hour. 672, so not far off that 659. 672 for Matt McKay.
Just checking. These two are beside each other, so I'm like, okay, good. It is the right round.
You see the gentleman holding the camera from Cycle Drag. They have made the trek all the way up here from Florida, and they are covering this event. Cycle Drag has their YouTube channel, and they are also on Facebook. So Cycle Drag, their slogan is, if it's anything fast with two wheels, we're in. So you want to give a big shout out to the fact that they came all the way up from Florida. That's a long ways to cover a race here at Mission Raceway, but we love to see them here. So if you see them in the pits, stop by, say hi, and thank them for their coverage of the event here at Mission Raceway. Wow, 679, 194 miles an hour. So great looking pass. 679, 194 miles per hour. Here's what we know so far. Stephen Abicini is the rider here on the tower side. Rider on the spectator side is a mystery to me. We've seen him make runs here throughout the day. It's a pretty fast bike. At the stripe, 832 for Steven. 135 miles an hour. In the other lane, 911, 133 miles an hour. Kind of torturing that rear slick, but always good to see that smoke at the drag strip. It's become kind of a tradition, I would say, more than anything else. Close to the center line, and then some smoke as he hits the throttle and manages to sail on through. It was he used up a good portion of the quarter mile on that one. 10:68 at 136 miles an hour. That was all over the place, and a good portion of it where there was no traction compound, out of the groove in the center. We've got somebody out there checking on that right now just to make sure that everything was okay. Hey, if you're thinking of hitting the concession stand one last time, I heard they're going to be open for about a half an hour. They don't have any more cheeseburgers, but they do have some, all of the other stuff, chicken strips and fries and poutine and things like that. No more hamburgers, but the concession stand is going to be open for about another half hour till about 7 o'clock. So you do have an opportunity to grab a little bit more to satiate your hunger pangs. And we certainly appreciate all of you hanging with us here at Mission Raceway Saturday evening as we get underway with Sportsman. Steve Baskerville and Tyler Dobson, first pair going down, and it's Tyler that's going to take the win. 1174, 117 miles per hour. Super Pro, we're going to make the call. Super Pro, we need you into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Super Bike, you are on standby. Super Bike, you are on standby. Here comes Sylvia Hoogston and Kevin McCauley now, survivors of the first round as we move in as round number 2. Handicap going to Sylvia in the Mustang, and Kevin is in hot pursuit of that blue Mustang now. Win light comes on for Kevin. Got around Sylvia just at the top end. Goes 1185 at 112 miles an hour. The margin of victory, well, about a tenth of a second. So Kevin McCauley picking up the win as Sylvia went under the 1282 dial. So it was a breakout win for Kevin. Here's Nick Douglas now in the 68 Dart here on the tower side. Mystery Racer in the pickup. Mystery Racer goes red in the pickup. So win light comes on for Nick Douglas. Goes 1170 on an 1173 dial. 1170 for the win on the TCS side of the racetrack. Eric Hansen now in the 68 Plymouth. Over on the spectator side. Again, Mystery Racer in the big, giant pickup over here. Getting some staging direction from Willie, our starter. Big pickup is so Derek Johnstone driving the big pickup, heading down the quarter mile, and we've got Eric Hansen in hot pursuit. Derek Johnstone gets the win, goes 1643. Who saw that one coming? 1643 at 77 miles an hour. The big pickup moving on into round number 3. As Scott Wilson and Sidney Jung are next 2 competitors. Scott Wilson from Ladner in the station wagon, the 81 Chevy that he calls Charlie Brown. And Sidney Jung in the 81 Chevy that she calls fast. Sidney making the incremental moves up from junior dragster, where she was a multiple-year champion in the various categories, and now driving one of Dad's big cars and having a blast. Handicap going to the wagon. The wagon goes red. Sydney gets the win. She's racing to the green light. Knows that she has won another round. Runs 1197 at 108 miles an hour. So Sidney Jung advancing into the next round. And Jim Benke not racing his CUDA. Got some problems, mechanical problems on the CUDAs. So he is going rounds in the 1968 Scamp. Attention in the pits, Superbike. We're calling Superbike to lanes 3 and 4. Superbike, lanes 3 and 4, please. That means Hot Rod, you'll be on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Superbike, though, lanes 3 and 4. So we go into Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. Cassie Tippie and Dustin Brewington, first pair here. Cassie 1188 and Dustin 1024. Drivers clean and green off the line. Camaro in pursuit of the Nova wagon. Able to get around Cassie, and Dustin runs a 10:27 at 120 miles an hour. And that will be good for an advancement. The Kennebec Washington driver moving on into the next round of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Here comes John Tabak now and Dell Northgraves. Dell from Pitt Meadows driving that black 60 or 77 Nova. Has 414 cubic inches of small block Chevy power underneath the hood of that Nova, whereas John Tabak has 365 cubic inches under the hood of that 89 S10, sponsored by Rad Torque. Once again, Super Pro, we've called you to the lane. Super Bike as well, and Hot Rod, you are on standby. But Super Pro, we've called you to the lanes. Super Bike, we've called you as well, and Hot Rod, you are on standby. As always, Rick McKinney wheels up launch double. So Rick McKinney pulls that one out. Had a great reaction time of 001. Goes 10:35 on a 10:36 dial. But there was a breakout of a greater margin by Chris Stone in the other lane. So win light for Rick McKinney. 10:35 at 128 miles an hour. Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Blue Acadian, and Ross Walker in the Chevy 2. Win light comes on, 10:72 for Rob Monroe, 124 miles an hour. Here comes Veronica Hodgson now, and Rich Dyes. Veronica picks up the win light here. 12:45 at 100 miles an hour for Veronica Hodgson, your 2019 King of the Track and 2017 Sportsman champion, now running in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So we roll into the Super Pro category. Rat Torque sponsored Super Pro. And it is going to be Jan Christensen and Ted Buss. So Jan Christensen from Langley. Ted Buss in the 34 Ford. Shawnigan Lake, his home base. Islands are 922 for Ted over on the spectator side. Jan 859, so it'll be Jan Christensen waiting patiently. The handicap starts to take effect with the 34 Ford over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Both of them rolling forward to get staged. Jan is in the bump forward now into the stage beams, and away we go. Clean and green leave. Jan Christensen's going to have to try and get around Ted Buss, and does it. Goes 868, 135 miles an hour. And so Jan Christensen, El Gringo, going on into the next round as Kelly Voss now and John Jenkins get set to do battle in their round here. Kelly Voss in the dragster over here, tower side. Pay attention in the pits. We need all of the bikes that are parking on the lane 6 and 7. We need you to move your motorcycles. That is not a place to park your motorcycles. As John Jenkins gets around Kelly Voss, goes 1075 for the win, 121 miles an hour. So once again, if you're part of the motorcycle group here at the racetrack, lane 6 and 7 is not a place to be parking your motorcycle. We need you to keep those lanes clear. So if you could kindly just move them back into the pit area. Lane 6 and 7 is not there for motorcycle parking. Thanks very much. Appreciate your cooperation. Heading back into the pits. Craig Johnson now and Mike Stewart. It's the handicap, almost a second and a half. Going to Craig Johnson, and Mike Stewart in the Chevy 2 is going to have to play catch-up and does get around Craig Johnson, who runs a 11 63 on an 1167 dial. So he breaks out. Mike Stewart goes 10 flat on a 10-3, the lesser of the two breakouts. Glenn Kennedy and Dan Parsons now as we continue in the Super Pro category. Glenn Kennedy from Nanaimo in the Barracuda, and Dan Parsons rather, from Powell River. It's going to be Parsons who goes 10.94 for the win, 120 miles an hour. Hey, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we're going to call you to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, 1 and 2. Bring them up, and Street Bike, you're on standby. But Hot Rod, we need you to roll up in lanes 1 and 2. This is your call with Street Bikes on standby. As we complete Super Pro, Kennewick, Washington driver Dustin Brewington making the high run. $10.19 at 129 miles per hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we have called you to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, we have called you to the lanes. Please bring up the Hot Rod. On the start line, looks like Daryl Storzik, sponsored by Leak Pro. Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind and noise repair. 10:43, 9:43 on the tower side, 125 miles an hour. Against a 10:49 on the spectator side, the Lordco lane at 126 miles an hour. Qualifying session number 2 continuing for Superbike here at the 2023 CMDRA Championship Drag Racing Series. Chris Crawford on the line, sponsored by Black Label Racing, was walking through the pits earlier in the day. Took a look at their pit area, and they have got all kinds of great looking merch available. And you do yourself a favor by heading back into the pits and taking a look at some of the things that they've got for sale in terms of apparel and also flags and that kind of thing, banners, you name it. So problems for Chris as he backs the bike out. 10:55 for the other competitor in the Lordco lane, 82 miles an hour. Everything settled down quite nicely. Ran a 9:39 at 147 miles an hour, but it was wheels up at the hit. So we roll into the hot rod category, the Old Car Center hot rod category. This is their next round of eliminations. So Dennis Winton and Dustin Hunter, first pair in this round of hot rod, round number 2. So Dennis Winton getting the handicap start over that Falcon. Big handicap it was too, but Dustin was patient and waited for the green light. And it's going to be a win light for Dustin. His patience paid off, 9:14. 141 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, your last call for Crazy Eights and Hot Twin to be in staging lanes. Crazy Eights and Hot Twin for your second qualifier. Last call for you. And Junior Dragsters and Junior Street, you are all on standby. We'll be calling you next. So Mark Brenzinger takes the out-of-time Nova 2021-22 Hot Rod Champ. Down the quarter mile against Randy Hermsen. Randy's a slow runner, but he's a consistent runner. Mark get around him, he does too. Goes 9:52. 13:25 is the time for Randy, and he goes under his dial of 13:34. So breakout win for Mark Brenzinger, your Hot Rod Champ from 21-22. Now it's Pete Legg in the wagon, 56 Chevy wagon, and Matt Warner over here on the tower side from Sumas, Washington. Handicap start going to the wagon. Warner in pursuit. Both drivers had pretty decent reaction times, and it's going to be Pete Legg. 13:72 is the time, 89 miles an hour, 89. As Matt Warner broke out. Went 300ths under his dial. Rob Hodgson now, as we continue in Hot Rod, and Barry Patterson. So Rob driving the 67 Plymouth. Got the handicap start. Barry's in hot pursuit of that Plymouth. Does not get around him. 1088 good on a 1084 dial. So Rob Hodgson moving rounds. And Chris Stone and Sean Langley now. Langley driving the Mach 1 69 Mustang. And Chris Stone the 68 Dart. Handicap will be going in this particular pair to the Mustang, 1183 against Chris Stone's 1007. Win light comes on for Sean Langley. Had a great reaction time of 006. Runs 1182 at 113 miles an hour for the win. He was under his dial by about 6/10,000ths of a second, so somewhat less than Chris Stone, who was under his dial by 26 thousandths. So that's going to do it for the Hot Rod category in this second round. They'll be back round number 4. We are back into CMDRA territory, motorcycle racing, street motorcycles. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're calling Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street to the lanes. You know the lanes. You bring them up. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street to the lanes. Bring them up. This is round 2 qualifying for the street category for the CMDRA. Southland Power Sports sponsoring the street category. It's an ET class for all street motorcycles. The champion in 2020 and 2021 and 2022, Adam Hetler. Pay attention in the pits. We're making a last call for Crazy 8s and Hot Twin. You should both be in the staging lanes. Crazy 8s and Hot Twin, last call for you to be in the staging lanes. So as we continue in the street motorcycle class, qualifying session number 2, Neil Churchill. Over here on the tower side, hails out of Pigeon Lake, one of the Black Label Apparel sponsored motorcycle racers. Runs a 9:38 at 148 miles an hour. Might be a good time to talk about some of the sponsors that are participants in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. We'll give them a shout out as we get to the end of this qualifying session. We've got another round of Canada West Doorslammers that will be coming up a little bit later on in the rotation. TCS lane runs a 9:97 at 141 miles an hour and a 11:97 on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 117 miles per hour. So Crazy 8 is where we are at. As I said, can't run any quicker than 888. And you'll see a wide range of different motorcycles in this category. So the goal here is to get it in that 888 range as close as possible. 829 on the TCS side, 159 miles an hour, 879 for Brad Scheider. Triple Racing Universal Cycle, 152 miles per hour. Here comes Lee Gallant now, 2008 Suzuki. That is on the tower side. .851 is the first time on the scoreboards. That's on the Lordco side, 165 miles an hour. 934 in the other lane, 151 miles an hour. This is qualifying again for Hot Twin now. Hot Twin is an ET class for street legal American and metric twin-cylinder production motorcycles. Your 2022 champion in this category is Jeremy Lott. .1152 is the time on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 118 miles an hour. 1238 over here tower side, 106 miles per hour. Lordco Lane runs a 12.60 at 104 miles an hour. That is Logan Boys. Rewired Strategies Racing. 22 Softail. Logan runs 104 miles an hour. The other lane, it was a 1271, 100 miles an hour. .1135 at 118 miles an hour on the spectator side. 104 miles per hour and a time of 12:62 here on the tower side. As we continue in qualifying session number 2 in the Hot Twin category. 2023 CMDRA Championship Drag Racing Series is presented by the following sponsors: Turple Brothers, Crazy Eights, and they are the Rimby event sponsor. Quality Trophies, who sponsor the Pro Extreme class. Pedo Productions, sponsoring the Super Gas class and the Medicine Hat event. VP Racing Fuels, sponsoring the Pro Drag class. Southland Power Sports, sponsoring the Street class. Lens Performance and Cycle, Prince George event. Wood Pines RV Resort in the Superbike class. Honda Extreme Powerhouse, Wall Racing. Davis GMC Buick, Medicine Hat. Universal Cycle, BRT Construction, and Sinister Saints Racing. All those people are the sponsors in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association's 2023 Championship Series. So we appreciate motorcycles being on the property. And we are getting set for Junior Dragsters, I believe.
Maybe I can start again.
So here we go with round number 2 in Junior Dragster. Connor Jackson, Emily White going to be the first pair that kick us off on this round. 8th Mile Racing. Connor Jackson over here, tower side. He is dialed in at 9:03. Emily at 9:05. So, hey, this is essentially a heads-up race. We're talking about a difference of 2/100ths of a second. If you can see that on the tree, you're a better spectator than I am. Connor Jackson, TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Labs sponsoring that car. And Emily White, White Lightning Racing, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Lordco Industries. Red light start for Emily. Not a good way to move rounds, and so win light comes on for Connor Jackson. Bentley Johnson and Ashton Katnick. Ashton's got 891 on the reader board. 890 for Bentley, so once again, essentially heads-up racing here. This time, it's only 1/100th of a second. So Bentley Johnson, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. And Ashton Katnick, of course, we're going to assume that it is TK Performance. I was wondering earlier whether it's a sort of prerequisite for every member of the Katnick family to have a vehicle at the drag strip. Almost everybody every member of the family that I have recognized has a car. So they are off, green lights on both sides. So this will be decided at the 8th mile stripe, and it's a win light for Bentley Johnson. Goes 894 at 73 miles an hour as we are a couple pairs into the Junior Thunder category. Peden Industries Junior Thunder. So Bentley Johnson goes 894, 73 miles an hour for the win. And that brings up April Bond here on the tower side. And we're talking April Bond rolls up 898 on the scoreboard. That's the dial-in. Hunter Gallant in the other lane, 919. So it'll be Hunter who leaves the line first. Hunter sporting sponsorship from a host of individuals: BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. RPM has been set by both pit crew members or parents or both. As the drivers roll into the pre-stage and stage beams, they are set. Here comes the tree. Once again, both drivers leaving on the green. At the stripe, it's a win light for April Bond. 891 on an 890 dial, 73 miles an hour. So April advancing into round number 3, semifinals. And here comes Jack Green, the youngest member of the Green Brothers Racing team, of trio of racers. Jack Green got Alex's car from last year, and this is his first year in the category of Junior Thunder. So Jack dialed in at 14 flat. In the other lane, Jackson rolling forward. 9-second dial in there, 9:21 in fact. So Jack Green getting a substantial handicap start. Looking at a head start of about 5 seconds. That's a tough one to sit and wait, but Jackson was good in doing it. Waited for that green light and got there first. 9:27, 69 miles an hour for the win. So had an absolutely brilliant reaction time of 003. 003 reaction time. So we roll into the Lightning category now. Colton Morin over on the spectator side up against Ciel Gagnon here on the tower side. heads-up racing seems to be the order of the day in junior dragsters. Almost all pairs have been very close, within a few hundredths. 790 on each side of the scoreboard here. CL Gagnon, sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group. Getting the final tune-up on RPM from Dad Nate, and signal to stage it up against Colton Warren. Sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. So they get to the stripe, and CL not able to translate a triple zip reaction time into a win. 793 is good for the win for Colton. CL goes 799, so quite a bit off of the dial of 790, but Colton goes 793 for the win, and so he's looking good for the next round, 82 miles an hour. Here comes Nick Bond and Aiden Katnick now. Katnick trio of junior dragster racers. Pay attention in the pits, Super Combo and Super Shifters. We need you to the lanes for round 2 of elimination. Super Combo, Super Shifters. Bring them up to the staging lanes. Hey, win light comes on for Nick Bond, goes 794. 794. Nick goes 81 miles an hour, so if memory serves, both April and Nick advancing into the next round of Junior Dragster, Thunder and Lightning. Here comes Lincoln Shirk now in Lexi Winterbottom. And again, it's a 790 heads-up race in the Lightning category. Lincoln Shirk over here, Tower Side, sponsored as one might expect by the Titanium Auto Group and Rad Torque, JBS, JS Power Sports, and Lexi Winterbottom, Hobo Racing, and Bowtie Ventures. It's a red light start for Lexi. So the win light comes on for Lincoln Shirk, 796. So Lincoln going into the semifinal. 81 miles an hour for Lincoln, 82 miles an hour for Lexi, but Lexi turned on the red light. And that's going to take care of the Lightning category as we'll move into Junior Street. And they are in their semifinal round with 3 competitors. Junior Street is the category on track now as we continue along our rotation here. The run order having been adjusted a couple of times, but we're on track now. We've called the Super Combo and Super Shifters. Isaac is over on the spectator side. 11:04 against an 11:05. So just like in Junior Dragsters, we are looking at virtual heads-up racing here. At the stripe, it's a win light for TCS Lane. 11:06, 59 miles an hour. And now we've got a bye run of James McNeil from Surrey in the Nissan. James McNeil getting the bye run because there were only 3 vehicles left in competition. So James waiting for something. I'm not sure what, but there we go. He is on his way. So, for the hearty few of you who have decided to stick with us, we've got a little bit of track prep to do, so we're going to be down for a few minutes. As we take care of that, the track prep will be there for making sure that traction is available for the Canada West Doorslammers who are coming up in a short while. So we will be down for a few minutes as we deal with the track. So we just want to make sure that we're on track here. We had called Super Combo and Super Shifters to the lanes, and just want to make sure that you are there in the lanes. We also have on the schedule Super Gas motorcycles that will be running before that for the second qualifier. Super Gas and then Super Combo and Super Shifters should be in the lanes right now. So we will also mention that Canada West Doorslammers and License and Test are on a 30-minute standby. So 30-minute standby for Doorslammers and License and Test. Hey, so I just had a text message come in from Keith Peterson up in Grand Prairie.
Hi, Keith.
And he is watching us on the live feed. Want to send out a shout out to, again, the Valley Tech folks and Lordco for sponsoring our live feed on YouTube. If you can't make it out to the racetrack, you can certainly watch us there and on delay too. So he says, Jerry, watching the live feed, send out a shout out to all my friends at the Titanium Strip, which I am doing. Keith says hi. There, I did that. Now, it's from the chap up in Grand Prairie. He says, can't wait to see everyone at Door Wars. And Keith, we're certainly looking forward to seeing the pro mods at Door Wars ourselves. So glad to see you out there and paying attention. And we're in the midst of getting our track ready for some next rounds of eliminations and qualifying. We have given a 30-minute standby, so now it's about a 20-minute standby for the Doorslammers and license and test. But we have got Super Gas motorcycles in the lanes, as well as Super Combo and Super Shifters. We'll be running them momentarily. You know what? It is absolutely wonderful to see you dedicated racers still in the stands. You need to give yourself a big round of applause for hanging around and sticking with us here on this Saturday as we attempt to do everything under our power to complete today's racing program. This is race number 6, by the way, for the Summit ET Racing Series. So tomorrow they'll be doing it all over again with race number 7. But because we lost a couple of races earlier in the year due to inclement weather, it's super important that a lot of these racers get the points in. So that's why we're working hard to make sure that this race is run today and they can get another one in tomorrow to get those points. So I want to thank all of you fans for joining us here at the track and for all of you watching online on the Lordco MRP TV. And that is great, too. Good to have you on board here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We're just about a minute away from getting motorcycles and the next class of cars on the track. The sprayer just finishing up its work. And we have got Super Gas set in the staging lanes along with Super Combo and Super Shifters. So that is what to expect next. Super Gas, of course, presented by Peden Productions. 9.7 is the quarter-mile index class. They'll be on their second qualifier. And then Super Combo and Super Shifters on their second round of eliminations. Pay attention to the pits. License and test. We're going to call you up to 4 and 5, please. License and test. We need you. Lanes 4 and 5. And Canada West Doorslammers, 15 minutes. All right, 15 minutes. That's your standby call. So the Super Gas category, this is their second qualifier. Tower side goes 1065 at 125 miles an hour, and spectator side goes 961 at 127 miles an hour. Garnet Mallon and Jeff Pitvey. Peden Productions sponsors Jeff, along with Whole Shot Engines. He's over on the spectator side. Reds Racing. Over here, Garnet Mallon on the tower side. At the top end, 955 for Jeff at 117 miles an hour. Garnet leaving too soon before the tree was even activated, so That is going to do it for the Super Gas category. And we head into Super Combo now. Burnout's complete for Dean Peterson and Jerry Epp. So Dean, part of the Peterson family racing, of course. We talked about Keith up there in Grand Prairie, his son, heading up the Pro Mod Association in Alberta, and their race is coming up here at Mission. Looking forward to that. Dean driving that Boss Hoss. Would normally run in the Super Gas category, that 990 index. A Roadster Mustang, 2008 Ford Mustang. Roadster, you don't see too many of those. Jerry Epp driving the more traditional 1966 Ford Mustang. So Winlight is going to go on for Dean Peterson as Jerry Epp goes red. Epp, your Las Vegas Nationals winner and Division 6 winner, not able to go on to the next round. Turns on the red light. Dean Peterson goes 988 at 160 miles an hour, and so Dean will be back. Round number next. That would be 3. Mark Downing and Brad Vinci. Next 2 on the start line. 1090 is the index as they shoot for that. Downing, sponsored by BDL Automotive, taking the 78 Malibu down the lane here on the tower side. Brad Vinci on the spectator side. And the win light comes on for Mark Downing. 10:91.95. That was done on the start line. Brad goes 10:91.27. Quicker ET. Reaction time was 0:37 against Downing's 0:09. So win light for Mark Downing based on that reaction time. 10:91 at 139 miles an hour. That was close. Stefan Veach and Martin Jackman now. Jackman goes red too here. And so Stefan Veach will get to the stripe with the win light on. 10:87. 128 miles an hour for Stefan Veach from Courtney, taking the 72 Plymouth into the next round, and now it is a single. This is your last call for Test and Tune to be in 5 and 6. Last call for Test and Tune, and we are going to call Canada West Doorslammers. To the lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. Let's put you in 5 and 6. BC Super Shifters now presented by McLeod. McLeod is your #1 stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You'll find what your hot rod wants. From street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodracing.com and become McLeod equipped today, the sponsors of the BC Super Shifters. Will Zorick, Steve Braithwaite, first pair. red light for Steve Braithwaite in the Camaro. Will Zurich will pick up this round win, move on into the next round, goes 11-12 on an 11-14 dial. He can go under because of the red light. So Will Zurich from Langley taking the Bel Air round by round. Here comes Pat Byron and Scott Winterbottom now. Pat Byron, 72 Chevy, and Scott Winterbottom, 63 Chevy 2 from Langley. Pat Byron from Washington State. Waiting patiently as Scott got the also brief handicap start. At the top end, it is going to be a win light for Pat Byron. Washington runner going to go another round. 8:56 at 155 miles an hour is on his time slip. And that brings up John DePork and Terry Hoogston. Terry in the 71 Carmen Ghia VW car from Maple Ridge. John from Langley in the 77 Chevy Camaro. .1181 is the dial-in time for Terry. John has 10:21, so handicap will be going to the VW. Wheels up for John as he is in hot pursuit. Question is, will he have enough to get around the VW? He does. Stays under. Goes 10:32 on a 10:21 dial, 117 miles an hour, so he is good for the win against Terry Hoogson, and that is going to take care of this round of action for BC Super Shifters. License and test now. We have a few cars, a few vehicles, and door slammers. You should be rolling into the lanes for your third qualifier tonight. Attention in the pits, Top Fuel Harley. We're going to put you on standby. Top Fuel Harley. Need you on standby. Kim Jonkin taking the dragster out for another test run and continuing to experience problems as she steps on the throttle. It wants to constantly shut off. The car seems to be working in every other way, but they just aren't able to get the car to connect. When it does connect, it certainly goes nicely down the quarter mile. So there we go. We got the burnout complete. That's a good thing. So she'll back up and get it into the staging lanes. Like I say, when the car does start making it down the quarter mile, it is nice, clean, straight runs. .814 at 166 miles an hour. So nice, good run. Goes 9:18 at the quarter, 124 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley, we'll call you up to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top Fuel Harley, 1 and 2. Pro Fuel, you're on standby. Here we go. Canada West Doorslammers qualifier number 3. And we start things off with Mark Thompson and Mark Schupener. Mark out of West Kelowna. Sponsored by Wix Filters and Sealed Power. They're having the black 95 Illumina, 588 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. That is Mark Schupener over on the Lordco side, the spectator side of the racetrack. Here on the tower side, Mark Thompson from Coldstream. Mark driving the 54 Studebaker. Swooped out a little bit, made a little bit more aerodynamic. This is qualifier number 3. Top end 790 for Mark Thompson, 790.829 for Mark Schupener. In the Lumina goes 165 miles an hour, as does Mark Thompson, 165. Jason Field in the water box, and Brody Shirk coming up as well. So Jason Field out of mission, driving the 71 Chevelle. Brody, 67 Chevy 2. Jason Field, sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Brody, of course, Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and JS Power Sports. Brody under the hood, 496 cubic inch big block Chevy. And Jason Field, 632 cubic inch big block Chevy. Jason drifting over to the wall, but manages to get off the gas and get back into the groove. Got there first, even so, with a 766. 138 miles an hour, and Brody 829, 162 miles an hour. Ray Rusiani over here tower side, and Poe Freeborn in the Mustang Shelby Cobra out of Courtney. Ray Rusiani, newly installed as a resident of BC, moved out from Ontario a couple of weeks ago. This is his second visit to Mission Raceway. And says he's loving life here out west. At the stripe, 7:48 is the time for Poe. In the Mustang goes 183 miles an hour. 164 for the Chevy 2 at 824. And next up is going to be Blake Miller. PT Cruiser is out of Vernon, BC. That is Dallas Wagner. 2010 PT Cruiser with the non-optional stock wing. That was not available when I ordered my PT Cruiser. Not a chance. So Dallas Wagner. Backing up. And Blake Miller out of Victoria. Sponsored by Searles Auto Repair, 67 Camaro. 621 whopping big block cubic inches under the hood of that Camaro. PT Cruiser, 347 cubic inch Dodge power plant. So Mopar versus GM here. First run on the PT Cruiser was not a good run. Second run, a so-so run. So they're looking to make inroads. They have to run 870 or better to be in the program tomorrow. So they'll have this one shot tonight and then another one tomorrow morning. So it looks like that's a good run. Gets there with a 7:49 and hangs out the laundry at 167 miles an hour. It was Blake Miller having problems on that pass, 11:47 at 72 miles an hour, but the PT Cruiser from Vernon, BC is going to be in the program. Runs a 7:49, 167. So Peter Lucanis now and Mike Kenworthy. Peter from Coquitlam driving the 63 Corvette, and Mike Kenworthy, 92 Pontiac. He's out of Arlington, Washington. So Peter Lucanis, Transporter Logistics Sponsorship Corvette. Regular runner in the program. And it's 850 for the Pontiac of Mike Kenworthy. 850 at 160 miles an hour. 857 for Peter Lucanis. And here comes Otto Schulte. Schulte. I was talking with Otto earlier this morning, and he was talking about how different it is racing at Mission this year, the track being a lot tighter than they're used to, and it had caused some tire shake issues as they weren't set up for such a tight track, but they looked at their computer readouts and made some changes to the suspension, made sure that he experienced some pretty radical tire shake and wasn't sure if he had damaged a shock. Made some changes, and they have got that all sorted out. So Otto Schulte made a great pass earlier. Derek Shirk over in the other lane in the Dakota, having problems trying to get it into reverse. There we go. That is now backing up, and Otto Schulte just waiting patiently before he goes into stage to give Derek a good shot at this pass. .748. Otto Schulte goes 7:48 at 182 miles an hour in the Cavalier. Dodge Dakota goes 8:87, so still trying to get that 870 number. 110 miles an hour for Derek Shirk. So Adam DeYoung rolling into the water box now in his 67 Camaro. So Adam DeYoung rolling up into the stage beams, getting set for his third pass here. And he is through the top end, goes 876, 155 miles an hour. As Dale Jansen and Lane Woolley come up now and get set for their pass. Pay attention in the pits. Pro Fuel, we're going to put you in the lanes. Pro Fuel, bring them up. Pro Fuel going to put you in 4 and 5. Lane 4 and 5. Pro Extreme, you're on standby. .782 is the time for Dale Jansen. Lane Woolley going 788 at 170 miles an hour. Dale Jansen taking the Canso to 173 miles an hour. So Kathy Freeborn now and Terry Langdon Davies. Kathy driving the 1970 Camaro, sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. 598 cubic inches under the hood of that red Camaro. Terry Langdon Davies from Yarrow, BC. That is a 1941 Willys. Some modifications, not factory standard. Like that wing, I'm thinking. .853 is the time for the Camaro. 806 for the Willys. 806. Terry Langdon Davies running 165 miles an hour against 156 for the Camaro. And here comes Scott Robinson and Brian Ritchie. And Scott Robinson heading down track. Scott Robinson goes 761 at 178 miles an hour, and it's 790 at 171 for Brian Ritchie. Jay Sievertson here, Tower Side, and Devin Jansen. In the other lane, Jansen from Armstrong, BC in the Black Nova. And Sievertson from Mission here in the Chevy 2. Pay attention in the pits. Pro Extreme. We need you to the lanes for your second qualifier. Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. And Pro Bracket, that means you're on standby for your next round of eliminations. .853 is the time for Devin. The Nova goes 153 miles an hour. 190 miles an hour for Jay at 8:14. And that is going to do it for Canada West Doorslammer action. That's their third qualifier. So we are into the third qualifier for Top Fuel Harley. And once again, the question is, can somebody run quicker than 624 or faster than 234? They're going to be trying, that's for sure. They're not going to come up here and just think about maybe doing an okay pass. They want it all. They want to get it done. They want to set a record, put their name on the books. The existing record has been on the books for almost 10 years. So it's time for a new Top Fuel Harley record here at Mission Raceway. And we've got the racers this weekend to do it. Pay attention in the pits. Pro Extreme. We need you in the lanes. Pro Extreme to the lanes. Pro Bracket on standby. Actually, we're going to call Pro Bracket to the lanes, too. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Here we go. It's going to be a pair of Top Fuel Harleys. Pay attention in the pits. Sportsman. Sportsman, we're putting you on standby. Sportsman, we'll put you on standby. Wheels up and at him, but off the throttle. 714. Lordco Lane. Jim Schellenberger goes 684 at 161 miles an hour. Off the throttle on the spectator side, 139 miles an hour. Nate Gagnon not able to stay on the throttle the whole time. Wheels were up, but that's just the way it is on a Top Fuel Harley. Next up is Ron Hunet and Pete Waugh. 4 Top Fuel Harleys on the property. Here's the next 2. Next 2 contenders to break the record. Pete Waugh, Tower Side. Ron Hunet from Mission. It's been a long time since Fast Lane Racing legend Ron Hunet has been here at the track, so it's good to have him back on the property. Is this going to be the run that changes the record? Are one of these riders set to go quicker than 624 and faster than 234 miles an hour? We're going to see if that's going to happen. Pete Waugh and Ron Hunet both staged and ready to go. Both of them struggling to get down there. Ron Hunet all over the racetrack from one side of the groove to the other. 747 for Pete Waugh, 167 miles an hour. And Ron Hunet going 11:41. So that is the Top Fuel Harley situation. They'll be back tomorrow, though, making more runs in the program. This was a qualifier, so it's going to go into eliminations. And don't go away. We've got more Pro Fuel and Pro Extreme coming up in their second qualifiers as well.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, can you please make your way down to the staging lanes? Attention in the pits, we have a quick little announcement for you. There is a drone flying. You need to land that drone immediately, please. You are not allowed to fly drones on the property. Attention in the pits out there. I'm going to make the call for Sportsman again, please. I am making the call for Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you down in the lanes as soon as possible. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, I hope you have made your way down to the lanes. I am also going to put out the call now for Super Pro. Super Pro, we are calling you down to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. That means Super Bike and Hot Rod, we are going to put you on standby. Super Bike and Hot Rod, you are on standby. Ooh, attention out there down in the pits and the lanes. There is a black bike, 1320. There is a bike in the staging lanes, 1320. It needs to be moved, please. You are in the way. If your bike is 1320 and black in color, you got to move it.